Chapter 114, Trap Card. When the battle royal between the conceptual Hax's holders was destroying everything in the reality marble, the space and time continuum twisted inside of the inner area of this ship before a portal appeared. 2 masters and 2 servants were thrown from the portal like rag dolls before falling into the ground because of the space push. The portal closed immediately, like Zelrich telling them it's useless to try and slip away. Probably it was only for Merlin. Raising their heads, each one of them breathed a sigh of relief when they didn't see a world-ending battle in their faces before they stood up. Hiss! Sucking a cold breath, Rin rubbed her back before she stood up slowly while observing where Zelrich sent them. It was a wide place like a tunnel, which was slightly dim and had a lot of white lines running across all its walls. The white lines were illuminating the place with their light while flashing now and then. Even if Rin didn't understand what they meant, she can guess they are a part of a huge ritual, and from their number, length, and this place size, she can only assume that the ritual is massive. Moreover, Rin doesn't know how this will end. After all what is happening, the Magic Association and Church Eyes will go straight to Fuyuki. She doubts, even if she somehow got Zelrich's help, the situation will change unless all Magi lose their memories. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, finding her sister in this mess is the most important goal now. There's a core to the reality marble in addition to its user? This is impressive, yet it'll mean more problems. Merlin touched the wall as he sensed Avalon's mana and textures, which made him put his hand on his chin. No time to waste. Ritsuka removed the dust from her hair before she looked at Merlin and said, "Merlin, do you know this place and, what are we supposed to do?" Zelrich threw them without any explanation into this place while telling them to be useful. What are they supposed to do if they don't know anything? Ritsuka's head started hurting more because of these clairvoyance users and mysterious mages. Of course, Ritsuka-chan, let's talk while moving because I don't. Merlin wanted to say something, but then, the reality marble started shaking, so he said because of that Merlin moved towards a path, which had the highest levels of Avalon's mana, while that little mana he got from Medea was also reacting this way. The group followed him quickly while Archer took the lead while holding his bow, which made Rin's eyebrow twitch for this melee archer. Here we're in the second core of the reality marble? No, this is much higher than a reality marble. Merlin shook his head while changing directions with the mana reactions. He has a feeling that a trap might appear at any moment because this place has the signs of a Magi workshop. Archer looked around as he felt that he wouldn't be able to materialize his reality marble completely in this place, which made him frown. Whoever made this place must be a crazy genius or something, but if only the new Shinji has left, does that mean he owns this place? Archer felt more weird about his ideas. The first core is the user and the second one is the ritual that spreads across this place. Our goal is to go and destroy or nullify the second core and ritual. Probably. Merlin sounded very confident before the last word, which made everyone look at him with helpless eyes. Suddenly, Merlin lifted his eyebrow before pointing with his staff forward. Several pink-shaped mana orbs appeared before they were launched like bullets. Leaving a shrieking sound in the air, the bullets flew like homing missiles before hitting several spots in the walls and ground. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets exploded with mana normally, but what followed was a huge explosion of flames that made everyone cover their faces. Merlin didn't stop here as he started shooting all the area in front in different positions. Like a chain reaction, spells and different traps were flying everywhere, which turned this calm tunnel into a war zone instantly. It seems we are receiving a very warm welcome, everyone. Archer-kun, do you mind shooting at the front? Merlin stopped calmly as he looked at Archer before pointing at several traps that were summoning skeleton soldiers. Those were Dragon Tooth warriors, which means they are close to their goal. Archer frowned when he saw the entire tunnel filled with traps before aiming with his bow and started shooting quickly. He had to admit that Merlin's capability to spot all these traps easily is very impressive, and they'll definitely have a lot of trouble without him. Rin and Ritsuka, who covered their faces, were also impressed by Merlin's feats. However, they didn't know that everything except the first bullet was just a guess. How in the hell should he spot all those traps this quickly? He just shot bullets with Avalon's mana randomly and hoped for the better. Merlin wanted to pat himself on the back for his great wisdom. He really deserves to be called a Grand Caster candidate. Archer pulled the strings quickly as the arrows, swords, turned into blue flashes before they hit all Dragon-Tooth warriors and destroyed them easily. However, more and more warriors appeared like an endless tide. He didn't wait for them to gather before he detonated all the mana in his arrows, swords. Boom. The entire place became a sea of flames, which would have hurt them if this place was like a normal tunnel, but this area was very strange. When I give the signal, we'll all run to the front. Merlin's staff was shining with mana before he shot several bullets at precise, random, locations on the ceiling before he triggered some traps. Boom. The spells that were supposed to stop the intruders blocked the advancement of the warriors that were activated before their time while Archer charged a few arrows and shot in the middle of the pack. Another explosion sent the Dragon-Tooth warriors flying before Merlin said now. Archer projected his two blades and Merlin grabbed Excalibur before they rushed forward. Rin and Ritiska activated their Magecraft, which was reinforcement mystic code and gem spells while rushing behind them. Excalibur in Merlin's hand turned into a golden flash as he was clearing all Dragon-Tooth warriors while Archer took care of the sides and the enemy that escaped Merlin's slashes. Throwing some gems with restaining and slowing down Magecraft, Rin assisted Archer before a warrior appeared with his sword behind her. However, its head flew off because of a punch to the jaw. Looking back, Rin saw Ritsuka will her mystic code shining before she delivered high kicks and straight punches to Dragon-Tooth warriors. Under the reinforcement Magecraft from her mystic code, Ritsuka cracked those cheap-cost familiars before she nodded at Rin. Looking at the punches and fighting style, Rin, even if she knew some martial arts, felt like those would be very painful to take, which made her wonder again about the combat capabilities of his weak magi. In less than 10 seconds, the group crossed the big tide of Dragon-Tooth warriors before Merlin and Archer turned back. Merlin shot a few Avalon's mana bullets at the ceiling as Archer followed his aim before throwing his blades. Boom. A trap was activated as several lightning strikes and flame storms rushed at the warriors. The group didn't wait as they continued running in the tunnel. The reality marble is shaking more and more, so they don't have time to waste on these minions. After a few seconds of running at high speed, the white lines on the walls became brighter and brighter before a shadow on someone appeared at the front. At the end of the tunnel, or how it looked with the heavy gate on the wall, a man was standing there calmly. He had the appearance of a samurai swordsman with long indigo hair tied into a ponytail and indigo eyes. He wears a traditional light purple Yamanori hakama and kimono. Oh? I never expected to see someone after that woman left me here. The man's tone didn't have ups and downs as he said calmly, but there was a slight surprise in his eyes. Assassin, Sasaki Kojiro, looked at Merlin and Archer as his eyes flashed. He was summoned by the witch as assassin and ordered by command seals to guard this gate. In fact, he should be bound to the mountain because of the summoning spell, but this place is built on top of the mountain, so it counts. In addition to that, Kojiro was forced by command seals and planted with a spell that might kill him at any time the witch wanted, but even so, he didn't care nor gave a damn about her offer to him to become the true Sasaki Kojiro. He isn't the true Sasaki Kojiro, he's an existence similar to a wraith, but he didn't mind that, he was just waiting here to have a battle these days. Even if his opponents aren't true swordsmen, it's better than nothing. Servant. Archer frowned while looking at the samurai at the gate. He couldn't feel anything. The man seemed to be completely normal, but his danger-avoiding mind-eye was stinging slightly, like there's danger just by standing here. He swept his gaze to Merlin, only to see Rin and Ritsuka standing with wide eyes, and Merlin disappeared. However, before he said anything, a loud scream filled the tunnel as a black shadow rushed. Screams filled with rage and anger echoed in the tunnel as a black knight-looking servant sprinted from the corner of the gate and rushed to the side. Merlin, who was sneaking away in an illusion, heard the scream before turning his head and saw Lancelot, rushing towards him like a homing missile, even if he was hidden in an illusion. Despite Merlin's helpless eyes, Lancelot, who was filled with madness, raised his sword and slashed without any hesitation. With a quick wave, Merlin blocked the attack with Excalibur. Clang! The demonic and holy swords collided as sparks flew in the air, but Merlin didn't wait as exploded a bullet in Lancelot's face, which allowed him to slip away. Lancelot, who had his head knocked by a mana bullet, recovered quickly before chasing after Merlin. Everyone looked at this development as they didn't know what to say, although Archer and Kojiro were amused by this play. What the hell? Do I look like the king? If you feel this sorry about yourself, why don't you go after King Gilgamesh? He's the king's enemy. Merlin looked at Lancelot trying to stab him from behind. His words seemed to ignite more flames as Lancelot's speed increased, but even so, a berserker wasn't able to chase a caster in running, which shone a new light about how short-lived the rules of the Holy Grail War are. Kojiro, who was watching the show, saw Merlin running towards him with Lancelot. Lifting his eyebrow, Kojiro put his hand on his sword while waiting for Merlin to arrive. He can see that Merlin is a great swordsman after the clash with Lancelot, even if he doesn't pay and put much of his heart into swordsmanship. However, Merlin changed his direction again, leaving Kojiro in confusion, and his confusion increased because he was Lancelot stopping while staring at him. Although everything looked normal for others, Lancelot was a whole different story. In his eyes, there was no Kojiro, but a knight in bright armor. She had bright blonde hair and green eyes that looked at him directly while holding the golden sword in her hand. The whole scene changed as it became a magnificent city behind the knight as Lancelot almost dropped his sword. Sir Lancelot! His king, Artoria Pendragon, said in a calm voice and severe eyes as she raised her sword. Those eyes, the sword, Lancelot's body trembled. Can he finally get it? Finally, the king will judge him for his crimes. He might have regained some sanity at this moment as Lancelot closed his eyes, but he didn't notice his sword, which had the fairy's protection, was pointing at the side. Waiting for the sword to claim his life, Lancelot didn't feel anything as he opened his eyes to see Artoria lowering the sword. No, Sir Lancelot, I forgive you. Artoria said with a smile as Lancelot froze in his place. You're always my knight, Artoria said as Lancelot clenched his sword tightly while his eyes were glowing red. And no matter what, I'll never punish you for something like that. Those words were the last straw as Lancelot felt a volcano erupting in his mind. In the other perspective, Merlin just ran back to the group as Lancelot stood there, looking at Kojiro without moving. Kojiro was slightly uncomfortable by Lancelot's eyes before his sense of danger went off, which made him pull his sword immediately. Screaming to the top of his lungs, Lancelot rushed like a madman towards Kojiro while his sword was flashing with a dark red demonic mana. Clang! Kojiro frowned as he was pushed down by Lancelot's strength before he counter-attacked, aiming at the neck with a swift wave. Lancelot didn't bother blocking as he pushed forward, which made Kojiro change his attack and block the mad sword. Clang! 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 Like releasing all his anger, Lancelot didn't care about defenses at all. He just slashed and slashed at Kojiro, Artoria, giving him no chance to counterattack. Rin and Ritsuka looked at this before they turned to the calm Merlin, who smiled and said, "What? I didn't do anything." The smile and words made them shudder a little as they looked at Lancelot smacking Kojiro despite getting injured. Archer with a blank face raised his free hand while channeling his mana. Red mana and electricity flashed before a huge sword in the shape of a drill appeared in his hand. Putting the sword on the bow, Archer pulled the string as the sword became slender and suitable for shooting like an arrow. Wind and mana blew Archer's coat up and made Ritsuka and Rin cover their eyes before he aimed. Merlin tapped the ground with his staff as flower petals flew in the air and made a shield. Kojiro felt danger as he wanted to escape, but Lancelot didn't let him leave, even if he stabbed him. Humph! Letting go of the string, the arrow turned into a rocket of mana that twisted the space in front of it before reaching Lancelot and Kojiru instantly. Behind the gate, Medea, who was busy with the ritual, sensed her traps being activated. The quick change in battle made her worried about Shinji, but she still checked. She didn't find anything until she felt another mana source from the gate. Even Medusa and Sakura felt it. Boom. Without any warning, the gate was blown away by a raging explosion. The impact made Medea deploy her shield spells and Medusa to protect Sakura before two shadows flew from the impact. Kojiru and Lancelot were shot like missiles towards the room as they hit the walls before stopping. Sigh. This is really unfortunate. Kojiru sighed without losing his cool before he turned into light particles and vanished. Lancelot, who took most of the hit, said with a weak voice before his already frail spirit core lost its power. Turning into light particles, Lancelot exited the war, leaving Medea, Sakura, and Medusa wide-eyed. Is this a double kill? Magnificent work, Archer-kun. A voice appeared from the blow gate before several figures appeared. Although your illusions are strong, it isn't enough to finish the job. Another voice was heard as the figures finally became clear. Merlin and Archer walked in the front followed by Rin and Ritsuka, who witnessed the unhonorable double kill. Now, can I ask you to leave that ritual and give me that scabbard? Merlin looked at the ritual and saw Avalon stabbed in the middle of it. Those useless bunch! Medea said with anger as two servants lost without even injuring the enemy. Sakura looked at a figure behind Archer as she lowered her eyes before they became firm. Sakura! Rin spotted her sister as she couldn't help but scream. Hello, Tosaka. Rin. Sakura said those words calmly while standing up from the ritual and Medusa followed her. Sakura! Rin saw Sakura's eyes as she didn't know what to say. Although she had a feeling in her heart, she didn't want to be her sister's enemy. She knew after joining the Holy Grail War, they'll become enemies because these are the ways of Magi, especially between the three families. However, she thought they at least won't fight to the death, but after looking at Sakura's eyes, Rin realized that may not be possible, which left her in a dilemma. Glancing at his master, Archer took a step forward and projected his blade while Medusa grabbed her chain blade. Ritsuka sighed while looking at Rin's situation before he looked at Merlin, who was still and watching the show. She wanted to ask him something, but then, she noticed that her hand passed through his robe. Rumble. Suddenly, the whole place started shaking violently. The walls cracked and the ritual started going out of control as Medea screamed Shinji-sama. She lost all connections with the reality marble battlefield. Her observation magecraft all have been shattered and worst, her connection with Shinji vanished suddenly. This almost made her lose the strength to stand up. Brother! Sakura snapped when Medea screamed. However, no one waited for them to be ready. Archer, who saw the chance, charged immediately with his blades towards Sakura, which made Rin pale, but Medusa blocked him. He didn't stop as he continued to aim at Sakura while attacking Medusa. Whenever Medusa tried to counterattack, Archer would just aim at the panicking Sakura, which left her helpless and at a big disadvantage. Archer! Even if she saw his plan, Rin couldn't help it, but she clenched her teeth. However, without any warning, flower petals started flying around the place before Medea felt that she lost control over her ritual. No matter how skillful the magus is, panic and unexpected situations are very deadly things. A clear voice appeared from the ritual as Merlin grabbed Avalon and stabbed his staff on the ground. The other him near Ritsuka turned into flower petals and vanished. You! How dare you! Medea, who was still thinking about Shinji, flew up in rage after seeing Merlin ruin the ritual. Merlin just shrugged his shoulders at her actions. She can't hurt him in the middle of ritual as he took a breath and said the inner sea of the planet. The platform of the watchtower. From the edge of paradise, you shall hear my words. Your story shall be full of blessings. Let only those without sin pass, Garden of Avalon. The sea of flowers exploded from Merlin's feet and drowned the ritual and the whole place, which turned it into another paradise-like place before the area was shaking again. Medea didn't care anymore as her lips moved quickly and several magic circles appeared around her, but then, the ceiling was broken. A white fluffy creature and a woman with a red dress fell from the ceilings as there was a portal behind them. Ha! Nero, who just passed the portal and her head was hurting, glanced at the place before determining what was happening and slashing Medea directly. The red sword cladded in flames pierced her defenses easily and knocked her away. Medea wasn't able to regain her balance and fell on the ground like a shell. Asterisk boom. Asterisk hitting the ground, Medea left a pothole on the ground as Sakura widened her eyes and Medusa felt this situation was very difficult. Meanwhile, at the interior of the Holy Grail, two evil of humanity stared at each other as one was holding a book while the other didn't like the book at all. What is that book made from anyway? Angra felt his head almost cracking as he didn't understand how a book could hurt him this easily, especially inside the Holy Grail. Birdman Angra said while glaring at Leo with his red eyes. Village boy Leo said with a calm face while holding the book of the law. Looking at the werewolf in front of him, Leo wondered what happened in this world. In his original state, Angra possesses no personality and no appearance. It is only by possessing others as his shell, he'll be able to acquire an appearance and a personality based on his host. What with your look, fucker? With a hoarse voice, Angra said while raising his claws. Okay, hear me out. Leo didn't care about those words. The book of the law was attached by a chain in his hand before he clapped and said, "This might sound weird and beyond crazy, but we need to save the world." Silence. An awkward silence filled the interior of the Holy Grail as Angra stared at Leo with a gaze that sent one message: "Are you retarded? I might have lost some brain cells, but you know that for us, the soul and core are the only important parts and everything else can recover." Leo shook his head while looking at Angra, who had a weird expression despite his current form. "You, a beast, want to save the world?" Angra said as Leo thought about it before nodding. "And you, want me to help?" Angra said with a more hoarse voice before Leo said yes. More silence filled the place before Angra lowered his head and spit on the ground, although it was just more mud. "Fuck off! You motherfucker call yourself a beast? Do you expect me to believe it?" Angra exploded as he started to throw every insult he can find in the world's evil at Leo. "Well, I won't deny that I want to shoot Wakame and the Hook down, which is more important than saving this world, honestly, let it burn." Leo sighed while looking at the world's evil around. "And? Why do you think I'll help?" Like hearing one of the best jokes in his life, Angra looked at Leo while waiting for an answer. "Not being turned into fuel for a ship sounds good to you? Or do you actually prefer to be sacrificed?" Leo said casually while glancing at Angra with a gaze that said, "Are you an M?" Kerr. A low roar came from his shadow werewolf shape as Angra said, "Look who's talking. The guy with those 10 crowns that are more of dead weight. Did you see your old self in Solomon, so you had this battle? This is funny. Don't remind me." Leo looked at the golden grain of light in his hand as he didn't want to remember it. That guy pulled a cliché on him, and a strong one. It wasn't even a Caesar type of sacrifice, instead, it was when a villain died and left some of his power to the protagonist because a bigger threat appeared type of cliché. The grain of light was a shard from Solomon's ring and a key to control Beast Eye's ring of light and use the remaining energy, even if it was low. Solomon, even if he was defeated, won't go like this, nor will do the crazy act of leaving power to a beast. He was gambling, and a very big gamble that made Leo doubt if he is wise or just crazy in a wise way. During this period, and the fact Leo is protecting Ritsuka, he knew that Leo is protecting the world and at least won't destroy it now. So, he placed his bet on giving Leo his last power and some mana to save the world because even if he lost and became free, his morals as a human won't allow him to leave the world to die. "Look man, wolf, I had a shower from the anti-original sin ritual and my edge levels are very low now, so let it stay like that, and let's get over with this." With those words, Leo's necklace shone with green light before several threads started moving around. The threads were slow at first, but like sensing something in this place, they exploded from all sides of Leo. Grr! Looking at the green threads, Ungra had a very bad feeling. He knew that no matter how much strength he has in the Holy Grail, he can't defeat Beast 6 because of his second noble phantasm. In this world, there won't be anyone more vulnerable to that noble phantasm than him. It doesn't even need a lot of mana to activate if the target was him. Without talking, Ungra rushed forward as the whole sea of mud started to rise behind him. All the world's evil and curses gathered at this moment as Ungra's claws were flashing. In mere seconds, the mud became 100 meters tsunami rushing towards Leo, even several waves and mud tentacles flew towards him from the ground. Frowning at this sight, especially the tentacles, Leo didn't move as several threads from his necklace touched the mud and ignited on fire. Like forming a shield around him, the mud wasn't able to move 1 millimeter past the green threads, and strangely, the mud seemed to want to burn under the lines. As the area around and under Leo became a sea of flames, he just raised his arm slowly. The green lines exploded around him again as they filled the place before he closed his eyes and said in a small voice, "Clothothophies, records engraved on a hollowed tree from a deep place beyond the material world." A river of destiny was flowing before a snake made from countless green threads opened its eyes. Above Leo, the green lines made the shape of Clothoth before they started gathering again. Like crossing space and time, a green snake made from green threads appeared on top of the Clothoth before moving around it. When the green snake appeared, Ungra cursed while looking at the mud burning at a higher speed, but weirdly, his eyes didn't show much emotion. The snake above the Clothoth didn't stop as it moved across it. From a position to a position, the snake drew all the 22 paths across the tree before stopping above Leo. This is Leo's second noble phantasm, Clothothophies. The snake of wisdom that crosses the 22 path of Kabbalah. Everyone did something in this world, it can be good or evil. Yet, no matter what you do, you'll always negatively affect something. It can be something that you didn't know about or never heard of, but it'll be recorded by 7 ropes and 7 knots. That means the virtues and sins. Yes, this is completely unreasonable, but it happened, and you participate in it one way or another, so it was partially your fault. This is the thinking of destiny and records that watch over humanity. The same applies to Clothoth, which is the tree of evil, yet, it's not absolutely evil. The noble phantasm uses those records or archives and weaponizes them. Be it to make the sins appear on someone to judge themselves or manifest physically, like when Leo created the whole fleet of battleships, the MIM sniper rifle that can shoot words, or even the servant's summoning ritual. This is a similar feat to fourth true magic. To be honest, this noble phantasm links Leo's power, which makes it important, yet useless. Strong, yet weak because of the conditions on it. The amount of mana needed to use is enormous if the conditions were not achieved, because destiny isn't an easy thing to use. It can easily cost more than 10 times the mana for using all his other noble phantasms. There are 2 conditions to use it freely, which is humanity and agreement. This noble phantasm can only affect humans on the large scale, and the power to use sins will become very weak on someone with divinity according to their rank. This noble phantasm also requires a play on words, which destiny loves a lot. By making someone admit they can truly carry their evil or sins from their hearts, even better if it's the whole world's evil, this noble phantasm will directly get the ability to use the river of destiny and summon sins like rain without costing Leo a lot of mana. A noble phantasm that plays on words is really fitting for the devil and father of lies. Now Ingra, who is literally the world's evil, is the best target, as this noble phantasm wanted to activate on its own, even without an order from Leo. Strangely, and funny enough, Drake's domination is very useful with this noble phantasm because it can pass those restrictions, even by a little bit. A dragon dominating destiny, that sounded funny for Leo, which made Drake glance blankly at him. Like getting a signal, the threads exploded from the Clothoth, drawing the rushed everywhere. First, they burned the mud on the ground before the tsunami ignited. Even Ingra's shadow body was getting burned by the fire, but he didn't stop rushing. In a few seconds, most of the world's evil became an ocean of flames, but Ingra passed it before he reached Leo and waved his claw. However, he was stopped by several threads that tied him in the air. "You piece of shit!" Ingra said with his hoarse voice that carried hatred, yet it didn't sound that angry this time. "Look who's talking, a being made from black mud." Leo looked at Ingra burning in flames before he said, "I can at least know you want to shoot them down too, no? Tisk. I hope you burn in hell." Ingra clicked his tongue, even if his tone became less and less hateful. He won't lie, he prefers to tear Solomon and especially Shinji into shreds. Solomon might just want to sacrifice him, but Shinji? If Ingra didn't receive his other self from another timeline when the counterforce tried to protect the world, he'll be just a philosopher's stone by now. Only because Shinji didn't want to alarm the counterforce, he didn't come to fight him here or do something big. "You need to come with something better." Leo shrugged his shoulders while Ingra just ignored him as he just closed his eyes before vanishing in flames, like those flames didn't bring pain, only peace. After Ingra vanished, a dim white orb was left in his place as Leo reached with his hand and waved. The dim orb flew closer to him before the ocean of flames moved. Like experiencing a huge attraction force, the flames, which were the energy from the world's evil, flew towards the orb and started merging with it. In a few seconds, the flames vanished into the orb, leaving only a black void in this place and a red-black eclipse hole in the sky. The orb became very bright with flames flashing inside of it before it floated to Leo's side. Looking at the orb, Leo didn't speak for a moment before he sighed and said, "So, unlike being sacrificed as fuel, you want to leave or be used like you should." A scapegoat for this world. Originally he was a good-natured young man before he was randomly chosen to be the source of his village's evil and tortured until death. His hatred for the world became his very nature, but he forgave humanity and accepted it. And now, if he'd choose between turning into a fuel and becoming something to save the world, he'll choose the latter. Although he won't help, he'll not refuse it. Leo sighed a little while looking at the bright orb, which was all the energy from the world's evil and what eroded from the Holy Grail that can be called now, the ritual for the incomplete heaven feel. God damn it, this world and all these chunny actions and feelings, yet I don't think these feelings can be expressed without these actions. Leo shook his head while looking at the gate in the sky. Solomon, who tried to save the world in his own way at the first moment when his emotionless return. Ingra, who can easily accept being sacrificed for the sake of the world, of course, only if he didn't see a chance to win. Gilgamesh, who chose to let go of immortality and become a heroic spirit because as long as his legend continues, his role will never vanish. Everyone is fighting and struggling to a certain future, even if it is a dim path. A lot of feelings and ideas showed in a weeb and edgy way according to this modern era. Honestly, Leo thinks if they weren't like that, these feelings will never shine, even if he still doesn't like that. Looking through the gate, he saw Shinji struggling to escape the hook, but that tower would never let him and that easy to get origin power go. All his attacks and efforts didn't even scratch the hook. Well, although I'm still in my main objective, which is to finish this mission and leave the world, but I can put some heart into doing it, even if it's one time. Leo waved his right hand as the book of the law moved with the chain and landed on his palm, but there was something that flew from it. Reaching with his left hand, Leo caught a completely white card that doesn't have anything on it. This was his first award from the gacha on the first mission, blank card, which is an empty gift box. Its usage is simple as the user can only fill it with something, but it has to be something owned by the user. Honestly, when Leo got this card, he thought about storing a big attack then throw it or filling it mana, but as the crazy great genius, he can't follow these normal steps and thinking. Being inside the book of the law without getting destroyed showed that this card can do more, even much more after being affected by the knowledge in the book. Glancing at the white card like he could see his reflection, Leo sighed while closing his eyes and saying, "I just hope the reward will be at least something useful in exchange for my brain cells." Root, this will probably be his last event and big action in this world, so he wouldn't mind to go and give it all and end it in this type moon spatial. Click, a clicking sound appeared from Leo's body before something awakened. Leo guided that think directly towards his hand as the blank card started changing slowly. Raising the card while holding it between two fingers, Leo opened his eyes that shone brightly before he said, "I'm not gonna lie, I really wanted to say this in a long time." The blank card in his hand changed completely. It had drawings and borders made from black color, which was about a black figure of a jester laughing while being very close to a cliff. The gaps between the black drawings were filled with a rainbow color as the card shone brightly. However, it didn't end as platinum color flashed on the bottom of the card. A text and a number appeared there, they were the Fool and number 0 flashing with platinum color. At this moment, Leo felt the card became connected to him, even deeper than the Book of the Law and his 10 crowns. It even became a part of him before he opened his eyes and said, "You've just activated my trap card." Under the light from Clothoth's eyes, Leo waved the card as the Fool Arcana shone brightly in his hand. Second Noble Phantasm, Clothoth's eyes, records engraved on a hollowed tree. Rank, A++ type, anti-sin description, the snake of wisdom that crossed the 22 path of Clothoth. Moving like a spiral of time across the whole river of destiny and keep track of everything that happened. This noble phantasm represents all that humanity has done, be it good or bad, by using the concept of 7 sins and virtues. It has 2 forms, the first one to manifest the sins in a conceptual way from destiny and crush the minds of others, or in its second form, which allows a physical manifestation of sins. However, this noble phantasm requires more mana and effort than all other NP because it need necessary conditions. There are 2 conditions to use it freely, which is humanity and agreement. This noble phantasm can only affect humans on the large scale, and the power to use sins will become very weak on someone with divinity according to their rank. Also, it requires the opponent to has admitted that he can carry or hold the evil from his heart with no lying in their words. When the 2 conditions are achieved, the noble phantasm can work easily and won't cost a lot of mana. Chapter 115, Type Moon Specale *boom. 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 Several beams and attacks of pure energy were flying everywhere. Each attack was holding a very strong energy, so strong and pure than anything in this world, but unfortunately, their target wasn't something regular. The colossal tower stood high and tall in the middle of the reality marble while receiving countless attacks, but no attack was able to leave a scratch on its surface. Even the glowing lines and weird runes didn't flash again, like mocking those weak attacks. Gathering the energy in his hand, Shinji attacked the hook with all his might, but all his attempts were completely useless. Despite the whispers in his head and all the chaotic knowledge, helplessness and despair filled his head more than pain and headache. Completely useless, nothing can work. Shinji didn't need to attack the hook to know this. Only by trying to analyze the tower, he knew how bad his situation was. Black body was made from a material that he never saw or knew about in his life, even if he had the knowledge from the Gate of Truth. The lines and weird runes' dazzling glow was tearing his already tired brain just by looking at them. Looking up, Shinji saw the tower extending beyond his vision, space, time, reality marble, even the world itself into a place he knew nothing about. He knew that he can't stay here, even if it meant to abandon this ship, but sadly, the tower didn't let him go from the moment it felt that he had origin power. The white energy was leaking from his tightly shut Gate of Truth, which left him helpless despite all his efforts. Second after a second, sweat was dripping from Shinji's forehead. His gate is losing more and more energy as time passes. Although he has a feeling if he just abandoned all his origin power, he can escape, but there's a beast down there. Shinji couldn't help but think if this tower has the same relation with the being that gave him the cheat. He has a feeling that nothing in this world can hurt this tower. Taking a deep breath, Shinji calmed himself and tried to think of a solution. He can't fail here, not now, especially when he lost contact with Medea and Sakura. Suddenly, he felt something weird coming toward him, to be precise, his world. Raising his head, Shinji can swear he saw some strange red light outside his reality marble. Observing it for a moment, Shinji's expression became pale as he gathered the energy on his hand. Meanwhile, outside the reality marble in the parallel world of Zelrich, Zelrich was controlling the second true magic to keep the connection between Shinji's reality marble and the hook. Although it takes a lot of ether and effort from him, he thinks it's at least stable for the moment. However, taking a quick glance to the side, Zelrich's lips twitched while looking at Gugalana and Pakia, who were around the reality marble. Gugalana, with his body that was bigger than a huge mountain, almost took all the space around this place. If this wasn't a parallel world, this continent might experience some serious shaking. Zelrich sighed a little while trying to ignore the golden bull around him, but then, he saw something that made him cover his face. Above the reality marble, a golden ship surrounded with a red airflow appeared. Stopping the ship in mid-air, Gilgamesh glanced at the reality marble before he looked at Gugalana. Fahahaha. Did Ishtar get robbed by some mongrels? I know she's a waste of space of a mongrel, but for this to happen. Fahahaha. Gilgamesh laughed in the sky as his arrogant laughter was heard by everyone near the reality marble. Gugalana glanced at Gilgamesh in the sky without moving. Although it knew the man in the sky was the reason for its death, it didn't care that much, especially if its owner didn't order it. Did it get summoned to this era because of us? If so, does that mean that Ishtar is near? A sound appeared around Gilgamesh, to be precise, the chains around him that appeared from Gob. Is that so? Very well. Gilgamesh grinned madly before he raised Ea to the sky and said if she was here, then let her scram from the king's land immediately. Buzz, a red gleam glowed in the body of the sword before Ea started rotating quickly. It sounded like a roar as it made anyone who heard it think that the sword was angry. The violent red spatial wind confirmed that further as Gilgamesh was unleashing the stored power in the sword from his fight with Leo. Gil, a king needs to consider his people and surroundings. Inkiju, who was in the state of chains, couldn't help it when he saw the power gathering on Ea. After having chains and ship's accident in mid-air, Gilgamesh's ship of light was destroyed by the direct hit from Inkiju as they entered a free fall. But who is Gilgamesh? He just activated Gob and pulled another ship, although it's nowhere near the strength and speed of his last two ships. Using this new ship, he caught Inkiju, who almost left due to his mana and body reaching their limits, and allowed him to possess his own chains of heaven. Inkiju didn't resist, especially when he saw the situation of Gilgamesh. They both didn't have much mana and Gilgamesh seemed to be persistent in keeping Ea in full power for one last hit, so Inkiju, who was going to leave anyway, chose to fight this last time with his friend. Humph. In this situation, you still want to say what the king should do? Gilgamesh repeated his words from his last battle with Inkiju before he smiled and said, although this isn't the bull of heaven and this is a new era, I can say this is also a worthy to go all out. Inkiju sighed a little, but if he had a body, he'd be smiling as his last mana and power was flowing through the chains towards Ea. Fahahaha. Gilgamesh laughed as he felt Inkiju's power before glancing at the reality marble and charging his sword. He can't see clearly what is happening inside the reality marble, but Leo's mana was there, so he'll just blow everything up with Ea. I mean, it's an anti-world noble phantasm, it's not like he really has to aim. Zelrich looked at Ea in the sky, tearing holes in his parallel world as he gave up. Except for keeping the connection between the hook and the reality marble, he doesn't care anymore. Let these idiots kill each other in battle royal or something. Shinji inside the reality marble felt Ea charging power as a black and speechless look appeared in his face. Are you fucking serious? Now? From all the times, it has to be fucking now. His head was spinning quickly while thinking about a solution. Suddenly, he thought about an idea. If Ea was the sword of rupture, then he might be able to separate himself from the tower. Although the risk is huge and he might lose a lot, it's worth it. However, he forgot about something as the dark hole at the bottom of the reality marble stopped releasing curses and malice. Meanwhile, inside the core of the Holy Grail. Leo looked at the card on his hand before he sighed and said, "This might be very early, yet I don't think I have more time to wait." First, Leo took back 6 from Nero, after he saw that everything is okay before he staring at the bright orb. "It seems that I need to take care of a lot of loose ends after this is over, but I guess this can also count as preparation for the future." Leo waved his hand before the Heavens Feels orb floated next to him and a cup appeared from his shadow. "A sacrifice is always necessary." A grave look appeared on Leo's face while staring at his infinite coffee cup before he clenched his teeth and crushed the cup. A faint purple orb with a deep black Ouroboros serpent appeared in his palm. Without any weight, the 2 orbs of Heaven's Feels and Ophiz's infinity concept floated in front of Leo before he took a deep breath and put the Fool Arcana on his chest. With a dreamy, yet a plain gleam, the Fool Arcana sank into Leo's chest before disappearing. At this moment, Leo felt the whole world around him vanished. Leo was experiencing a very strange and weird feeling beyond everything he saw or experienced. His eyes became blank as he was standing in his place, but his mind wasn't there at all. What is origin? The driving force from the root, however, does someone know what it feels to be the origin? Or to become very, very close with it? The answer is no, because becoming very, very close with origin means to give up yourself. In using origin and attempting to manifest its power, risk will always follow behind like a shadow, waiting to swallow the origin's user in a moment of weakness. To be honest, knowing that you've origin and using it, is a completely different concept. Most people that knew origin, only use it subconsciously, like Emi Yashiro, and there's people like Shinji, who almost completely awakened his origin, but in fact, he wasn't even close because that one last step isn't simple. What does it feel to try and connect to your origin directly? Some will say it's like to float in nothingness and have the risk of losing their minds. Well, they aren't wrong, but if Leo would describe it, he'll say, it's like a deep, deep ocean. A dark place with no source of light, so deep that everything will become pitch black, filled with unknown and mystery. In the depth of this ocean of unknown, Leo was sinking bit by bit, and with it, the pressure was increasing with each centimeter of depth. The pressure wasn't on his body, but on his mind and soul, trying to break, tear, and crush them into dust to meld them into the big source. A dim light like a weak candle was gleaming from Leo. It was his mind and soul, which formed his last and only defense he can master in this place. In this location, you can never hope for light to appear. You're abandoned by everything, even the world around you has left, leaving you in a dark void. Extending your hand is useless because nothing will reach you. Calling for help is pointless because nothing will hear you. You only have yourself in this nothingness. Staring at the dark void, Leo was slightly in a daze while sinking more and more in his origin's ocean. He couldn't describe it clearly, his feelings were mixed and chaotic. Using his will and the soul's power to survive, he couldn't say anything about the situation. To be honest, unlike those protagonists, Leo knows that his soul is plain and normal. It doesn't have a dazzling glow or profound aura, it's just his regular soul, which was strengthened by his book of law and Kabbalah. If it wasn't strengthened, it'll not play any role here and he has to rely on his will, but even so, his regular, plain soul was able to carry this deep ocean inside of it. Filled with these weird feelings, Leo kept sinking as his origin was awakening more and more. In fact, Leo wasn't a true origin user, he was just borrowing it power, either subconsciously or using his skills, so he never had the chance to experience this face-to-face with origin. So, he created something that can work like a switch and a trigger, opening the closed solid gates of his origin and allowing him to face it directly. This is the main function of the Fool Arcana, to allow Leo to manifest his origin more easily. He saw Shinji using his origin, so he wondered if he also experienced something like this, but he couldn't be sure. 60%, 63%, 68%, 72%. The more he sank, the more he felt the pressure was getting stronger, but for him, it was nothing, at least in these levels, he was completely fine, except for the slight headache and pressure because he was already wounded. After a while, even if there's no time in this place and it'll be just a flash in the real world, Leo felt a hard touch on his feet as he landed on a solid surface. Although he doesn't know it, he has a feeling that he hit the bottom of his current self. 99% almost completely awakening his origin. Looking at the front, even in this darkness, Leo felt like he could see the way forward. A few steps away from him, there was a cliff in the depth of this ocean. From the cliff, there was an empty void, dark and mysterious. It made the previous darkness look like an ant compared to it. Leo stood there as he didn't move at all. He knew that if he took a few steps forward, his origin will reach 100%, but he couldn't. The existence of the cliff was beyond anything he expected and even dreamed about. Although the origin is strong and mysterious, it'll always have a limit, no matter how rare and strong this origin. So, Leo didn't understand why there's more depth in his origin, essence, source, core, or whatever you call it. However, those mixed feelings finally showed a clear emotion that filled his very core. It was fear. Looking at the deep void beyond the cliff, Leo felt a deep fear that made him shudder a little. The darkness was like a monster staring at him and trying to devour him directly. This feeling was strong as he couldn't stop it at all. For the current him, what lies beyond the cliff was something he can never imagine. Leo couldn't help but show a bitter smile. In addition to this fear, he noticed that the pressure at the cliff was beyond what the ocean had. Even with his current soul and will, it'll crush him directly. A few steps from reaching 100%, but now, Leo started to think. If this cliff existed here, then is this place really his 100%? Shaking his head, Leo stopped thinking a lot. After all, his goal here wasn't to reach 100%. Glancing one more time at the cliff, Leo closed his eyes and raised his head before lifting his hand slowly. His goal from activating his origin to this degree was to manifest its power and create a miracle. To turn 0% to at least 0.1%, like the root said at first, it's time for him to grasp something in the nothingness. It was hard, very hard. Even fighting Solomon wasn't this hard. Leo was struggling to lift his arm as he was pushing his soul and will to advance further. Sinking into the origin to awaken it was one thing, and trying to lift this awakened origin to use it was a completely different thing. The dim light covered Leo's more intensely while moving along his arm. The dim started to show some platinum glow as Leo kept pushing forward. After a few moments, Leo's hand closed suddenly as he opened his eyes. His golden eye glow with a bright, yet not dazzling gleam before golden light appears in his palm. His will and soul joined the golden light. The dark surroundings became slightly dark blue because of the illumination before Leo's silhouette disappeared with light. In the real world, Leo, who was standing with blank eyes for a split of a second, woke up immediately as sweat was dripping from his forehead. However, Leo didn't stop as he raised his hand and controlled the two orbs. Heaven's feels and Ophiz's infinity concept floated around each other before they had a contact. Boom! A strong force almost made Leo kneel on the ground. The two orbs were rejecting each other as he was trying to fuse them, so all the burden was launched on him. However, he didn't stop as he pushed them further. In a similar fashion to a chemical reaction, the two orbs glowed with a dazzling light as the sweat on Leo's forehead increased. The fusion between the incomplete third true magic and Ophiz's concept was a very hard and tiring thing to do. All that was left from his calculation power was used to see some flaws in the fusion to allow them to merge smoothly. A flaw after a flaw, Leo's eyes became slightly bloodshot as the two orbs finally started to merge. When the two orbs showed the first signs of fusion, Leo caught them in his palm before a golden bright light shone from it. The two struggling orbs move more smoothly as they blend quite easily this time. Taking a look at the result, Leo failed. The two concepts didn't fuse properly and they somehow, in a miraculous way, exist in harmony. Another loose end to be taken care of. With those thoughts, Leo raised his closed hand toward the back of his left shoulder. He didn't care if the fusion succeeded or not because he knew that the chance was less than zero for these untreated foreign concepts to melt together. However, this didn't stop him from using them to their fullest now. Taking a deep breath, Leo pushed the bright light, which was the result of his work, on the star mark on the back of his left shoulder. Cloth of eyes that was floating above, sent a couple of green threads that pierced Leo's skin around the star before he let go of his hand. Ugh! At this moment, Leo couldn't help it and fell to the ground on one knee. The star mark was burning and gleaming a dazzling light as he clenched his shoulder. All the bright light was getting sucked inside the star mark while moving directly towards his soul. The green threads moved like a professional surgeon and controlled the shape and form of light in the star mark. In fact, it wasn't his body, but his soul that was getting burned. At this moment, all the servants that were receiving mana from the Holy Grail felt their supplies vanished suddenly and their time in this world started its last countdown. Medea and Medusa were surprised as they started attacking furiously, and Gilgamesh raised his eyebrow before channeling his mana faster. The star mark was glowing with a dazzling light, but if you stare at it very closely, you can see the dense circuits filled every corner of it, layer by layer of magic circuits. In Leo's soul, the same thing was happening, but it was like someone was painting a tattoo with lava on his soul. In this fashion, the heavens feel is becoming a magic crest of Leo. For Leo, his body was never important after he became an angel. The so-called body is a mere vassal for his soul that can be recreated at any time with enough energy. The soul holds his mind, memories, magic circuits, mana, and origin. The body is just an avatar and an anchor that allows him to act and materialize his power in the real world. Having the Book of the Law and Kabbalah, Leo's soul is very strong, even if it was plain. After all, both of them are focusing on the soul and its existence. To be honest, Leo started to feel weird. Kabbalah, the Book of the Law, Longinus, origin, Esper's ability, and most of his powers are related to the soul. Even Gold Experience's life-giving ability creates souls for his beasts. The spell on the Book of Law can also be called Stairs to Heaven because it builds the path to ascension. Now, Heaven's Feels joined the game, which has a big relation to the soul. Heaven's Feel is a magic that allows for the materialization of the soul, which stops the inevitable dispersion of the soul, and essentially makes it transcend to a higher form of existence. It is a magic that realizes true immortality by making the soul into a high-dimensional planar being capable of interacting with the material world as a mental body without having to return to the roots. The practitioner will acquire an unlimited source of magical energy due to the soul becoming analogous to a perpetual motion machine. Even Gold Experience has the seed that allowed him to interact with Venus. A lot of thoughts appeared in Leo's head as felt these events are very close and connected somehow. Glancing at his Book of the Law, in the flipping pages, Leo was able to see the first page and its 19 phrases. The 8th, 9th, and 10th phrases were glowing with different colors, unlike the other 7. Wird had a green gleam, Dragon was dark blue, and Fig Tart was a brilliant golden glow. Very similar to his 3 noble phantasms that represent destiny, end, and beginning. Shaking his head to clear these thoughts, Leo stood up completely before he raised his hand up high. This isn't the time to dig into secrets and stuff, he needs to one-tap the wakame and the hook. Despite that, Leo is mainly focusing on the hook because Shinji is completely dead after being locked by the tower. His origin power was the hook goal, a free meal, even his cheat was made from that energy, so he's so dead now. Even if he miraculously escaped, he'll be in a very bad state that Ritsuka can kick his ass, so Leo didn't care much and focused on the bigger problem. Also, he sensed Gilgamesh's Ea Goldie is really a good guy and a role model that everyone should follow. He even told Pakia to not mess with him and protect himself. Boom. A terrifying amount of mana was rising from Leo's body. His star mark was glowing with a bright white light as he felt some pain. The magic crest is still young and new, it's already painful to use it to channel the mana that was left from the world's evil. Sinking his necklace into the void, the red drawing of Clothoth appeared behind Leo before his shadow moved. 6, with his 7 heads, emerged from the shadows as all his horns were glowing. Leo clenched his teeth, but his eyes didn't waver. He needs everything he can master, even the tiniest bit of power can't be left if he wants to target the hook. The huge mana was moving through his body as it reached his horns. Crack! The horns were cracked before they turned into fragments and flew towards the Qliphoth behind Leo. Sixth's horns were the same as they became particles of light and joined the red drawing, which made the dragon's heads retreat. The sinister Qliphoth shone brightly as its 10 spots gleamed with light, like a hollowed tree finally filled with something. Its glow and 10 spots were like a crown behind Leo's head. The 10 crowns were fully liberated. Qliphoth off eyes. With Leo's words, the snake of wisdom turned into a stream of light and fell into his palm. All other green threads joined the snake as they were gathering on Leo's palm. With a wave, Reincarnated appeared in Leo's hand and waved engulfed with the green light before Leo said, "This time, let make you a full transformation weapon. Anyway, the Tower of the End isn't available in other worlds." The lance vibrated slightly like it was happy with finally being able to have the ability to go back to its original form, which was a katana. Reincarnated is the weapon of its lord, and it'll become any weapon he wants, but it prefers its first form. This puzzled Leo as he asked, and the answer he received from Reincarnated was, "Slashing people and things is fun." Leo's eyebrow twitched before he connected with the whole destiny of humanity and found his goal. The weapon that can play his first noble phantasm's power to the maximum. The terrifying mana moved, gathering into Leo's palm like a singularity and drawing the lance in brilliant green. The Qliphoth behind shone with a red light before a dark fog mixed with green gleam. Using the exaggerated amount of mana, it didn't take more than 5 seconds before Reincarnated changed completely. With a wave of his hand, Leo aimed his new creation at the hole in the sky. Cracks! His movements caused the green glow to break like glass and show the full form of the new weapon. It was a normal, yet slightly shorter flintlock musket with black color and some gold plating on the edges. It was completely normal, but it has a weird and mysterious feeling on it. "Drake, keep using boost on me." Leo's words made Drake puzzled because a normal boost can't increase Leo's power a lot, but looking at the situation, Drake did it anyway. Any bit of power is useful in this situation and he understands that very well. Boost, 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 boost. Several regular boosts were being spammed by Drake to Leo. They were like a drop of water in a vast ocean, but it was better than nothing. Without his order, Venom found good timing and threw all the 18 runes in front of the rifle. They turned into a circle and connected as the runes were playing their full strength to bless the next attack. Finally, the last preparation, Leo sensed the fragment of Solomon's ring as connected the ring of light in space to his rifle. In space, Beast Eye's light ring started to become dimmer at a very fast speed while disappearing. The ring of light that burned humanity once. In a sense, it should contain all humanity concepts. With this weapon and my noble phantasm, the power might reach the desired level. Leo's head was spinning fast, even if his mind was stinging badly because of his injuries. The vision in front of him started to become blurry. Liberating the 10 crowns might pose a threat to himself as well. These crazy operations. He was really pushing himself to the limits, but it's kind of refreshing to use his powers to their limits after all this time. Compress and more compressing, Leo didn't want to waste a bit of power as all his power was gathering into the rifle in his hand. A bullet was forming inside of it, filled with a terrifying energy. Yet, Leo felt it wasn't enough, he needed to gather more and more power to assure his last attack. Suddenly, Leo heard a voice in his head. "Lucifer, the core of the reality marble is secured, is everything okay at your side?" "Well, I saw better days." Hearing Ritsuka's voice, Leo said casually like he isn't brewing the terrifying power in his rifle. Ritsuka, who saw Medusa get blocked by Archer while Nero almost completely killed Medea, contacted Leo through their link. "What? Do you need help?" Ritsuka asked seriously, but she only received a chuckle from Leo before he said, "Of course, maybe your command seals can help, but in this place, you can't use them. Then, what should I do?" Ritsuka took a deep breath and asked. "I don't know, try to jump into the reality marble or something, do a flip while you're at it, Leo said as Ritsuka clenched her fist in anger. This is not the time to joke at all. Calming down her feelings, Ritsuka stared at Merlin, who looked at her helplessly before he said, do you really want to go? Merlin was the controller of the second core now, so he can open and close portals around the whole reality here. However, he was helpless after he saw Ritsuka contacting Leo. Ritsuka didn't speak, she walked forward without stopping. Medea, who saw this, tried to shoot her, but Nero came quickly with her sword and blocked the hit before slashing Medea's arm off. Ugh! Curse you! Curse you all! Do you think this is over? Especially you, the one lost in time. Medea collapsed on the ground as she looked at Ritsuka and said, I wonder what it feels like, to see everything you held dear vanish. I think you know that better than me. Ritsuka didn't stop as she ran into Merlin's side, near the ritual. I met a king one day, I asked her if she wanted the sword or the sheath, do you know what she chose? Merlin held Avalon in his hand as he wanted to tell a story, but Ritsuka took Avalon directly and jumped into the sea of flowers. She sank like a rock in water, leaving Merlin with his hand in the air and helpless expression before he sighed and said, everyone is in hurry and don't appreciate my great stories. However, he also took a breath of relief because he didn't have to pay any price to activate Avalon, but the world supported Ritsuka and allowed her to use the sheath immediately, which left Merlin in a sigh for these privileged people. Outside the reality marble, Zelrich had a blank look on his face while looking at the galaxy above his head. Above EA, a galaxy was formed by the spatial winds as Gilgamesh was charging EA to the maximum limit he can use. He didn't waste any moment because he felt the Holy Grail had just vanished. Enuma Elish! Without waiting, both Gilgamesh and Enkidu screamed. Gilgamesh pointed EA towards the reality marble as the whole galaxy became a terrifying beam crushing everything in its path. The beam crossed the distance in a moment before bursting a hole in Shinji's reality marble and flying inside. In Shinji's helpless eyes, the beam hit him and the tower immediately. All the sounds vanished from the place, leaving a hideous sound of the world getting crushed by EA's spatial winds. Shinji felt his brain hurting more while trying to survive in this red storm and maybe use it to his advantage. Suddenly, a golden, yet not dazzling light appeared in the middle of the storm as it made both Shinji and Gilgamesh surprised. A portal made from flower petals appeared as Ritsuka jumped from it. She was holding the golden sheath in her hands as it protected her from all dangers. With the power of all my command spells, send all the power to caster. Ritsuka said as her command seal glowed before vanishing. She actually jumped. Even if he couldn't see clearly, Leo could feel Ritsuka's mana in the reality marble when she used her command seals. Are people really taking my words seriously? A weird expression appeared on Leo's face as he received all the power contained in the command seals. People should already realize that 70% of all his words are just bullshit. That sounded cool in his head. For fuck's sake, he even has the father of lies, bullshits, title on his head. She didn't do a flip though. Anyway. Shaking his head, Leo's eyes flashed with a shade of rainbow before he started the last attack. Access complete. Artillery posture, finish. Paradox effector, deploy. An electronic voice echoed from the rifle as several fine, magic circuits were all over the gun. They were very complex and numerous, which were hard to find and look at. Start the countdown. Accomplish measure, start. Target, Gate of Truth's life scale. 8,000. 6,000, 5,000. Target, the hook life scale. Unable to measure. Switch the Gate of Truth to a secondary target and put the hook at the highest priority. Leo gave the command as he felt more and more energy slipping from him into the rifle. Reduce the power of the artillery and focus 70% of the energy on the paradox effector. A new command was entered as the magic circuits on the rifle shone while moving slightly. Curse, blessing, O distorted divine light, will you light the path? Starting his chant, Leo felt his body losing more power, but he gritted his teeth. Affirmative. Dead counter, apply on the barrel. Aiming at the hole and exactly towards Shinji and tower behind him, Leo tightened his grip on the rifle as he put his finger on the trigger. A golden glow was moving from his hand towards the bullet inside, which was the power of the first noble phantasm. Yet, it was another dusk. Gasping light in the nowhere, Leo added the spin as the energy was spinning like a storm at the muzzle. Instant synchronization, complete. Correction rate: 60%, 70%, 80%. The rifle in his hand shone with a dim golden light filled with black shadows, even the bullet inside was glowing with the same colors. The mana that was shaking the place became completely still as it was focused on the bullet. Start the spirit acceleration. Formation of the mana bullet, complete. Loading the illusory shell. As the fallen star rises, lighting a new dawn, for the story to be left untold. Feeling all his power leaving his body, Leo stared tightly at the hole in the sky. The whole cloth was glowing with its power and 18 runes became a phantom while spinning. In the reality marble, Shinji shuddered as he felt something terrifying locking him down, but he couldn't move at all because of Gilgamesh and the hook. You know? I'm a simple devil, I see an idiot cosplay as God, I shot him down. Pulling the trigger, Leo said, Black Barrel, Lucifer. * conceptual boost. * with the name of the noble phantasm getting announced, the golden glow exploded on the bullet before Leo pulled the trigger completely. Bang! A black golden bullet with a shade of rainbow was shot from the rifle, passing through the 18 runes circle as they all attached to it instantly. The bullet was slightly normal. There wasn't any world-ending attack effect as the bullet flew at a very high speed, leaving a golden trail of light as it went through the hole quickly. From the depth of the red storm, a golden light flashed as Shinji felt the danger was locking him from all places. He'll die, he'll really die if he didn't do something. Gathering all his origin power, Shinji didn't care about the hook as he did his best to create a shield around him. In a blink of an eye, the bullet reached Ritsuka and passed her body without any damage. Ritsuka couldn't help but close her eyes when that happened, but Avalon's light was slightly dim. Luckily, she wasn't the target. Without blinking his eyes, Shinji raised his hand as the bullet arrived. Like nothing can stop it, the bullet that was normal, but containing a terrifying power, passed Shinji's barrier. Raising his hand subconsciously to protect himself, however, the bullet left a golden black flash as Shinji felt his vision was reduced and his head felt numb. Boom! A bullet hole was left in Shinji's hand while the left side of his head exploded with brain matter and blood as the shocked expression was still on his face. The gate of truth wasn't better as the bullet left a large hole on the Kabbalah drawing before the cracks filled it. Boom! The whole gate of truth was broken into fragments, leaving Shinji, who still had the shocked expression on his face, and reached the hook. Without raising any ripples, the bullet sank into the giant tower. Everything calmed down at this moment, the red storm was still blowing, Ritsuka falling, Shinji dying, and Leo lowered his rifle while almost falling on the ground. This is one of Atlas 7 super weapons, Black Barrel. It's a conceptual weapon capable of imposing the notion of limited lifespan into the body of near-immortal creatures to make the immortal creatures killable. This power of imposing and creating paradox is the best way to channel Leo's first noble phantasm because they both have the same function. Holding his name, Lucifer, the first noble phantasm has the power to carry one of his important legends. The stupid and ridiculous idea of equality to God, and the fall of the angel. Gathering all the power from all other noble phantasms, Leo can bless and curse any attack he has to impose the concept of original sin into any divine being, who shouldn't have any sin. This is the most terrifying poison and virus those beings can experience. It's the blessing and curse called humanity. Their authorities will vanish and get smashed, their divine power will go berserk and destroy their bodies, even their minds will experience the human's feelings and collapse. In simple terms, this bullet will turn them into humans while still being gods, creating a paradox that'll crush their very core. As the morning star, Venus, represents the fall, they will also experience it and become very vulnerable, for even a weak human to kill. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the whole parallel world was shaking, the colossal hook finally started moving. Rising from the ground, the tower was rising towards the sky, like it was attempting to escape. If you look closely, you can see a golden shade of light on its body where the bullet hit, and it was spreading slowly. The hook with its massive size was pulling everything with it, even the reality itself was getting dragged as Zelrich's parallel world was stretching like rubber. If the hook targets it, the parallel world will be smashed like an ant. Suddenly, and without any warning, a shadow of a sword slash appeared in the air. The slash didn't affect anything, it didn't even move some wind, however, when it reached the hook, it became something completely different. Fear filled everyone in the world, they couldn't help but shudder fiercely when the slash reached the tower. Leo was also shaking, it was more like an instinct rather than true fear. He can clearly see that if the slash hit him, even if he was in his full power, he'll die instantly. The slash passed through the tower easily before vanishing. The world was caught in silence before the hook was split in two. The white liquid origin power was pouring from the tower like this unkillable behemoth was bleeding into death. Finally. It's over. Leo heard a ring from the chat room as he sighed before collapsing on the ground. He almost consumed everything he had, he even had to keep his origin on to make sure he affected the hook. And now, he can see that route, even if it was scary, finally completed the job. The mighty tower was easily shattered before the damage speared to all its corners and exploded into fragments. When that happened, the whole place was drowned in a dazzling light. True title: The Day a God Was Shot Down. First Noble Phantasm, Lucifer. Rank: B-type, Anti-Divinity. Description: This noble phantasm imposes the original sin on divine beings that supposed to not have any sins. It bless and curse any attack or weapons with the ability to become one of the most scary poisons for divine beings. When it hit the divine being, it'll make a paradox that will crush the whole existence of those beings. However, if the divine being's strength and power was very strong, he can survive. It also require direct contact with the blessed and cursed attack. Current understanding: WIRD means the second noble phantasm, the destiny imposed on all lives in the world, even gods. It comes before the beginning as it planned all the movement in the world. Being one of the stronger types of phenomenons in the existence, those who felt like breaking from it, did they really do that? Maybe they were destined to break from destiny and they jumped from a smaller web to a big one? Who knows? Dragon means the third noble phantasms that represents the end of the world, yet also the end of an angel. The dragons as the symbol of evil and bringer of disasters. Yet, this ending might be more complicated. Fig tart means the first noble phantasms that represents the fall and the beginning, a beginning from one's own hands. For everyone who lived, no one remembers their beginning only after experiencing the end. The classification of these phrases with WIRD, destiny, that was planned beforehand comes first, then the dragon, end. After experiencing the ending, the beginning will arrive, which is fig tart. Chapter 116, Positions. In complete silence, the dazzling light swept the world like a wave, a huge tsunami engulfing everything. It was like the brightness refused to coexist with anything, even all the sounds in the world vanished. Covering the world in a white blanket, the light spread quickly, sweeping the whole reality marble with it. In less than a moment, and without any explosions, the reality and foundation of the reality marble had many cracks flowing with the brightness. Next, like water following on scraps, the reality marble was washed away by the light, flying in the air before melting quickly and not raising any waves. With it, several figures were flushed away easily as they couldn't resist at all. The parallel world faced the same situation. Even if Zelrich tried to stop it, the milky white light didn't stop. However, sensing no danger from the light, he chose to stop. Of course, there's also the fact that he couldn't teleport now or he'd already left the place. Like a gentle veil covering the sky and earth, the milky white light repeated his action on the Zelrich's parallel world, turning it into scattered fragments in the air. This light that was made completely from the origin power that was absorbed in the hook looked like it was controlled by something to clean all these anomalies above the real world. After sweeping the parallel world, the light dies down immediately, revealing the real world that was basically safe from the world-ending battle royal. The snowstorm had already stopped as sunlight was piercing through clouds, melting the snow slightly and reliving the repressed feeling a little. The Holy Grail was already removed and the man-vacuuming machine stopped plundering all the vitality of the land. Zelrich squinted his eyes because of the light, only to hear the sound of electricity clicking and a slight shattering one. Looking at his hand, he saw some smoke rising from his jeweled sword and a current of electricity flashed inside some small cracks. His face darkened while looking at his almost broken mystic code, a sword that can perform the second true magic. Sigh, I knew it, no matter what was the deal, or how it was performed, the one was bound to lose money if it was Alea. Zelrich sighed at his fate while inspecting his jeweled sword. He waved his hand, destroying Alex's body with a magic cannon before walking away. Maybe he can save his mystic code. In the sky, Gilgamesh stood on his ship as he frowned at the white light. EA's in his hand has already stopped rotating as the mana was very, very low now. However, the most striking thing was the sword and Gilgamesh were becoming slightly transparent while some small light particles were floating. Humph, they survived, hey. Looking up, Gilgamesh saw some dark spots in the sky as he didn't care about his condition now. He was just returning to the heroic throne, nothing more. Despite that, he was slightly surprised by his physical body vanishing as well. It seems this isn't a normal exit for this world. The chains of heaven were also turning into light particles slowly as Enkidu looked at Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh didn't speak as he observed the figures for a moment before he smiled. Did you see something, Gil? Enkidu, who knew about Gilgamesh's clairvoyance, thought that his friend saw something that piqued his interest. Recovering this piece of land was the first step and the following will be beyond what happened here. Even with the help of my other self, they are just fighting a losing battle, maybe letting it die here would have been better. Looking at the orange-haired girl holding the golden sheath, Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes slightly. Gil. Enkidu couldn't help but call his friend's name when he saw his look. However, Gilgamesh grinned as his body was almost vanishing and said, yet, in this new future, away from my eyes, struggle with all your might, maybe your actions will prove to be worthy as an entertainment for the king, ha. Feeling that the last mana vanished and they were about to disappear, Enkidu sighed before he said, Gil. Gilgamesh stopped his laughter as he looked at the chains. You missed. With those words, the chains disappeared as Gilgamesh swore he could see Enkidu smiling. Turning into light particles, Gilgamesh just remembered that he missed with an anti-world noble phantasm. With that, Gilgamesh and Enkidu, who used all their mana and power, have left the war. Slightly higher than Gilgamesh's previous location, several figures were falling from the sky. Hearing the wind whistling around him, Leo had a blank expression while crossing his arms. His hair was blowing with the wind while his body was rotating slowly in space as the world was spinning. The sky and earth were rotating in his vision, yet in these conditions, his face was still expressionless while crossing his arms. In my condition, falling down will probably kill me once. Glancing at the ground, Leo didn't change his expression. He really didn't care if he would fall and die once, like it'll kill him completely. Taking regular damage like this will at most kill his physical body, which isn't all that important. Although recovering the body will take some time and for it to get used to his soul power will take longer, it isn't a big problem. His condition isn't optimistic at all. He didn't have any mana currently and his body was hollowed from strength. His brain was stinging badly and the magic crest on his shoulder was sending pain from his soul. His angel mode was deactivated. Yet, he wasn't worried at all, he wondered if the insanity in his origin increased his own. Now with heaven's feels, even if I didn't complete it, the independence of my soul increased, which made me wonder. Feeling the pain in his brain, Leo was lost in thoughts. Can I separate my head from my body and walk like a Dullahan? Interesting, very interesting. Leo was asking some important questions, completely ignoring the ground that was getting closer before he heard a scream in the middle of the winds howling. Ah! Glancing to his side, Leo saw a couple of people experiencing the wonderful free fall with him. The one who screamed was closest to him. Oh! Hello! Leo greeted the screaming Rin as she snapped immediately. Don't you dare hello me! What did you do? Everyone who was in the reality marble were swept like trash as they rose and rose in the sky before the milky white light vanished, leaving them in a free fall. Rin was screaming because of the quick change in events while Archer was trying to grab her. Merlin had a helpless expression on his face while leaving a trail of flowers. Ritsuka felt weird for this double free fall, and Nero was shaking her head from the headache she just got, yet there were 3 new faces and a corpse falling down too. Why are you complicating the situation? This is nothing, at most, we'll die once, Leo said in a nonchalant manner, which gained a nod from Merlin as a fellow member in the Not Dying If Got Killed club. However, his words ignited Rin's rage further. What do you mean by dying once? We can only live once. With that mindset, you were clearly born in the wrong world. Leo ignored the angry Rin, who was caught by Archer, and he glanced at the 3 new visitors. They were also looking at the corpse with the crushed head, falling faster than everyone. Glancing at the surprise, disbelief, fear, anger, sadness on the face of Medea and Sakura, Leo looked at Ritsuka and Rin before sighed and said, this will be either easy or too troublesome. Feeling Leo's eyes, Medusa didn't know why, but she shuddered a little before summoning her horse, Pegasus. Despite feeling that the being in front of her is in a bad condition, her instinct told her to run immediately. She doesn't have time or mana to waste now. At least, she'll send Sakura to safety. During this conversation, the ground was very close, but apparently, only Ritsuka seemed to care. After all, it was a life-threatening situation, right? Glancing at all these reactions, Ritsuka didn't know if she was the weird one or she was too normal for this place. Fu was on Ritsuka's shoulder as he patted her, like telling her to give up on these pointless thoughts. However, with Avalon, she's the equivalent of the strongest meat shield in this world, so she's the least threatened by this situation. Suddenly, she saw a red flash before Nero, using her mana as a thruster on her feet, was able to step on air and rush to Leo. I caught you! Nero caught Leo in the middle of the air with a hug, which made him stare at her without changing expression and say, you caught me? Yea, fear not, with me here, there's nothing to worry about. Nero said with a smile while closing her eyes, like preparing for the impact. Nero Leo still has his expressionless face. Omu. I know you're moved and grateful, however. You don't have to worry about me. Nero hugged Leo tighter. Nero Leo's tone raised slightly. I'm an omnipotent genius and I will sue. Before Nero completed her word, she heard a loud voice, Nero. Opening her eyes, Nero stared at Leo before she noticed that there was no wind blowing. They were floating a few meters above the ground and their bodies had a pink aura that defied the gravity and momentum of the fall. Medusa and Pegasus were frozen by the pink aura before ripples appeared in space. Pakia passed through the ripples and controlled his power, lowering everyone slowly to the ground, even Medusa and Pegasus, who were frozen in space. Ah! The ground where my flowers grow, I missed you. Merlin breathed a sigh of relief when he finally landed. Fu landed behind as he looked at Merlin, who looked like he'll kiss the ground in the next second. Does that count as kissing Gaia? Fu shook his head furiously to forget about this horrible thought. What was that? Ritsuka asked Leo and Nero, who landed, with a blank expression. Couldn't he summon this beast faster? Then she looked at Gugalana as she gone completely speechless. Venom, can you sustain physical activities? Leo didn't answer her as he communicated with Venom, who said although runes are completely ineffective currently, the normal physical aspect is possible. A few black strips appeared from inside the slightly ragged clothes of Leo as they were moving like tattoos on his skin, they even spread slightly around his face. Moving his hand slightly, Leo found no problem in moving normally, although using a bigger strength than a regular human is impossible now. Absurd Battle Rules Number 3, if you use all that you have like a madman in one attack, always make sure you have a backup plan or some other hidden cards. Leo's answer left Ritsuka dumbfounded. What the hell was the absurd battle rules? Archer put Rin down while looking at the frozen Medusa. To be honest, fighting her would be a great disadvantage for him. Even if he used UBW, he was bound to lose against Medusa in a fair fight, so he targeted Sakura to lower her movements. Shinji-sama, please, no. Medea was turning into light particles while looking at Shinji's corpse with tears. Her body was ragged and her arm was cut off by Nero's sword as she was almost pleading for the corpse to wake up again, but only the silence answered as her tears dropped from her eyes. Brother, brother. Sakura seemed to be broken as her eyes stared at Shinji's corpse, like she didn't want to believe what she was looking at. Medusa was frozen in space as she struggled, but her mana was running low and Pakia's space wasn't easy to solve. Struggling to move forward, Medea wasn't able to muster any strength as she vanished in tears, leaving Sakura collapsing on the ground while whispering, "Sister Medea." She was once again alone. Tears couldn't help but fall from Sakura's eyes as he clenched her fists, dragging some dirt from the ground. Sakura. Rin felt the words were stuck in her throat. She wanted to move forward, but looking at her sister's tears, she couldn't. Archer sighed while looking at the clear sky as the dark clouds were scattered. Always there has to be a sacrifice and someone to be left suffering. This is the nature of this world, be it in saving humanity or war, like this one. Looking at this scene, Ritsuka glanced at Shinji, who was headshot, before looking at Sakura and Medea. Her stomach felt uncomfortable and she clenched her fist. Honestly, if she saw someone die, she wouldn't react this much, but this scene. She didn't know what to do. Troublesome it is. Leo shook his head while looking at this scene. He glanced at Shinji's corpse and saw the breath life had left it. Shinji in his Gate of Truth mode, completed the Kabbalah knowledge, so that technically made him a god. The bullet pulled him into a paradox and returned him into a human, but Shinji couldn't handle the power of the gate as a human, his soul isn't enough at all. With the gate collapsing, Shinji's soul returned to normal and couldn't survive the debuff from the first noble phantasm, shattering and vanishing. Apparently, even without this, the Traversers' souls seemed to be attached to their cheats with a strong bond. If the system left, they die. If it was destroyed, they'd also die. Sakura, I. Rin gathered her courage and moved towards Sakura, almost touching her shoulder, but her hand was slapped immediately. Don't touch me! Don't you dare call my name! Sakura screamed to the top of her lungs as her face was filled with different expressions. Sad, anger, fear, resentment, and pain as tears streamed from her face. I. Rin was tongue-tied as she was stuttering. Sakura's face and eyes were tearing her heart, but she didn't retreat. Oh? What? No, I should have known from the start. This is Tosaka's family, like always, taking everything away from me. Seeing Rin's face, Sakura smiled blankly like losing her soul before she said, "You took my life once, now you took it again, with my only brother but I'm..." Rin tried to say something before Sakura screamed, "You're not my sister. I have one sister and her name is Medea. You're just a murdered. Someone who'll not settle down until they take everything away from me." More tears appeared in Sakura's eyes as she felt her strength leaving her and her feet were weak. She is almost collapsing, the pillars that supported her all vanished in moments and leaving her alone. Medusa's eyes became red as her struggles increased when she saw Sakura's situation. Merlin didn't show any different expression, but he raised his staff slowly. Rin lowered her head as she couldn't raise it anymore, she just couldn't keep listening and watching. Ritsuka listened to these words as she felt a hammer was striking on her heart. This feeling was one of the worst she experienced. Sorry, but I believe that I was the one who killed the dear brother of yours. Suddenly, Sakura heard an emotionless voice. She looked over to see Leo staring at her with his nonchalant eyes. Lucifer. Ritsuka didn't expect this at all as she stared at Leo in shock. What? You got the wrong person, I was the one that shot your brother to the head. Ending his life without changing his expression, Leo said those words calmly. Like he wasn't talking about killing but drinking water instead, completely casual. Leo's tone and eyes made Sakura's eyes red from anger. She was completely mad as she gathered mana in her hand and tried to rush towards Leo. All the thoughts in her head were that she'll kill him, it was him who took her brother from her. She'll never stop until he's a corpse on the ground. Leo narrowed his eyes as they flashed with a chill that made Ritsuka shudder slightly. Sakura. Rin activated the strengthening magecraft and caught Sakura. You murder. I'll kill you. I'll absolutely kill you. Let me go. Sakura was struggling as Rin refused to let go. If she let go, she had a feeling that she'll really lose her sister completely. I'm terribly sorry, but please go to sleep. Merlin appeared in front of Sakura as he tapped her head with his staff. Sakura's screams grew weaker before her eyelids became heavy and closed. She fell to sleep in Rin's arms. Pakia. Looking at Sakura's condition, Leo said calmly as Pakia removed the space power on Medusa. Medusa immediately rushed towards Sakura in Rin's arms, but she didn't take her. She felt that even if her master hated Rin, she was probably the last person available to help. Rin looked in distress at Sakura sleeping as she was wondering if she did the right thing. Joining this party, she saved her sister or she'll probably be a corpse with Shinji. This was the HGW and Magi battles, but even if she knew, that still brought her more pain. As for Nero, she just stood there, like Sakura's outbreak didn't concern her at all. What happened to you, Master? Leo noticed Ritsuka's gaze as he looked at her eyes directly and said, Are you shocked to see the reaction from the loved ones of the dead? This reaction is normal and very predictable. Don't tell me you thought of taking a life without thinking of receiving something like this one day. Leo lifted his eyebrow as his calm look made Ritsuka bite her lip. She knew this tone. These days, she found that Leo has several tones in his talk. This one, when he says master in a funny way, it means that he found this boring and he's just waiting to see her reaction. Just now. Were you planning on killing her? Ritsuka stared directly into Leo's eyes while waiting for an answer. Without any hesitation, Leo said his answer normally as Ritsuka took a deep breath and asked Nero, Can I ask you the same? I'll execute her for trying to kill the Emperor. Nero's words were short like Leo as they converted their meaning instantly to Ritsuka. Nero is an emperor, times were very different. When going to war and kill enemy's soldiers, do you think they'll not have families behind them? Also, the emperor was like a god in Rome, so the values of life were completely different from today. This is the difference between Ritsuka, who grew up in the modern era and didn't interact with Magi society, and a lot of heroic spirits in old eras. Sigh, truly, troublesome. Leo sighed again while looking at Ritsuka lowering her head. He knew this would come one day, so he wasn't surprised or moved by it at all. His job, their job, in the chat room, is to hunt the system users and all the traversers for the world's wills. The chat room isn't a bunch of good guys nor evil. Their job and mission are completely clear and they already choose their position. Leo is clear of this and became clearer after the first time the chat room was introduced. Also, who said the world's wills side is good or bad? The outer gods are bad? Naive. There isn't a bad or good sides here. Both sides will absolutely have their reasons despite being vague. Even the chat room classifies them as enemies, not as absolute evil. People change, people varieties, it's impossible for all these traverses or even a large number of them to be the so-called evil according to humans' understanding. There will be good and even very good traversers. They'll have friends, allies, even families, yet their job as hunters was to clear their existence from the world. It doesn't matter if they were good or bad, they had to be eliminated because every action they take, be it justice or evil, will bring a negative impact on the world. Some will talk about coexist and finding a friendly solution. For what? A war that who knew when it started in the multiverse, and now you want to find peace? Will outer gods stop? No, they need origin power. Will the world's wills stop? No, they won't let outer gods suck their origin power like vampires. There's definitely hatred after all this time, even the outer gods might have it too. For traversers like Shinji, who escaped the control of the outer god, is there a solution? Maybe, but even if it existed, who can be sure that he really escaped the control or he's just dancing on the palm of the outer god all the time? These problems aren't Leo's concern at all. He'll just go with what was told in the mission and finish it. He'll avoid all the chance to form any sort of friendship with outer gods' agents, so he can focus without an emotional chain. For this reason, he chose to take these types of missions at the start for Kazuma and Misaka. Currently, they just met the so-called bad guys, so the effect wasn't a lot, but if they were to meet a scene like this with Sakura or bigger than it with the need to kill a very good guy, will they do it? Or will they freeze in their places? Fujimaru Ritsuka, you are not a good guy, neither a bad one. Something like good and bad is very unstable and might never exist, especially if your path was to save humanity and your dear people. Shaking his head, Leo glanced at Shinji's corpse. Then, what? If the path you're talking about is like this, is it really worth it? Ritsuka was unwilling as she looked at the ground. Leo shook his head before his expression became serious and said, they say the evil is subjective and some say it's not, and people should be aware of what evil and good in this era. He, let's assume this is correct. Does it also apply to other eras? Different species? It doesn't even apply to this era. There's Magi and dead apostles. Did you finally realize it? Master of Chaldea, your stage isn't a mere era, but the whole timelines, even places that were never seen in history, and your true enemy isn't your opponents. It's humanity itself. Logic and virtues imposed in a certain era will become pointless. Leo chuckled a little before he said, the path of human salvation isn't an easy one, and it has just started. What will follow is beyond what you saw here. At that time, you'll be the one to make the choice, so before you sympathize with others, knew your position first. Even if I can see that you knew your position clearly from that jump. Leo's words were like an arrow on Ritsuka's heart because she couldn't deny them. He was right. When she jumped, she was thinking about Mashu, Romani, and everyone in Chaldea. That was her goal, the true reason for fighting. She didn't give any thought to whether someone might suffer from her action, and even if she did, she won't hesitate. Like Leo said, this is her position. Archer felt like he's sighing a lot. If this was his younger self, he'll be the first to shoot him, but looking at others experiencing it, honestly, he didn't react much, but it left a bad taste in his mouth. Ha, now, let's stop. Look at the bright side, everyone is safe and sound. Merlin came with a dry laugh as he tried to ease the atmosphere, but even he knew that this was hard. He doesn't know these feelings Ritsuka is experiencing. He isn't human enough to know, so the best he could do was try to switch attention. Rin raised her head and looked at this as she also sighed. This reminds her of some young and new magi, who weren't affected by the supernatural world situation. Oh? It seems something interesting is happening here. A voice appeared from the side as Zelrich was walking slowly. Didn't you run away? Leo lifted his eyebrow while looking at the old magician before he noticed the huge Gugalana. Believe me, I really want to leave, but the deal forces me to check on the situation, Zelrich said before he looked at Shinji's corpse and waved his hand. Ripples appeared in space before the corpse disappeared. Zelrich stroked his beard and said, you were going to destroy it anyway, so let me do that more effectively, doing charity now. Leo didn't care about Zelrich's moves as he looked at Gugalana and said, hey, big guy, do you want to go with me or return to your owner? Gugalana lowered its head to stare at Leo while thinking slightly. It wasn't going to return to its owner even if the timeline was fixed. It'll be stolen again from Ishtar in Babylon by Ishtar in New York. Either way, Gugalana will suffer from 2 unreasonable owners instead of 1. An Ishtar, who lost Brian cells and became a useless goddess, and another Ishtar, who lost Brian cells and became a third wheel for Gilgamesh and Enkidu. So, it made a decision. Go with this god that has a strong Venus authority before making the final call. Okay, become smaller. Leo said as Gugalana tilted its head in confusion. Leo put his arm on its hoof and sent a picture to its brain. Gugalana felt weird, but it nodded before a bright light flashed and it started to shrink. From a mountain-sized divine beast to a size similar to Pikachu by using its divine power. It became a small boar with black and white colors. It also had 2 small blue horns on its head. I'll call you, POMD, Piglet of Mass Destruction. Picking up Gugalana, Leo gave it a name that'll leave everyone speechless if they knew its true meaning. Gugalana now. Zelrich shook his head as he turned away. These interactions between them made everyone feel like these two knew each other very clearly. Now, if you excuse me. Zelrich was about to leave before he saw Rin, who was holding Sakura, and said, "You don't have to worry about the aftermath, let's say, it'll be cleaned." With those words, Zelrich didn't stay another second in this place of madness as he teleported immediately. What does that mean, Hui? Rin was confused by Zelrich's words before she noticed several light particles flying in the air. They appeared from everyone and everything, even she was turning into light particles, which alarmed her greatly. What is going on? Ritsuka was surprised before she felt her hands were light. Avalon turned into light and disappeared with the wind. Ever heard of the hard reset button? Let's say, the world has pushed it. You can also count it as your wish from the Holy Grail. Leo looked at some light particles on his hands. Although this timeline could be destroyed and start from scratch, it isn't cost-effective, so the world will use this place as the starting point and draw the other timelines. And for that to happen, it'll be moved back to the ideal form, which means eliminating all the anomalies. Meanwhile, in the imaginary numbers space, a temple was swimming in the void. Unlike the usual calm, it had several light particles flying around. The demon god's pillars started to disappear from the temple because the timeline is getting fixed and they played a large role in it, so they were forcibly taken by the world. A beast and human evil saving the world. Goisha was sitting on the throne while looking at the dark void. His face didn't carry much emotions, yet he seemed in deep thoughts. Using the last timeline as a seed to grow up the other timelines, an obvious move from the counterforce. Humph, if it were an ordinary one, they would cut it like a parasite from the tree. Laughing coldly, Goisha shook his head before he looked at the demon god's pillars. Don't resist. The counterforce are restarting the timelines, so to avoid a paradox, our plan will recover as well. After this finish, I'll awaken your memories, Goisha said as the demon gods nodded and bowed before they disappeared. In less than a few moments, Goisha was left alone in the Temple of Time, staring at the empty void. After a long time, he said, "Jedediah, hey." Looking at the particular memory in his body's mind, Goisha closed his eyes as everything returned to silence. Back to the broken timeline. Tomu. Although I think you need to lower it a little, well said. Nero waited until this finished as she saw her figure become slightly transparent. She and Merlin are receiving mana from Leo. So, after Leo wasted all his mana, they are in the same situation as the other servant. But it doesn't make much difference because everyone is getting rejected from the timeline now. Maybe, just maybe. Looking at Ritsuka in deep thoughts, Leo shook his head before he saw Nero standing in front of him with her arms wide open. Leo lifted his eyebrow, but Nero didn't change her expression, which made him sigh. Tomu. Say it. Nero took it as yes as she pulled Leo into a big hug while narrowing her eyes. Really? Leo said with a helpless voice, then he saw Nero's condition. The spirit core was weak, her dress was burned slightly and she lost her ribbon. There was a couple of burns on her body, even her sword was cracked slightly. You're really unreasonable, for what did you do this? Honestly, there wasn't a big reason for you to take any risk for me. Sighing, Leo, in Nero's surprised eyes, hugged her back. Fine, thank you, Nero. Thank you for everything. For your help and support, and more importantly, thank you for your heart, really thank you. Hearing Leo's words, Nero's eyes sparkled as she hugged back with a smile. Omu. However, when she hugged him, she whispered in Leo's ear, yet, a pillar of hate and revenge isn't ideal. Neither for you or that girl. I'm a beast. Leo didn't care a lot. Nero tightened her hug as she said, I know ho. How sweet. I like these situations much more. Merlin said as he brought attention to himself. He was also turning into flower petals, scattering slowly with the wind. It's Merlin's signature form of servant's usual light particles. This reminds me. Ahem. Leo coughed like he was forcing himself to say something before he said thank you too, Merlin. Honestly, you were the greatest help here. Oakman, don't say that. You'll make me blush, Merlin said while putting his hand on his face. This made Fu's ears raise as he looked at him with killing intent. Don't push it. Leo felt extremely helpless by this reaction. The light particles and flower petals increased. The servants around were losing mana very quickly and almost disappearing completely. Even Leo and Ritsuka were getting rejected from this timeline. It seems this is the end of this journey in our lives. Merlins looked at Ritsuka and said, I'll not say goodbye because our paths will surely cross again. Until then, I hope that your journey will be safe. Merlin smiled at everyone here before he turned into flower petals and scattered with the wind. Compared with everyone here, he was under greater pressure. The timeline was returning to normal, so his ability to stay here was denied. Even using Leo's identity as a beast to stay was impossible. At first, he used a spell with Avalon's assistant to use his human side dreams as a link to Beast 6 after Leo visited Avalon. This was actually a very genius way, but it left Leo in a wonder. How many times did Merlin bit his tongue? Fu looked at Merlin's figure disappearing as he lowered his head and ears a little before moving back to Ritsuka. Master, I'll be going. Archer looked at Rin holding Sakura. I know, Rin said briefly while looking at her sister's sleeping face. Master, I know this was a huge blow, but look forward. As long as you keep fighting, even if it's ridiculous, maybe you'll succeed. Archer was leaving as he closed his eyes. Thank you, Archer. Thank you for everything. Hearing those words, Archer just smiled and said thank you too. Rin, can I leave Sakura with you? Medusa said as she looked straight into Rin's eyes. She didn't need an answer. Rin's eyes told her everything she needed to know as she couldn't stay further and turned into light particles. Omu. It seems it's my time too. However, don't worry, even if we were separated. I'll find you even at the end of the earth. Saying some scary words, Nero smiled while looking at Leo. Leo looked at her as he stopped any question he was about to say. Even if he asked, he'll just get an unreasonable answer, so he just smiled. We're absolutely a bunch of unreasonable people, Leo said with a small smile, even if his body was hurting from the hug, but that smile disappeared in the next second because of a whisper. Now, show me your face. Like doing a complete turn, Nero said those words that got an instant response from Leo. No chance. Nero pouted as she tightened her hug. Leo felt his already hurt body was screaming for mercy. But he let her hug him, counting it as his last thank he can give for now. After some moments, Nero turned into light particles in Leo's arm and flew with the wind, returning to the heroic throne. Staring at the light spots, Leo shook his head before he looked at Ritsuka, who finally sighed and looked at them with him. Ritsuka looked at Leo directly. His clothes were slightly ragged and his horns disappeared. She wanted to say something, but Leo stopped her. Any question you have isn't for a beast like me to answer. Live and see, maybe one day you'll reach it. But here is an interesting thing, that girl just now, she killed before. So, what'll her reaction be if she had a situation like this? Sigh. Honestly, this is troublesome. I really hate to think about these things. Leaving Ritsuka to her thoughts, Leo looked at light particles flying towards the sky. This was a magnificent scene, but he didn't have any mood to appreciate it. To be honest, if he was in a different situation and condition, he'd kill Sakura here without any hesitation. A loose end isn't a very good thing to keep, especially Sakura, who has a probability of becoming a vassal for Beast, although it's much smaller because the timeline changes. No matter how much her past was horrible or she was miserable, an enemy is an enemy, especially after she attacked with the intent to kill. Who doesn't have his own sad story and pain? In reality, he can kill Sakura here directly. Even if he kept Ritsuka's words, Rin only wanted to find her sister, not protect her. Yet, he let them go. He said it multiple times, this situation is very troublesome. Even if something went wrong, he has the biggest backer in the world, Root. Without the hook interference, Root is the last person someone wants to mess with. Leo really hates to think a lot about these things. They usually leave a bad taste in his mouth. Maybe his origin felt him and subconsciously drove him to get a huge strength, just to throw away these schemes and crush everything with power. Well, it's time. Leo's body almost became completely transparent as he raised his hand and put it on top of Ritsuka's head, which surprised her. My words, you don't need to consider them. I'm a beast and you're a human. Make your choice and move forward. I believe you'll have a lot of people to support you. Leo messed up Ritsuka's hair completely, which made her angry and forget about these complicated things a little. Removing his hand, Leo walked a few steps as he was next to Pakia before he said, now, Master of Chaldea, carry this blessing and curse, go fight, struggle. Maybe you'll be the one to pop this bubble of dreams. Carry what you believe in and look for it, in a world where its only virtue is strength, find it, find the beauty that you saw once. A beauty that even I can't call it superficial. With a turn, Leo smiled as he turned into light particles, glowing like stars in the sky. Why can't it be only a blessing? Ritsuka sighed at Leo's beast speech, which made him laugh, and say, where's the fun in that? Satisfied with his racial skill as a beast to give cool speeches, Leo nodded as he looked at Ritsuka almost disappearing completely with him. To be honest, Leo was serious in those words. This world can't be saved with peace and friendship power or something. There'll be a lot of pain in the way, and if Ritsuka can't make up her mind, she will experience a mental collapse before her body gives in. This master of his, even if she seemed to have experienced a lot, but she was very young and inexperienced, which was weird for him. Yet, Leo didn't want to ask. Glancing at Leo almost vanishing, Ritsuka clenched her fist before she heard a voice and something appeared from her command seals. Her old command seals recovered with a red glow and a screen appeared above them. Tutorial has been completed. Chaldea is powered up by salt has been activated. Leo, who felt that he did a brilliant job as a beast with his cool speech, tilted his head while looking at that screen. The screen was light blue and didn't have much information. There were a couple of icons at the bottom, which were summon, formation, and others were hidden. In less than a second, his face became pale. He knew this, deep in his nightmares, the gates of salt opened up. Nanny da fuck. Saying the first thing in his mind, Leo and all his beasts turned into particles of light and vanished with the wind. Beast 6 has left the war, like he saw his biggest nightmare. Looking at Leo disappearing, Ritsuka felt weird, but clenched her fist before she turned into light and felt her vision become black. After a few moments, her vision went back as she found herself in a city burning in flames. Ritsuka knew this place very well, how many times she saw it until it was engraved in her mind. Without moving, several skeletons-like creatures moved towards her slowly. She didn't change her expression as a girl with black armor and a large shield rushed to protect her. Are you okay, senior? Hearing the familiar voice, Ritsuka felt her body trembling a little. This is her chance, the last chance. Nothing will stop her. She'll definitely give all and succeed. Let's go, Mashu. Rushing forward, Ritsuka clenched her fist as she joined the battle. Deep in the void, the timelines were growing like a sapling, slowly forming leaves and branched to become a tree. A new start for this world, a world where the light shines like the moon. It doesn't bring any warmth, yet it shines brightly in the sky. Type Moon Part 1, and A/N, did anyone think that Type Moon has a true happy ending? Oh, sweet summer child. Chapter 117, Back. In a place beyond the physical world, the endless whiteness stretched towards the unknown, filling everything with a bright milky color. This place gave a lot of weird feelings. Some will question if this is a dream or reality. Is this place true color is white? However, the biggest feeling here is emptiness. An endless emptiness that'll never be filled. In this white landscape, a person appeared here as he fell directly on the ground. Although his fall didn't produce any sound, the pain was there, but he didn't care about falling on his face. He was pale and trembling a little. Standing up slowly, he held his hurting head as his eyes were shaking. It was like he saw all the horrors of the world at the same time and was forced to memorize them for eternity. After a few seconds, Leo calmed down a little as he was whispering, "No, I'm still safe. There's hope. I shouldn't be a normal servant in Gacha. My condition should be like Goisha, a completely unavailable servant in Gacha." Those whispers felt like a helpless comfort, but Leo looked better. Unavailable in what? A woman in a white kimono was standing next to Leo as she asked. Without knowing when, the place changed as petals were falling from the sky and the witness on the ground was gleaming with a faint gold. Actually, Root appeared earlier, but she stood there watching Leo having a breakdown. Leo turned to look at Root. His eyes were empty, like he gave up on life and died on the inside at the same time before he said, You doomed us all." Root tilted her head. Although she guessed Leo's breakdown reason, why did she doom herself and all of them? Why? If you wanted to destroy the world, why didn't you just summon a beast? Or all of the beasts for a battle royal? Now, the world will burn in flames. No, it'll be tortured. Even if it begged for mercy. We, the beasts, are heroes. Even our actions will be fucking righteousness compared to that thing. Saying all those words quickly, Leo was almost having another breakdown when thinking about the future. Root was still standing there, blinking her eyes in confusion. However, Leo didn't care about her confusion. He was still thinking about the seed of the absolute evil he just witnessed. Yes, absolute evil. He didn't even call the cruelest beings as absolute evil, but that thing deserved this title. Despite not awakening, the seed of the embodiment of chaos has been planted, and the reason was Root in front of him. I know your fears, but be more logical. Ritsuka is just a normal girl, dragged into this because of my plot. Root, like a teacher, said those words calmly. Yes, I know, but because of that, I'm more scared. How could a normal person exist in your world? We all should have some loose screws. Leo took a deep breath before he said seriously, the more normal she looks, the more I'm scared of what'll be hidden. Leo, calm yourself. You're really exaggerating it now. At the end of the day, you saw Ritsuka and spent time with her. Even if it wasn't a lot, it was sufficient for you to understand her. Root was frowning a little because of Leo's remarks. She never felt so offended by something completely true. Leo stopped as he sighed. Honestly, he felt helpless before he said, "Yeah, maybe I'm exaggerating. How could it be for something like the embodiment of chaos Ritsuka to exist? I guess that manga is just a joke." Leo smiled at his silly thoughts. Yeah, how could something ridiculous like that exist? It's not like there are infinite possibilities. Leo solidified in his place before he looked at Root. Root lowered her eyes to the side and turned her head away a little, like she didn't want to meet Leo's gaze before she said, parallel worlds and infinite possibilities scared angels noises. Leo stood in his place with a pale face before he opened his mouth and screamed, but his screams were like whispers in a weird language. Root blinked at Leo, who lost his control and screamed in angelic before he calmed down. I see. Leo nodded before he stood in his place normally, but for Root, his original pale face from his injuries became white like a paper. Ahem, let's talk about this later. Root cleared her throat before she put her hands on Leo's shoulders and said, I want to congratulate you for your splendid performance. We need more people like you, driving a space armada to fight in a magical-based place. Root patted Leo's shoulders like she was satisfied with the aerial battle with Gilgamesh more than saving the world. To think about it, didn't she was the one who cut down the hook, then flushed us like trash from the reality marble. Leo's body was shaking from Root's friendly tapping, however, he shook his head before he put his hands on her shoulders. We also need more world's wills like you. Leo tapped Roots on the shoulders exactly like she did before and said, smart, strong, and capable. You're really an ideal world's will. Root stopped as she stared at Leo. She was confused, but she wasn't moved at all because she can feel it. This guy is scheming for something. What do you want? Root looked at Leo in the eyes and asked. Root, how could you say this? I want something? Did you really think I'll praise you because I want something? I disappointed, to think I was that kind of person in your eyes. Leo closed his eyes like he suffered a major blow, but Root's eyes became blank as she said, yes, you are goddamn right, I am. Admitting it shamelessly, Leo removed his hands as Root did the same. Why are you asking for your reward? Just wait for it in the chat room. Shaking her head, Root asked. No offense, but the currency called points can't help me at all. Damn, my so-called system became pointless, uselessly expensive, and too bothersome to use. Leo sighed at his situation. In his current levels, relying on the chat room's power increasing function is too pointless and troublesome. Just the traveling function is far more enough for Leo to pull some shenanigans with other worlds' powers. So, these days, he didn't even bother to check on the shop or strengthening function after he saw more than 9 zeros next to his Esper's ability. Root's eyes narrowed as they flashed. It seems that the chat room needs some boost that'll make this angel eat his words. After all, she was one of the makers of the chat room and has pride in her creation. Leo felt a chill before he saw Root's eyes flashing, however, she just smiled and said, I see, then do you want me to heal you? Will that cost me from the reward? Leo felt it was more than good to be true, after all, he knew his current condition. Smiling brightly, like a flower blooming, Root said, no, but who made you have almost no points? Cough. I don't want to make it hard for you after all this time, after all, you're a world's will that I, Satan, respect. So, can I ask you to share your wisdom and knowledge? Leo coughed as he looked very honest in his words. However, this time, Root was really confused and said, do you want me to connect you to the Akashic? However, she quickly denied that because Leo already rejected being connected to the huge database of this world. No, no, no. It appears that you can make systems, share this wisdom with us mortals. Leo shook his head before he said those words with a bright smile. Rejected. Root looked at him with a blank look before she said, and don't ask again. This knowledge can't be understood or used by you at all. Also, you're not mortal. All of us mortals compare to you. Leo nodded his head while sighing. His look made Root's eyebrow twitch. Then, to avoid the black keys and gotcha, can I ask for another type of knowledge? Leo looked like he made some sort of a decision before looking at his right hand, which had a slight burn on it. Root looked at Leo's right hand before her pupil shrank and said, you want that knowledge? Yeah, there's no use now. Although I used my right side to charge against Solomon, the real reason for injuries because my right is very unbalanced. Speaking those words, Leo clenched his fist before he said, yet, I can't go in the orthodox way, the most logical way will be balancing it with my left. Sephiroth and Qliphoth, both of them serve the same purpose even if their foundation was different, yet, a hollowed tree is still a hollowed tree. Leo looked at his left hand before he sighed. Root frowned as she fell into deep thoughts before saying, now, I really can't help you much. They aren't really easy to mess with at all. Although they exist in some of our worlds, those were only avatars. Their main bodies are swimming in the multiversal void this time, it was Leo's turn to be surprised as he said, "It seems the relationship between you and them are different from the other outer gods." "No, they are still considered as outer gods, but they are special. To be honest, they are more on good terms with us than the outer gods." Root shook her head, indicating that she doesn't want to talk about it any further. "So, it's not a fundamental problem, except it'll be difficult, right?" Leo thought about it a couple of times before he nodded. "Difficult? No, it's really easy, yet the aftermath is what worries me." Root's thoughts kept circling in her brain, trying to find a good solution. Honestly, she wants to kick Leo from the roots now and give him normal rewards filled with gacha, black keys and mapo tofu. But it was a good thing she learned about this, at least she can control it for now without letting things get out of control. She knew with Leo's personality, he's bound one day to find what he wants and get it. Actually, it's easy for him to get it, like super easy. Moreover, the compatibility with him and that one is ridiculously great. Leo stood there waiting for Root, who was thinking as he felt slightly dizzy because of his injuries. Root noticed this as she sighed, then her eyes flashed. She decided to take this slowly, step by step, without stirring much waves. They might even pull those beings to their side slightly further if they succeeded. "Fine, I can give you, but there'll be a lot of rules in this. Also, I'm charging you on GOOOOOSE 6, and the incomplete heavens feels because of this." Root said with a serious face, which made Leo nod. It seems his choice is really expensive for Root, or there are some problems he doesn't know about. However, not now. "I need some time to prepare, and you also need to be in the best state." Root returned to her normal look as she gave another condition. "Yeah, no problem, I also need to take care of a lot of things on my side." Leo nodded as Root's conditions were very suitable for him. "Okay, your reward is almost finished, you can leave." Root sighed as she felt her work will increase. "Almost? Can I ask for something?" Leo put his hand on his chin as he asked, but then he saw Root's eyes before he said, "Don't worry, this is just a question." Root lifted her eyebrow as she was waiting for Leo's question. "In the cycle of birth and death, do the souls treatment varieties from one world to another a lot?" Saying those words calmly, Leo looked at Root in the eyes. Staring at Leo, Root frowned a little at this question before she remembered something and said, "You. How long were you thinking about this?" For a while." Giving a casual answer, Leo shrugged his shoulders. A slight dilemma and helplessness appeared on Root's face as she closed her eyes. After a few moments, she opened them slightly and said, "The world is like a living entity, a closed system like the universe, as the amount of energy doesn't change, but its shape keeps changing. In fact, this can also relate to the 5 true magics." Root walked slowly around the place. "It is said that the beginning first changed everything, the world started from nothingness. The first true magic, the denial of nothingness. The following second acknowledged many, parallel worlds, timelines, and the infinite possibilities. The second true magic, operation of parallel worlds. The resulting third showed the future, the souls, life, the things that allowed the world to truly have life and advance. The third true magic, heavens feels. The linking fourth concealed itself, the already prepared encounters, destiny, fate, and karma. The fourth true magic, karmic memory. The final fifth had already lost its meaning, consumption, extinction, civilization advancement, and the order had fallen. The fifth true magic, magic blue. These magics are singing the song of creation and advancement of the world, the so-called cycle of life, death, reincarnation, and all of those that were done normally, are just something similar to our organs. Their function is to reduce the stress and consummation on the world, so they are like a closed system." Root said slowly as Leo was listening. "Heaven, hell, are actually the same place for us. A place to recycle the souls, I guess you know this. Even in a world that doesn't have these two concepts, the souls will be equally washed and used again. These places are usually in the world you came from, which is why it's easy for the outer gods to steal those souls. Of course, this rule isn't fixed because rules change from a world to another." Root looked at Leo as she didn't notice anything before she continued. We also wanted to clear this problem, but changing a function like this for a world is like turning it into a chimera. Leo noticed that Root's tone carried a slight anger, which made him think. If the world's will are this strong, why can't they stop the traversers or mess with them in their worlds? There's a lot of things, hey. Leo wondered how many secrets this multiverse contains, but honestly, he doesn't care that much as long as it doesn't affect him a lot. For your question, the souls that have been washed. They are not the same people, no matter how much they look similar to the previous lives, they are never the same person. Also, it has been a very long time. Root finished explaining as the last phrase was actually for Leo. I see. Thank you for the information, I guess I should leave. Leo nodded as he stretched his hurting body and wanted to leave this place. Do you want to go on another world mission? Root said as she got an instant response from Leo. Hell no. I just want a vacation for my burned brain cells. They can go and suffer in Konosuba alone. Okay, I'll send you to your home world, but sometimes, keeping everything inside and for ourselves isn't very good. Root nodded before she said seriously. Even if it doesn't affect us, but at least once in a while, it's good to release what we kept inside of our minds. Root didn't wait for Leo to talk and threw a card. Leo caught the card to see it was a class card of a saber as he lifted his eyebrow. An extra reward, only because it'll annoy you, Root said as Leo was trying to remove the card, but it was stuck on his fingers. What the hell? Leo struggled to remove the class card for a moment before he stopped and sighed. His body started to become transparent as Root lifted her eyebrow because she expected more struggle. Oh, I forgot to say. You and GOOOOSE aren't in the gacha pool. Seeing Leo almost leaving, Root smiled sweetly before she said for now. With those words, Leo with his eyes that gave up on life, left Type Moon's world as Root sighed. To think the actual heaven was in a place far deeper than hell. Shaking her head, Root also left the place. She has a lot of things to do and the extra work is the worst, especially if it involves those tentacles gods. Meanwhile, a world filled with angels, fallen angels, devils, and dragons. In a normal house, in a normal city. A bright light flashed inside of one of the rooms before a young man fell on the bed. Glancing with his empty eyes that lost all hope in life, Leo recognized this place as his room. The world around started moving again after Leo landed, which means the world will release the time-stopping effect. Leo felt the DXD's world will have a heart for changing his landing location from the dimensional gap to here, but he doesn't care about anything for now. He'll die, a horrible one on top of that. Not a real death, but a mental death. GOOOOSE became a Gundam. I wonder what'll happen to me? Me and Forsaken Eden will probably become some sort of high-quality VR game, isn't it? Leo laughed dryly while looking at the ceiling and said, I'll be forced to satisfy all the lewd, horrible, lustful, disgusting, vile, and nauseating fantasies of that gacha slave without the ability to damage her, right? Sigh. Massaging his temples, Leo sighed and hoped Ritsuka won't become a bare hands beasts killer in the future before he called the chat room. Writing a message, Leo described the hook and what he knew about the multiverse space invasion types before closing it and lying on the bed. He didn't bother to look at anything in the chat, he is beyond tired now. Honestly, if he was still his old self, he'd already be unconscious because of all the pain and injuries. Maybe the angels have different understanding and feelings about pain and suffering. Picking his necklace, Leo glanced at the green gem as he smiled slightly, but Drake inside the necklace frowned. That smile, even if it looked normal, was so bitter in his eyes. Anyway, I should slow down the consumption and start recovering. Leo turned to the side as he closed his eyes slowly. It was midnight when he was summoned, so it was still the same. For an angel, sleep isn't necessary, but Leo's condition is very bad, so slowing down the consummation is the best way to recover for now. After all, this involved his soul, not just his physical body. To think about it, with my abilities. This is kinda ironic. Leo closed his eyes as he blacked out. An angel doesn't sleep, so he can only force himself to save energy, also they can't dream. Ironic, isn't it? However, deep inside of Leo's soul, a candle was flickering with weak flame, it was so weak that they could be blown at any moment. Struggling for a few seconds, the sparks died down and everything was filled with darkness. A/N, so, I focused on this part, hey. Now, the focus will be on Konosuba's side. Chapter 118, Konosuba Side Part 3. The sun was shining in the clear blue sky in a simple town. The weather was very nice with a few clouds and a light breeze. On such a day, the town was very lively. Wagons were moving, merchants selling and buying in the market, people working, and adventurers performing their quests. A wagon was moving slowly in the road, leaving trails on the ground before passing a couple of kids playing around. After it departed, a young man walked in the street. He had a smile on his face as he raised his hand and blocked the sunlight, but that didn't bother his smile. "Hello, I'm Kazuma. It has been 11 days since the mission in my world started." The young man resumed walking with the same smile, but for some reason, his smile didn't look normal. "There were a lot of things during this period, honestly, I never thought my life would be like this. At first, I was chosen as a brave hero, to bring peace and defeat the demon lord by the assistance of the goddess Aquasama." The more he walked, the deeper was Kazuma's smile. "Then, I became the counter-guardians of the worlds, fighting against the alien invasions with a bunch of great friends and teammates." Kazuma's speed slowed down as his smile stopped being kind. Some kids on the streets pointed at him while feeling weird. "Although there are some difficulties, we'll be able to pass them together." "Demon Lord? Alien invasions? We'll defeat them all and nothing will stop us." Raising his head, Kazuma looked at the sky with his eyes filled with hope and a smile on his face before. "Don't you fucking joke with me!" Kazuma screamed as he lowered his head and raised his arms. His expression was like someone who had a breakdown. His screams attracted all the attention of the people around. Some were whispering while pointing at him while others looked at him like a retard and felt sorry for him. "Great friends my ass! Nothing will stop us, ha! Actually, that one is correct because we'll stop ourselves. You don't have to worry, our dear future enemies, we got you fucking covered." Taking deep breaths, Kazuma remembered all that happened in this period as he felt that his mental health won't support this. Actually, at first, the situation wasn't all that bad. Although there were problems here and there, it was normal considering this group. But then, it went from 0 to 100 real quick. It started with an earthquake. Old man Whitebeard finally gathered 1,500 points and bought a power compatibility card for this world as he registered into the guild. Although Kazuma doubted if he used the adventurer card or even knew the name of his class, he didn't care. The old man actually wanted to make his own guild, the Whitebeard Guild. In the face of the whole kingdom. What is this? Rebellion and government overthrowing arc? Why don't you go and overthrow your own government? Kazuma felt his headache increase. However, he managed to save the situation by asking very nicely. Whitebeard sighed slightly with disappointment. Yet, Kazuma felt this was a temporary solution as Whitebeard didn't forget about the idea, he was just considering Kazuma's condition. Then, another surprise happened. The old man decided to take a mission and forgot about the damn frogs. Even if left suddenly without telling anyone, it was just some mountain bears, nothing to worry about, as Kazuma almost teared up a little. However, 4 days before today, a mountain crumbled into rubble as the screams of agony echoed in the sky. The dying screams of a dragon. Now, Kazuma wants to ask. How could a mission to hunt mountain bears become a dragon slaying? He didn't get any answer as Whitebeard came back with the earth dragon's head on his naginata. However, Whitebeard's expression was normal, or rather disappointed, as he left the reward and went outside the town. To fight the frogs, he said as his scary eyes flashed. Although the dragon was interesting with his earth ability, he couldn't add up to half of a frog. Whyyyyyy? They are just some goddamn frogs. Why are you so obsessed with them? Aren't you a sea emperor or something? Where's your goddamn dignity? Does it have to be frogs? Kazuma walked again as he covered his face. People let him pass while looking with pity, like feeling sorry for his state. It didn't end there. To everyone's surprise, that mountain had a mine operated by the kingdom. Although because some demon's army attacks the mine is abandoned, for now, it's still the property of the kingdom as the dragon-slaying reward was taken by the kingdom, exactly when Kazuma tried to cheer himself up with the money. Whitebeard seemed to care about defeating the frogs more than rewards, so Kazuma was left with tears of joy that he didn't get in more debts. The second source of the problem was a team that Kazuma loves to call, the Four Pain in the Ass. The team is made from 2 terrorists, a Pikachu, and a bunch of useless water. After some turns, Megumin joined Kazuma's party, mainly because no one else wanted to join. Kaguya finally revealed some of her demonic nature and asked Megumin to teach her the explosion magic. Megumin was happy to spread the true and only real path of magic in her mind as she became a duo with Kaguya. 2 explosive madwomen running around with nukes in their pockets. Honestly, Kazuma is terrified. Next, it was the Pikachu that mainly used discharge. Actually, it was quite normal, then it became a whole different story when Misaka got the fighter job and so, Pikachu gained the fighting attribute. Kazuma doesn't want to talk about how a little girl that focused on the brain's powers had more physical states than him at first, so he focused on the important things, which were lightning punches and kicks, literally. Especially high kicks, a lot of high kicks. And those railguns left his ears hurting. Like a switch was turned, Misaka started to enjoy fighting a little. Especially when Kaguya pointed out the flaw in her railgun, which was that the enemy won't leave her a chance to toss the coin in the air. However, railgun? Isn't that just plasma at the end? Whatever you say, Super Brain Computer Level 5 Kazuma sighed as he left the street and went in a certain direction. Yet, safety shorts, who is wearing those these days anyway? Kazuma shook his head as he sighed. No matter what Misaka did, even if her first railgun destroyed a lot of windows because of the sonic boom, she was the smallest problem. These days, Kazuma has been saving money as Aqua wasted it all on booze and liquor. No matter how much she cried or bugged, he didn't give her one heiress. So, guess what happens? She went to the nearest shop and convinced the shop owner that Kazuma, bought those liquors. Against the unreasonable Aqua, the shop owner was too lazy to argue as he put the new debt on Kazuma's head. Let's say this accident ended with a goddess getting her head squeezed and forced to overwork despite all her resistance. Kazuma felt like collapsing, as he wanted to call for the reinforcements, even if they didn't find the true culprit. At least, Saitama will be more reliable than those guys, he's a hero after all, right? But Saitama said that he got a new cyborg roommate that Kaguya called the cyborg shonen protagonist. Kazuma gave up on asking after that. However, do you know where Kazuma was now? Oh, nothing, it was a place in the guild as they interrogated him a little, nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Apparently, the city had 2 thieves roaming around, stealing from the nobles. Kazuma didn't need to guess who is it. Anyway, some leads took the investigation to a place near his mansion, so he was brought to a friendly interrogation. Actually, it was just a couple of questions and they left him to go. However, using all the schemes and tactics, Kazuma decided to be completely honest and say, I don't know anyone in this world who could be the thief. Truth is really relieving. Kazuma is proud to be an honest citizen, yet completely angry at Leon, but 2. He didn't care about that for now. Anyway, Kazuma is holding the Sword of God, Dio, and carrying the flames of revenge for his dignity as an honest citizen. In the front, Kazuma saw a mansion, which was a home he bought after a lot of suffering. For once, having 2 terrorists and a Pikachu proved to be useful if you were able to cover everything and make sure nothing can be lost. Everyone got enough from the inn as they contribute and bought a whole mansion. Whitebeard even paid more for it to be modified according to his size, which means he's the one that owns the majority of the shares. Opening the door, Kazuma wanted to rush, but he got a notification from the chat room. What? Kazuma had a slightly surprised tone. It was a long message about something called the hook from Leo, which was actually a serious message. However, the other one. Annihilation Maker, Admin Ha. I survive the abyss, even at the cost of my brain cells. You noobs, get on my level. Get good. Forgot it, I'm too tired, gasp. Kazuma gasped as he was slightly worried. The grand asshole named Leo actually didn't want to rub something like he completed the Type Moon mission first in their faces. It seems the situation is rather serious, but Leo is offline for now. Shaking his head, Kazuma rushed towards the main room and kicked the door open. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the door was forcibly opened before Kazuma entered and said Leo lost his brain cells from the abyss and became slightly normal. What? Kagaya's face was filled with shock like the end of the world arrived before returning to normal and said no worries, he can grow them back. You don't understand. Look at the messages, Kazuma insisted as Kagaya looked at the messages before her face became pale. Damn it, we lost another one. Kagaya slammed her hand on the table with a grave look on her face. Misaka and Megumin stared at this exchange with a blank face. Even Megumin, that didn't understand anything, felt this was ridiculous. Wait, another one? Kazuma asked as Kagaya covered her face and pointed at Misaka. Young girl, Kazuma lowered his head as he said with a deep voice, the path you'll walk is a path of salt, pain, and souf. However, he didn't finish his words as Misaka had enough and used her gotcha opportunity from the last mission. Why are you making a big deal from it? It's nothing at all. Misaka felt this completely unreasonable as Kazuma and Kagaya closed their eyes. Humph. Misaka saw their reaction as she frowned while looking at the gotcha rotating. Today, she'll show these two and even their third member that the so-called gotcha is just a normal thing, yet, they're making a big deal from it. I don't understand anything, but as the flames of explosions in my heart are roaring, I want to know about this abyss. With a grin, Megumin said as Kazuma and Kagaya covered their faces while waiting. In a few seconds, the gotcha ended as a bright light appeared in front of Misaka. Megumin was surprised by this situation as she stared intently. The light died down, leaving a stone, or rather a big green gem on the table. It shone with a faint light as its surface reflected the sunlight. There was a lightning mark inside the stone as it moved now and then, like the mark was made from real plasma and left some static current in the air. Kazuma opened his eyes as he saw the stone. His eyes widened instantly. Ha! Kagaya stopped in her place like the time was frozen on her. Oh! Megumin stared at the gem with surprise in her eyes. What is this? Misaka picked the gem and looked at it. The current in the stone was very warm and Misaka actually felt comfortable by holding it. Thunderstone, description, a rare stone that contains the power of lightning in nature. It came from a world filled with elements power, so the energy of thunder contained in it is huge and can play different effects on some creatures from that world. Yet, maybe it has some hidden effect that wasn't discovered. Usage, for you? Hold it or maybe throw it, honestly, I don't know. Eat it lol. Limitations, racial limits. Its main use is for certain species. P.S. This reward was chosen personally by your own world's will for your good job. Cherish it. Oh! Misaka let out a surprised voice. Elements power. Lightning element. Those were things she saw in fiction and maybe Leo's beast, yet, it was a very novel thing for her to own these things. Is that a thunderstone? Kazuma's eyes were in complete disbelief. This has to be a coincidence, right? No, this is not a coincidence at all. Kazuma started shaking a little, then he looked at Kagaya, who was returned to normal, but with his eyes, he saw it. She was trembling a little. Do you know this? Yeah, "It's a thunderstone." Misaka, in Megumin's sparkling eyes, raised the stone and said, "It has a lot of lightning element's energy, I can even feel if I hold it. The burden on my Esper ability is slightly lower." Misaka was talking with excitement in her tone, but for Kazuma, his body started trembling a little, and Kaguya turned her head away normally, but there were very faint tears on her eyes while her body shook a little. You can use its power." Kazuma felt his throat was dry, he's on the verge of losing it. "Of course, I'm the rank 3 level 5 railgun. Something like this is easy," Misaka said with some pride, but her words were almost destroying Kazuma and Kaguya's restraints. "I can feel it, the thunder and lightning elements and energy. If I could buy the mana compatibility, my ability will somehow evolve with this stone. However, even if I didn't buy it, this energy will be helpful for me." Misaka's calculation power was running wild as she was thinking about a lot of things. Evolution, you say?" I see," Kazuma nodded with a teardrop in his left eye. Misaka's image was almost becoming a yellow electric mouse in his eyes. "My world's will is actually this nice, I should thank him or her in the future." Misaka decided in her heart and felt what Akame ga Kill said about her world isn't true. "Oh, my. Excuse me, I need to go." Kaguya stood from her seat with a smile before disappearing, leaving everyone in the room. However, in reality, "Ah ha 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 ha!" Kaguya exploded with laughter and rolled on the ground. "Picarail gun, ah ha ha ha!" She rolled her way out while floating in the air and left the room. Her laughter echoed in the time-stopped zone. After Kaguya left for a considerable distance, the time stop was lifted as Kazuma looked at her empty place and said, "Oh, right. I have a mission from the guild." Activating dash in full power, Kazuma left under Misaka and Megumin's weird eyes. He ran the fastest he could and left the mansion before exploding like Kaguya. "Ah ha 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 ha! Evolution, evolution! Oh, God! Ah ha 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 ha!" Kazuma laughed like a maniac, making people in the street look at him like a retarded. And with this, Kaguya and Kazuma didn't return home until late in the night, making Misaka more suspicious, but she didn't know what happened to them while holding the thunderstone in her hand. With this, a peaceful day in a peaceful town ended peacefully. Chapter 119, Konosuba Side Part 4. After a long day, the blue sky was dyed with a black color as the night finally arrived. The silver moon rose in the sky, glowing brightly in this nighttime alongside the numerous stars that stretched like a blanket in the darkness. The night was like the signal for quietness, bringing some silence and peacefulness to this fantasy world. However, nothing stays the same and the world is in constant change. More than needed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. In the darkness of the dead night, the kingdom of Elrode was blazing with flames of explosions at the royal castle. This world is split into a couple of kingdoms against the invasion of the Demon King's army. Beltzerg's kingdom having its border overlapped with the Demon King's territory, so their border is heavily protected. In order to help them, surrounding countries send soldiers to join the border guard, with Elrode being the only exception, assisting with defense costs instead because of their country's wealth. Elrode is the kingdom of casinos, and, while financially strong, is militarily weak due to its massive focus on its economics. And at the moment, that was heavily being proved by one person. "Hurry up and extinguish the fire." The soldiers were moving quickly with water buckets, trying to stop the fire from spreading, especially if the fire was mainly at the kingdom treasury. "Call all the water mages, tell them to stop the fire before it spread further." "What are you doing, you idiots? Move faster!" The general looked at the flames spreading around the castle as he yelled at the soldiers to move quickly. "Any news from His Highness?" Seeing two soldiers running towards him, the general asked in a hurry. "Sir, the prince is safe with the Prime Minister." Hearing those words, the general breathed a sigh of relief. "The Prime Minister has already sent orders and mages will be here at any moment," the soldier said as the general nodded. "Damn it, that vile thief!" After confirming the price safely, the general cursed before another soldier ran and said, "Sir, the guards at the city's north walls have been attacked and they ask for reinforcements." "What? It must be the thief trying to escape. Tell them to hold on, half of you, follow me." The general rode on his horse before and rushed with the soldiers. When they arrived, they saw several explosions and smoke in the air, but there was no thief. Meanwhile, at the east walls, several ripples emerged from the air before a young man appeared and looked at the soldiers rushing. Tisk, a militarily weak kingdom, yet they still have several detection and security measures. The young man clicked his tongue before he said, "I didn't even get into the deepest vault. At least the items in this world could fetch a good price." The young man sighed before disappearing and leaving the place. He only stopped to recover his energy before activating stealth again. Kyle was one of the horror space players that arrived to this world. This world mission was a huge and long free mission that involved most of the forces. The space will choose for the player as he has to affect the strength of one of the kingdom's chosen or demon king's army strength. Yet, it was difficult because there weren't a lot of players who arrived at this world. Even Kyle, who rely on information and stealth, only know about 2 to 3 players. And time was also a problem. They only have 1 month, so the long planning is out of the picture. However, he also received a side mission to plant some sort of device in different positions around the world. He already planted one near the wilderness in Elrode Kingdom, but in fact, he wasn't the only one. Side mission, plant the devices, 3/5, remaining location, Axel. There was other with him in the mission, which made Kyle frown. A completely unusual mission and have a competition in it, he can feel something weird about it. However, this could also mean that mission is rare and he should grab the opportunity. Axel. Of course, it'll be in the main plot point. Kyle had some suspicions about how could Axel's planting point be intact because that should be one of the main targets for players, but he was going to see how it goes before taking action. After all, he can always run with his abilities. Although Kyle is absolutely confident in his abilities of stealth and presence concealment, he didn't dare to take this world lightly because his guild master told him some secrets. His doubts increased after seeing the special mission. His guild master said that in some particular worlds, especially at some special missions, the world can affect the players, like a wide-range debuff. It can vary from a lot of things, like energy consumption to losing the ability to recover. This debuff was invisible and not recorded in the horror space, causing a lot of players their lives, like they were hated by the world itself, so having a special mission, will usually make the veteran players frown than being happy. He told me that Konosuba debuff has something to do with intelligence and maybe luck? But how could that be? Kyle shook his head like it was funny. How could a world have a debuff of intelligence and more absurd concept like luck? But then, he felt his feet were empty because he jumped from the city walls. Oh, right. I lost my air jumping boots in the last mission. Kyle nodded as he started falling down. How could I forget this? His screams were faint because of the stealth as he vanished in the darkness. When Kyle fell on the ground and almost broke his foot, a commotion was happening in the city of hot springs, Alcanrisha. A city in Beltzerg that serves as the patron city of the goddess of water Aqua and the headquarters of the Axis order that worships her. Catch him! Don't let the disgusting undead escape! Burn him alive! Several shouts filled the night sky as the Axis Odor's priests were running like madmen. They kept shooting the purifying spells everywhere like they were carpet bombing the place. Although Alcanrisha is famous for the hot springs, they have another reputation, which is their overbearing and lunatic citizens, yet powerful priests. In other words, they are a bunch of unreasonable retards with strong power. However, that was only possible because of the mighty Aquasame and her blessing. A blessing that makes them great mages, yet it decrease intelligence and luck. An old man, who had a blue fire in place of eyes and a very angry expression, was running in the woods as his expensive-looking robe was filled with dirt. His expression and wrinkles coupled with the fire in his empty eye sockets will scare a lot of people, yet he didn't look good now. His robe was filled with holes and there was a broken wand in his hands. Despite his angry look, he didn't dare to stop as he shivered slightly each time he heard a long rage-purifying spell being fired. He almost died, despite being a lich, he almost died 4 times against this group of lunatics. Damn it! They said this is a low-mission world, why do they have these madmen? The lich cursed as he moved quickly in the woods, he didn't dare to look back. He, the lich that raise the dead and control armies of corpses, even if he didn't want to admit it, was completely frightened by these lunatics in Axis order. His entire army, who he had hidden for a sneak attack, turned into dust by the hands of these priests. He even had a bone dragon, but those priests just fired all their magics together and sent it to the afterlife. Luckily, he managed to plant the device before escaping, even if it was a humiliating escape. He's in a deep regret. He thought that he was lucky to be teleported into one of Beltzerg's kingdom's main cities and also a device planting point, but the reality proves him to be completely wrong. Did you find him? That disgusting undead, dare to enter the holy land of Aquasama with his rotten body. Did you know what he did? What? He actually wanted to join us and pollute our holy land with his vile existence. Gasp! Unforgivable! Boil him alive! I want to hear his screams. The priests became even madder after listening to the news as their attacks and shouts were scarier. The lich want to cry now, in fact, they'd be tears now if he had normal eyes. Why? Why? Why didn't he buy more information about this retarded world? He wasn't an anime fan in his life, so he knew very little about these types of worlds. And because he was a loner player, he had to buy information about the world. However, this time the world was rumored to be easy, so he didn't want to waste a lot of money on useless information. Yet, he wishes if he did. I'll try to run to gather my army again and go to Axel. It's a newbie town, it shouldn't be like here. I'll never come back to this lunatic's city. Trembling, the lich ran with all he could from the madmen behind him. He had a feeling if he was caught, they'll sacrifice him after drinking his blood, which made him question who the evil figure between them. They aren't normal believers, they are a cult, a cult. The noble lich ran faster as he swore to never come back to this city, even if he grows stronger. Maybe this will be his lifelong shadow, even as an undead. Another event was happening in a place near the capital. Several adventurers were running away while sweat was on their foreheads. If someone from the guild saw them, they'll recognize them as a high-leveled adventurer team, however, they're running for their lives now. Whoosh! The voice of an arrow cutting through the air was heard as the leader raised his shield and blocked the arrow. Boom! The arrow detonated on the spot as the leader was thrown away because of the impact. Is everyone okay? The leader screamed to see his team members safe, but then, they saw their mage. The mage had an arrow pierced his head, his body quickly lost strength before falling down with a thud sound. Damn it! You coward! Come and fight me if you dare! The swordsman in the group yelled before the captain pulled him down to avoid an arrow. What are you doing, idiot? The leader screamed as the swordsman wanted to say something, then he saw his leader's red eyes. Calm yourself, I know your feelings, but please, don't lose your life like this, the leader said with a calm voice before raising his head to check the surrounding. I'm sorry, the swordsman apologized as it made the leader nod before saying, we won't have a chance to survive if we continued like this in my mark, I'll take care of defensin. However, the leader didn't finish his words before a glowing arrow landed in the middle of his party. Boom! The flames devoured everything as the forest was on a blaze because of an intense explosion. In a huge tree, a woman with a longbow stared at the fire in the forest before lowering her weapon. She was beautiful with black long hair tied into a ponytail and wore tight combat clothes. Humph! I'm the wind of death, wherever I go, I leave disasters. However, the cool image of the woman was shattered instantly when she talked. Be grateful, as your death will be a ladder for me. Now, the wind of destiny, where will you take me? Saying some weird words, the woman inspected her mission before she frowned. Her landing point was good as she found a device point here and planted it easily, even if there were some monsters around it. She was planning to check on Axel after she finished this group, which was her 10 group of adventure. If she continued staying here, she'll attract the kingdom's power, which isn't favorable. But her mission to affect the power of the kingdom didn't rise at all, even if she just killed a high-level adventure team. They were very weak to face my wines, yet, why didn't? The woman was surprised as she saw something in the middle of the fire. All the adventures turned into small dolls before they vanished in the flames. Meanwhile, the adventures with their reincarnated leader, who has a cheat item that makes dolls to create avatars, arrived safely at the city. Although the leader didn't want to say it, he whispered, "Thank you, Aquasama." He was on his way to report this and warn everyone about the murderer Archer, maybe gather some teams and investigate their previous place. However, they won't accept any night mission from the guild again. The woman hair moved with the wind as she felt very empty before she said, "Humph, how could the wind show it might if it didn't experience setbacks? This day I failed, but tomorrow, I'll win," she said with a serious voice, but then, she saw that the flames awakened several monsters. This place is the forest near the capital, which is one of the high-leveled monster zones. Griffins, mountain bears, wyvern, and several dangerous monsters were roaming around as they locked the woman, who was saying her chunny speech. The woman didn't have time to complete her cool speech, in her head, as she ran away immediately. Her wines can blow again in another day, yet, she didn't have any ability related to the wind. The quietness of the night was broken by these events across the world as several parties turned their attention towards Axel that was supposed to be a peaceful town. However, after a night passed, Axel town woke up again to show how peaceful is it for a newbie town. Boo-hoo-hoo-hum. Drinking coffee from the cup calmly, Kazuma looked at the window with his empty eyes to see a giant explosion turning the sky red. Yep, this is just another day in the peaceful Axel. Chapter 120, Konosuba Side Part 5. Sigh. It's bigger than yesterday, Kazuma sighed while looking at the explosion, raising dust and flames to the sky. He didn't bother much with the magical nuke that landed a few hundred meters away from Axel. Wearing his coat and grabbing his sword, Kazuma left the mansion immediately without turning back. To be honest, it wasn't only him who had this benevolence and acceptance mentality. Humans were always famous for their adapting ability, and if you saw 2 to 3 nukes every day, you'll get used to them. Axel's citizens looked at the explosion magic in the sky before returning to their own things. Some of them didn't even glance at the explosion because these scenes, to be frank, became bland for them. All the excitement or terror vanished and was replaced with boredom. Human adaptation is really terrifying. But what can they do? Try to stop it? They already tried, but here the question, who made these explosions? In fact, the daily explosions magics are one of the urban legends of Axel, something that even the guild wasn't able to figure out its source completely. At first, there were only 2 options, a disciple of explosion magic in town, so she can be ruled out, and a Crimson Demon Archwizard, who specialize in explosion magic. Honestly, if that was just the case, then everything can be settled, but then, they remembered it. 7 days before now, the sky, earth, air, everything in their sights became a bombing zone. The sky turned red, the earth melted into magma, even the air was howling like a storm when the apocalypse struck that day. Luckily, it was far away from Axel, but it made everyone scared when imagining if the explosions were close by. They called the capital, several adventure teams arrived from different towns, and a whole investigation started, but they only saw a giant hole in the place of the explosions, so no clues were given whatsoever. However, several mages remembered the scene as they shivered. Are they dealing with someone who has unlimited mana or what? How else can they explain the spamming of explosion magic that day? However, nobody knew that Anid had gone slightly overboard with her new toy that day. Waving left and right, dropping explosions magic like rain, it even made Megumin black out from the shock. Despite that, these events only made the Crimson Demon's fighting spirit explode brighter than her explosions. She, who witnessed the explosions that day, swore to take her explosion magic further, but also glad because she still has a long way to go in the explosion's path. Thud with the sound of a body hitting the ground, Megumin fell down as she breathed heavily. All her mana was gone and she felt like she couldn't move an inch, however, she had a happy and blissful expression when looking at the explosion. The fire crimson flower of flames rushed to the sky, creating a mushroom cloud of dust. All the rocks and vegetation in the area were blown to oblivion, even some frogs that were sleeping in the underground met their demise under the blazing fire. After a moment, all that was left are ashes and smoke, making the one unable to see clearly. It's slightly bigger than yesterday. Kaguya covered her mouth with her sleeve while floating around Megumin. She already set a barrier with her spiritual power, just to observe the explosion closely. Of course, it is. I pushed myself beyond the normal limits, Megumin said with a tired tone in her voice, but it was mostly a happy one. Do you really feel happy by throwing explosions everywhere? Misaka said while squatting down next to Megumin. Absolutely, yes. Explosion magic is the meaning of my life. Its blackness shrouded in light. Frenzied blaze clad in night in the name of crimson demons, let the collapse of thine origin Mani. Ouch. Wait. Megumin was going with a long chunny speech as Misaka, who had a strength increase, was poking her cheeks. Kaguya looked at the expressionless Misaka poking the pleading for mercy Megumin before shaking her head. However, a flash of slight envy was in her eyes when she heard Megumin's words. Meaning of life, hey. Repeating those words, Kaguya chuckled a little before looking at Axel's city. Nothing. After all these days, nothing is clear. Kaguya frowned while thinking about this period they spent in Axel. Honestly, they turned Axel into a war zone one way or another. Explosions, earthquakes, lightning, even Diojima, Axel's city was screaming that something was wrong going on, but until now, nothing has come to kill them. Any person that came to this world, with motives or not, will definitely consider Axel as the first goal or at least one of the main aims. The mission indicates to prevent the players from planting the devices, nothing more. Not even another warning or a message. I don't believe that the worlds can stay silent if things went out of control, then Axel should be important. No, it's important. There were players here before Kaguya started to think about a counter plan because her initial one didn't show much of a result. At first, she tried to get some information with Leon, but that plan is far-fetched, especially if someone wants a quick result. This world isn't easy and centered around one place like you see on the screen. A lot of things are happening everywhere and they won't wait for anyone. A huge number of cheat holders, which were summoned to this world by Aqua, are wreaking havoc every day across the world. Some were big events and others were slightly huge. Even some aborigines, like the Crimson Demons, make a lot of noise, but because of them, trying to find a player or a traverser is very hard via the Guild and Kingdom information. Although the Guild and Kingdom have means of using magic to teleport important information, they are usually still slow and not completely effective for fast reaction and reflection on the situation. Then she concluded using Axel's special identity like a trap for other enemies, keeping an eye on the outside while waiting for the players to take the bait. However, she clearly knows that Axel wasn't always a peaceful city. Kazuma and his gang were performing terrorist acts every day in the original, so the players won't be fazed by these things. Whitebeard killing the dragon was a pleasant surprise. Diojima's reputation can also be used, Misaka dropping lightning once in a while, and the accident of her almost blowing up the sky and earth. If this won't be enough to make a clear sign, then she doesn't know what will. She can see that Whitebeard knew about this and Leon should have the correct idea, but the former is getting bored by waiting and the latter is running wild around. Kazuma should have realized this if he wasn't traumatized by Dio and things going around. He probably doesn't have any energy left. This is her great plan, to play a tower defense against the players and wait for them in Axel, yet in this tower defense, they can leave the tower and attack. She totally didn't think about it 2 days ago and everything was in her calculations. Yup, absolutely, right. Phew, as expected of me, the might of the moon's princess's eternal Kagaya's laugh made Misaka and Megumin shiver a little. Is she okay? Megumin whispered while Misaka shook her head, saying she didn't know. However, nothing happened. Do these players think this is a game? Kagaya stopped her laughter while thinking of the final step. Will the players come or not? At this rate, she might try to tie Kazuma into a huge sign that says a protagonist for sale. That should work, probably. Kazuma, who was going to open the guild doors, felt a chill from up to bottom while looking around. Looking for a while, Kazuma didn't see anything, but he felt like something bad would happen and his danger awareness skill rang like a bell. It was like telling him that he's in some deep shit. Glub. In Kazuma's eyes, the guild door became like the door for the abyss, but then, his skill stopped working as he breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell is going on these days? Explosions, dragon slaying, thieves, can't these guys appreciate the peace of a law-abiding citizen like me and stop? With a few complaints, Kazuma pulled the guild door and entered. The guild was still the same, with some tables and board for quests. The adventurers have already picked up their quests and went outside, so the guild isn't crowded. Usually, it'll only be crowded in the evening and the night as most adventurers will drink and eat here. Lifting his blank eyes, Kazuma took a quick glance at the guild before walking towards the quest board. He saw some receptionists, adventurers. Oh, Leone is here. She is with 2 people, she'll probably trick them. Kazuma shrugged before walking forwards, however, he stopped his foot in mid-air. Like pushing the playback button, Kazuma returned to his original position before putting his hand on Dio's sword. Ha ha ha, well, it shouldn't take a lot. Leone was talking with 2 other girls. The first one had short silver hair, a scar on her face, and wore some light and short clothes. The other was a girl with blonde hair tied into a ponytail and blue eyes. She wore a black, white, and yellow armor. However, when the 3 of them were talking, the 2 girls saw something weird, but Leone felt a chill before she dodged to the side. Wyyyyy. A sword in its sheath, striking like a hammer, passed her hair with a few inches and almost landed on the table. Oh! It was close, Kazuma said with a gloomy voice. However, no one could tell if he was talking about Leone's head or the table because the guild will add it to his debt. Oh! Hello, Kazuma, we were just talking about you. Leone, who escaped a hit to the head, acted like nothing as she laughed. Really? What a coincidence, I was also thinking about you. In the interrogation room raising the sword, a gloomy aura was around Kazuma, which made Leone laugh dryly. The other 2 women didn't know what to do as they watched from the side. Oakman, Kazuma, don't be mad. Can something like that affect you? Leone was talking, however, the only answer she got was a screaming sword in his sheath going to her head. She dodged quickly before she said, why are persistent about attacking my head? Leone, how could you think like this? Kazuma shook his head before he said, as a good friend, how could I attack you? I'm just here to knock some sense into your brain, nothing more, accept my goodwill as a good friend. Kazuma was smiling warmly, like a very friendly guy, but the sword and aura around him were a completely different matter. The short silver-haired girl was in a dilemma and confused about the situation, but the blonde-haired girl looked at this scene intently, her breathing was slightly rushed and her gaze had some envy when looking at Leone. Well, I'm sorry. Okay, Leone dodged again as Kazuma said, your sorry isn't enough for my suffering, it's just some interrogations, get over it, Leone said as Kazuma felt a string snapped in his brain before pulling his sword slightly. You thought this was a sword, but it was I. The sword almost left the sheath before Leone moved forwards and pushed it back. Kazuma, let me be frank, I don't want to see this sword's face or hear its voice, so look at the big picture. Leone kept her hand on the sheath while putting her hand around Kazuma's shoulder and looking in the same direction as him. Does that big picture include me and my sword, shooting a wind blade at you? Kazuma said with an expressionless face, but Leone shook her finger and said, do you know, with your help, I was able to make a good deal for you. What deal? Kazuma lifted his eyebrow before Leone grinned and said, I managed to bring a high-class job adventurer to consider joining your party. What? Kazuma was surprised slightly before looking at the blonde girl with a slight blush on her face and the silver-haired girl with a wry smile. Let me introduce you, this is Chris in Darkness. Leone said with a smile before introducing the two girls. Apparently, Chris is a thief-class adventurer and met Leone on a coincidence. After that, they became friends. After Leone heard Darkness was looking for a party, she suggested Kazuma's party. However, Darkness wasn't sure at first, but her decision changed quickly after reading the notice on the quests board. Darkness is an advanced class crusader, a frontal attacker and protector for the team. Honestly, Kazuma was moved when he heard that, especially when he saw Darkness standing proudly, like a very capable person. A thief, huh? I wonder how Kazuma glanced at Leone, but she just blinked, not caring about his gaze. Sai, let me be frank with you, my team sucks, like honestly, if you were looking for a serious and capable team, I don't think mine is good. Kazuma sighed and told Darkness directly. Kazuma was it? Darkness said like confirming it, which made Kazuma sad. Yes, I'm Kazuma. The other day, in the morning, were those two slimy ladies were your allies, right? Darkness averted her gaze as she said some words that made Kazuma stare blankly and say yes. He remembered Aqua and Megaman fighting against the frogs while he had to save them from turning into frogs. Shit. What in the world did you do to them? Can you do it to a him? Sorry, as a knight, can I ask what happened to them? Darkness eyes flashed before saying with a smile. So, she's a girl with principle, even if I'm feeling something weird. Kazuma shook his head before telling the story about the mighty frogs, the calling of the Demon King. Frogs, in their mouths. Chris was uncomfortable by Kazuma's story. What? It's worse than I imagined. A serious look appeared on Darkness's face before she said, as a knight, I cannot overlook such horrors befalling on two girls of such tender age. Darkness stood up heroically in front of Kazuma before she blushed and said, would you please let me join your PP party? Kazuma stared at her for a moment before he took a deep breath and said, why? As a knight, and a crusader, it's my job to protect my allies from all the dangers they may face. Darkness said with a smile, but the slight blush on her face made Kazuma uncomfortable for some reason. We're a party of the weakest adventurer class, an archwizard that can only use magic once a day, and an idiot high priest. We cannot afford you with us. Kazuma didn't have the chance to finish his words as Darkness got closer and said, don't worry at all, like I said, I'll be your protector and shield you all from all dangers. You can count on me, even using me as meat shield is also okay. There was something wrong after all. Kazuma sighed like giving up before he stared at Darkness and said seriously, I won't care about you. If we were in a dangerous situation, I'll not hesitate to use you as a living shield, and if the danger increased, I'd abandon you immediately. Darkness stopped as she fell down on her seat while lowering her head. See? It's a complete waste for you to join my party, consider someone else. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief as he managed to shake off the weird girl, but then, he looked at Chris. He was ready to see her angry look after speaking with her friend like that, but instead, and to Kazuma's surprise, she was covering her face. Looking at the side, Kazuma saw Leone shaking her head like she was saying, you're still very young, boy. In Kazuma's confusion, Darkness started shivering before she raised her head. Her eyes were sparkling and she was blushing hard before saying, you will. I did it, didn't I? I already gave up on this world. Kazuma lowered his head with a small smile, which left his face to be covered with a shadow. When Kazuma was giving up on this world further, the small ripples that everyone did in this world were already taking effect. as a dark cloud was advancing from far away, and with it, an army was marching slowly. Chapter 121, Konosuba Side Part 6. Far away from Axel's city, a large cloud was moving slowly. It covered the sky gradually, turning the warm sunshine into cold shade and bringing chills to anyone in the vicinity. The cold breeze was slightly blowing across the forest and hills before some sounds appeared from the distance. The sounds continued to increase slowly before some figures became clearer. Thud thud thud, with the sound of footsteps echoing, a huge army appeared in sight. They were dressed in different armors and holding a variety of weapons, which made them more like mercenaries than an army. However, they couldn't care less because they were dead. In addition to the sound of footsteps, the clicking of bones, the fleshless skeletons, the low grunts, and decaying flesh walking normally was enough to get the identity of this army. It was a horde of undead. However, unlike some mindless undead, this horde was walking at a stabilized pace, like it was being commanded by someone. In Konosuba, the undead are rather a normal phenomenon, which plague the whole world. An undead is born from a torment, grudges, suffering, or resentment soul of a previous living being. When a person dies while holding a huge resentment and some amount of power, there's a chance that they'll not pass to the afterlife, but they'll turn into an undead. The stronger the power they had in the previous life, the stronger they'll be as undead, although the normal people can be raised as undead as long as magic is being used. The army advanced slowly, but at a constant pace towards a hill at the side of the forest. In the hill, there was a gloomy old castle, filled with some undead, but when the army arrived, those undead joined the horde before moving to the side. When the wave of corpses and skeletons moved to the side, the slow footsteps of a horse echoed in the middle of the low grunts. A horse entered the castle slowly with a knight riding it. However, both of them didn't have heads, even the knight was holding his head in his arm. This is Dullahan, Beldia, one of the Demon King's generals. He was wearing black armor and holding a giant sword. His eyes that shone red, glared through the hamlet like a vengeful spirit. When Beldia entered the castle, the undead followed him, but only after an undead in a luxurious robe, yet filled with holes and mud, moved first. Beldia descended from his horse before he looked at the lich and said, "It seems you adapted well, rookie." "It's all thanks to Lord Beldia's help," the lich, which is a player from the horror space, replied with a humble tone, even if his voice was hoarse. "No, I didn't do a lot. Your ability to rise and control the dead has even surpassed me. It was only because you met." Beldia shivered slightly and his eyes in the hamlet flickered with terror before he said them. The lich shivered despite being an undead when he remembered the maniacs at Axis Order. After all these years with the dead, feelings like fear should already left him, yet, he saw something more fearful than death itself. "I know your pain. Don't worry about it, you're safe now." Beldia patted Lich's shoulder like comforting him as the lich felt that he'll cry if his eyes weren't just a torch of flames. "Follow me, we need to talk," Beldia said before walking forward towards the stairs before Lich followed him. During this time, Lich had a very difficult life. Although he escaped the claws of the mad cult, he lost all his minions and army, leaving him with only his spells. But he doesn't have a lot of attack spells, so he had to work fast, yet, reality hit him again. The madmen in Axis Order actually went over and purified all cemeteries around their city. They even took the trouble to purify any corpse they met in the wild. They were waiting for him to come to them, so they could greet him warmly. Using the advantage of the dead, Lich walked day and night without stopping. Only until he left the city with great distance, he felt slightly safe. However, when he wanted to create his army again, he sensed a huge dead energy. And that's how he met Beldia, who also sensed him and went to meet him. He thought that he'll have a battle, but instead, he was welcomed warmly. Especially after saying that he escaped the Axis Order, Beldia almost cried for him while admiring his capability, making him his assistant. Lich didn't care about it. He's in a very bad situation and Beldia is heading towards Axel, so he might join them. However, the main reason was that he was very very grateful. Who said that liches doesn't have feelings? He was almost moved to tears 3 times during this journey. He used to think that other undead are just slaves and minions for him, but after today, he'll treat them nicely, they are far better than humans. You've a great opportunity in front of you, Rookie. Beldia was walking and Lich behind him before he said, I have already acknowledged your capabilities after surviving them. To actually survive one of the main causes that the Demon King's side and humanity are on completely bad terms, you've earned my utmost respect. But this mission is also a good opportunity. Beldia and Lich shivered again. It seems this shadow will follow them for the rest of their lives. I've been ordered by the Demon King to investigate a mysterious light that appeared around the city of Axel. Beldia crossed the long hallway of the castle before reaching a room. The Demon King. If I could get his support as fast as possible, Lich was thinking in his head before he heard Beldia's voice. As long as you perform greatly in this mission, with your capabilities and my recommendation, you'll get an important position in the army. Beldia said with confidence before opening the door. What appeared in Lich's eyes was a huge hall. It was wide and had several pillars in it. A tattered red carpet was on the floor, leading towards a giant chair in the back of the room. For Lich, this was basically the classic final boss room. I see, I'll never disappoint you, Lich said with a grateful, yet excited voice while watching Beldia moving towards the chair. That's the spirit. Now, let's start the mission, Beldia said as his head that was in his arm nodded slightly. I can send undead to capture some living and turning them into undead to get some information, Lich said immediately, but Beldia shook his head before saying, good plan, but I already thought of a perfect one. Beldia sat on the chair before he looked at Lich before saying, my plan involves all the aspects, it's a plan from the Demon King himself. The Demon King? Lich was surprised by this mysterious figure he never saw being mentioned here. Beldia nodded as his eyes shone with dreadful red light before saying, wait, I see. Lich nodded before the flames in his eyes flickered before saying, what? Waiting. We'll wait for those foolish adventurers here. Beldia said with a deep, scary, and serious voice, which left Lich with his flames flickering slightly, showing his deep confusion. But, don't we have a bigger force and that city is just a beginner town? Lich couldn't help but say that as Beldia shook his head. As the Demon King's general, I can't use those scummy tactics you're speaking of. Beldia's words made Lich dumbfounded. Aren't they already dead? Who cares about scummy crap? We're monsters and evil creatures, but even we have standards. Beldia's voice shook the hall. Lich's jaw opened wide, almost falling from the nonsense he's hearing now. Then why did we gather this huge army? Why did we even train them slightly? Why are you even using magic to change the weather if you are not going to fight? Lich asked quickly as the flames in his eyes were going wild. They went around most of the cemeteries in their way and gathered an enormous army. Lich even saw the dark clouds following them, which made him admire Beldia because the undead usually get weaker under the sunlight. Change the weather? No, that wasn't me, Beldia gravely said as his expression under the hamlet changed. To think about it, it's that time. Beldia's tone made the Lich nervous. Those creatures should have woken up and this weather is because of them. What wrong with this world? Danger after danger, is this really a fucking easy world? Lich shook his head before he said what it is. There. Closing his eyes for a moment, Beldia opened his eyes and said with a light and normal voice, the flying cabbage. The seriousness in the scene popped like a bubble as the flames in Lich's eyes became small and said excuse me, but can you repeat that? Lich asked with caution as Beldia replied casually, the flying cabbage. Oh. I thought I heard that, Lich said before lowering his hand, which made Beldia look at him with confusion. Did he say something wrong? With that, an awkward silence filled the hall, leaving only the grunts and the moaning of the undead outside as a green cloud was flying in the sky. Meanwhile, unaware of the great danger, Kazuma was having one of the most difficult times in his life. I should have known that something wrong was going on with her. Kazuma felt his head hurting while looking at darkness, whose eyes were sparkling. My senses were spot on. Like Aqua and Megaman, she also had some loose screws. Kazuma felt like he's a very difficult situation before he said, I'm sorry, but I don't think my party is suitable. No. On the contrary, it's wonderful. Darkness said with great vigor that made Kazuma retreat a little. No, no, let's talk. Kazuma wanted to refuse again, but Darkness stood up from her chair and caught Kazuma's arm. As a knight, I can't allow those two girls to suffer such fate. Darkness said as her breathing was heavy. Her eyes are scary. Super scary. My danger radar is going off again. Kazuma's face twitched as he sweated a little. Leone grabbed a bear from the side while Chris shook her head while also taking a one. Didn't you hear me? My party is trash. Look there, our priest actually knows party tricks more than spells. Kazuma took the chance and pointed at Aqua on the second floor of the guild, performing party tricks. I'd advise against Ow. Kazuma tried to be reasonable, but Darkness tightened her grip. Her strength was so strong it made him scream immediately before she let go of her hands quickly. That's even better. The truth is, this was a bit difficult for me to say, but while I have confidence in my strength and stamina, I'm clumsy. So, none of my attacks hit their marks, Darkness said with embarrassment while Kazuma was staring at her blankly. So, like you said, I'll charge in the front and you can use me as a shield. With some madness in her eyes, Darkness got very close to Kazuma as their noses almost touched. Close. Too close. Kazuma widened his eyes as his mouth opened from the surprise. The negative effect of my long life as a NEET is kicking in now. Feeling his heart beating loudly, Kazuma swallowed his saliva. No, that wasn't it. This is just too stimulating for an adolescent virgin like me. No, Kazuma. Stay calm, don't get seduced by her womanly charm. Think. I need a rejection, a big rejection. Do I know some? Yes, think what Leo would say in this situation. Kazuma closed his eyes while thinking deeply. The grand asshole is a master of the art of rejection against anyone. You filthy carbon-based creature! The image of Leo with a disgusting face like looking at an ant appeared in his head before Kazuma snapped. No, that's too extreme and it'll play the complete opposite effect. Tone it down, tone it down. I'll just play my winning card, the 2D is better than the 3D. But, do the people of this world, except for the reincarnators, know what does that mean? Kazuma sighed before he looked away and said, no please, let me joy. Darkness was going for another fight, but Chris finally had enough and stood up and stopped her. Come on Darkness, you can't be that pushy. Take it slowly in these situations and you, dio, Chris said with a smile as Kazuma flinched and lowered his head. PFFF. Leone covered her mouth while looking at Kazuma's reaction. She didn't know the meaning of Dio's name, but his reaction was funny nonetheless. That bitch. Kazuma clenched his fist while looking at Leone's before he heard Chris' voice. I heard you were paying some adventurers to teach you their skills, but you stopped, why? Chris said with a smile, but her smile became awkward when Kazuma lowered his head again. It's not like I wanted to, but I've no money and a huge debt on my head. Hehe, even until now, the debt only increased, hehe. Kazuma laughed lightly as Chris felt a chill down her spine. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I'm sure you'll be okay. However, for now, how about I teach you some thief skills, like trap detection, steal. It's free. Don't worry. Chris laughed awkwardly before her words made the light go back into Kazuma's eyes. He got some skills of thieves, but because he wanted more power, he focused on ranged skills. Totally not because he doesn't want to engage in any close combat. Also, Chris said the magical words for Kazuma. Free. Really? Thank you. Kazuma thanked her sincerely, which made Chris smile before saying, okay, it has been decided. Let's go outside. Chris and Kazuma went outside before Leone and Darkness followed up. However, no one knew that on this day, Kazuma would receive an unimaginable power, a power that made him completely famous, especially with women. Just, not in a positive way. Chapter 122, Konosuba Side Part 7. With great power comes great responsibility, words to live by if you're a normal person with some sort of humanistic view on life or a spider boy with some things to take care of. Those words strangely appeared in Kazuma's head. Actually, he didn't care about those words at all, nor he gave them a damn, but today, he might have learned a little bit about them. Kazuma entered the Adventurer Guild while staring at his right hand in a daze, yet seriously. His look and face made everyone feel a strange pressure, a pressure that made them not dare to look at his eyes, of course, if you ignored Chris, who was crying, and Darkness, who was blushing like a tomato while breathing heavily. I never thought a day like this will come. Kazuma clenched his right fist while feeling his unimaginable power. He just learned a skill, a cheap, slightly useless, and weak for other adventurers, but he felt this skill was made for him. A skill that pushes his untouchable luck to its limits, like the skill Snipe and Auto Dodge. Kazuma knows his advantage clearly, which if this world has game elements, then luck is a thing and could be used. All those years as a NEET and a gamer showed him the power of luck, so he went for it immediately. He rushed to learn Snipe and Auto Dodge almost instantly after hearing Aqua's explanation. Sniper is a skill that allows shooting an arrow with accuracy depending on the user's luck, but Kazuma figures that he can use other small projectiles, although it'll cost him more stamina. Auto Dodge allows the user to dodge attacks, but the activation is dependent on luck. Equipped with Snipe, Aimbot, and Auto Dodge, Dodge Hack, Kazuma felt the ultimate power of luck, which was basically doing 360 while jumping with his eyes closed. He also wanted to learn Deadly Backstab, a one-hit kill skill based on luck, but his financial condition was hit hard. However, he knew that he can't always leave it to luck, but that doesn't deny its power, especially after getting another luck-type skill, Steal. Steal, like its name, allows the user to steal an item from the opponent. Higher luck results in a more valuable item stolen. Kazuma didn't have much hope for this, except for using it with stealth, because the versatility was low. However, he just learned the true nature of this skill. This is an attack on morals and shame. Aim to confuse the enemies and even make them lose their desire for battle with those thoughts. Kazuma looked at Chris, who was covering her face, before he sighed. Truly, what a terrifying power that I got. Kazuma said with some emotions as he walked with heavy steps. Leone put her hand behind her head while walking. Her gaze was slightly weird while looking at Chris and especially Darkness. This world is honestly weird, or maybe I'm used to my world atmosphere. Of course, I'm used to it. Leone remembered the last scene she saw as she grinned. Kazuma waving Chris's panties in the air while laughing like a madman in the face of the tearful Chris and the aroused Darkness. That was honestly a sight to behold for Leone. Oh, hi, Luna. Leone suddenly spotted someone before she went and greeted a receptionist from the guild. Ah, Leone-san, nice to see you. The guild lady, Luna, who registered Kazuma, smiled while greeting Leone. Nice to see you too, Leone replied warmly before she said, I wanted to ask you something yesterday, but I didn't find you here. I had some extra work yesterday, so I didn't show up. Luna shook her head before she said, however, you're talking about the capital, isn't it? You know me, hey. Leone smiled widely as it made Luna sigh and say, oh, you. In this period, she became very familiar with this new adventurer. Lune felt Leone like a very curious type of adventurers, always asking about the other regions and what happened in them to accumulate knowledge for her future adventure. With your current level, the capital is still a faraway goal, Luna said seriously, but Leone shrugged her shoulders and said, no worries, I know my abilities, but it wouldn't hurt anyone if I prepared early. At least you know. Lune eyes flashed with some worry as thought about something and said, it's better if you choose another target instead of the capital, at least during these times. Did something happen? Leone said with confusion in her tone, but her eyes flashed slightly. Lune sighed again before looking around and said, it'll be announced shortly, there is a strong monster in the plains of the capital. A monster using arrows to hunt adventurers' parties, I see. Leone's eyes flashed slightly before she started a conversation with Luna while walking towards the reception table. Kazuma stared at this as he felt something weird. Not because Leone seemed to play innocent and get some free information, but because of the Japanese honorifics that everyone in this world used. As I expect from reincarnators, we've already assimilated this world's culture. Kazuma shook his head while having a feeling that this won't be the last thing he'd see from other reincarnators. Suddenly, Kazuma spotted two familiar figures up ahead. It was Misaka and Megumin. Staring at Misaka holding Megumin before dropping her on the chair like a sack, Kazuma didn't even flinch before he said, "Yo." It's Kazuma-san." Misaka didn't care about Megumin's protest about the bad treatment before she looked at Kazuma, who was walking with two strange women. "Kazuma, Kazuma." Megumin raised her head with difficulty, just to see because her hat covered her face completely. "Yes, I'm Kazuma." Kazuma replied like a reflex before Megumin said with difficulty, "I want to." "Rejected," Kazuma said instantly without bothering to hear what Megumin wanted to say. "Why?" Megumin raised herself a little before falling on the table again. "Does it have something to do with explosions?" Kazuma said with a smile as Megumin, whose head under the hat, flinched before she said, "Of course." "Then." "Rejected." Kazuma's smile vanished before he said, "You're already blowing up all Axel's fields. Don't tell me you want to blow up something bigger, little girl." "Little girl." Megumin went silent as she was muttering something under her breath like a curse. Kazuma stared blankly at her before shaking his head. "Where's Kagaya?" After dealing with the explosion lowly, Kazuma raised his vigilance immediately. The time-stopping need is missing, and coupled with the chill he received in the morning, Kazuma doesn't feel good about this. "She is with Whitebeard, Sai." Misaka recalled something as she shook her head. "Ah, it's that, Sai." Kazuma also sighed as he shook his head with Misaka. He clearly knows where Kagaya and Whitebeard are now. Meanwhile, outside of Axel's city, exactly at the green fields where the newbie adventurers start their journey. *Bum. A loud voice echoed towards the sky, like a large hammer crashing rocks, large and loud it left the ears numb. *Bum. Bayam. The sound continued, and with each moment, it grew stronger. Slowly but surely, the ground started shaking slowly, even the air was vibrating. The sound source was akin to the eye of a storm with some violent winds blowing the dust away. A large blurry figure was slightly being pushed back before it jumped with a huge vigor toward an equally large figure. Whitebeard stared coldly at the frog jumping towards him before the muscles on his arms bulged as veins appeared. Moving his arms and leaving an afterimage, Whitebeard caught the frog's mouth before he slammed him into the ground. *Boom. *Ribbit. The frog hit the ground like a train, leaving cracks like spider webs. It was unharmed from the impact, but it seemed to be tired. Humph! Releasing a breath from his nose, Whitebeard's muscles bulged even further before he hammered the frog's head into the ground. *Bum. *Bum. Bayam. His fists turned into shadows while falling like raindrops on the poor frog's head. For the first time, the frog started to howl from pain, but Whitebeard didn't care as he gathered all his power and raised his arms. Whitebeard's two arms were like pillars on top of the frog head before he clasped his hands together. The frog felt something wrong, but couldn't move because it was deep into the ground. Ah! With a war cry, Whitebeard's arms exploded the air with pure strength before falling on the top of the frog's head like a giant hammer. *Boom. Everything, with Whitebeard as a center, was vibrating before a giant cloud of dust rushed towards the sky. After the dust was cleared, Whitebeard was breathing heavily while looking at the unconscious frog under his feet before he said, "I won." The dust, the broken ground, the wind breeze, everything showed how terrifying the battle was between this man and frog, but Kagaya, who saw everything, was staring with a blank expression. Why do I feel this was more important than the king of pirates for him? Muttering those words, Kaguya continued to look at Whitebeard, who finally defeated the first frog after an hour. However, Whitebeard frowned after calming his breath. Taking a deep breath, he moved away from the frog. This isn't enough. I just used the weak point of the head to make my hits more effective and I still needed an hour. If I attacked their stomach, my attacks will still be ineffective. Whitebeard's eyes were burning like flames before he grinned and said, it seems that I still have a long way to go. Kaguya was beyond speechless while staring at Whitebeard, taking the frog's situation like life and death. Yeah, I can imagine it. Kazuma closed his eyes as he could guess what's happening outside. Anyway, who are these two? Misaka moved a little to see Darkness and Chris behind Kazuma. Chris was wiping her tears and Darkness was breathing heavily. Misaka frowned as she looked back at Kazuma and said, or a better question, what's up with her? Kazuma wanted to explain, but Darkness was one step ahead as she said, indeed, she's just depressed because when she taught Kazuma thief skills, her panties were stripped off and all her money were taken. Oi, what are you saying? Kazuma panicked immediately, but Darkness had a satisfaction on her face. He said giving him his money back wasn't enough. Chris suddenly entered the conversation as she wiped her tears. She told the magnificent story of Kazuma letting her decide the worth of panties before telling her that if she didn't pay, he'd revere them as an heirloom in his family. The adventurers split into two sides. Females looking at Kazuma like a piece of trash and males giving him a thumbs up. Oh crap, their eyes turned stone cold. Kazuma was panicking slightly. Megumin raised her head with difficulty while looking at Kazuma with terror while Aqua, who was on the upper floor, had the same look. Misaka didn't say anything, but she was completely expressionless while some electricity flashed was on her head. If Kazuma moved closer to her, he'd probably get electrocuted. Sighing, Kazuma just shook his head before returning to normal. The path of power is lonely and normal people, who were living a peaceful life, will never understand it. Getting something as powerful as this skill, Kazuma knew he had to pay something, even if it was his reputation. However, this event didn't end as easily as he expected. The great goddess Aqua descended from the upper realms, floor, and asked Kazuma about his skills, so he ended up taking the defenseless Megumin's panties. He can proudly say that he made Railgun so scared that she never allowed him to get more than 5 meters closer to her. Kazuma just sat down on a chair while rejoicing for his magnificent power and feeling the price he paid. Shaking his head, he ignored the stares before entering the chat room. Unlike the mega gods, Leo, Saitama, Kaguya, who say fuck off to the chat room store, he planned to abuse this as some sort of a cheat. However, he doesn't have any points left after wasting them all for buying skill points, so he's just checking to plan for the future. But he was greeted by a long conversation, which was very warm. Annihilation Maker, admin, so, you got paid by a cyborg so he can live with you? In that small apartment? A hero for fun, yes. Annihilation Maker, admin, did he pay a lot? A hero for fun, yes. Annihilation Maker, admin, understandable. It seems you've met one of the shonen protagonists in your world, the cyborg. I'll wait for the alien shonen protagonist. A hero for fun, Genos? Protagonist. Annihilation Maker, admin, believe me. With time, you'll understand that you're more like the final boss than a protagonist. A hero for fun. Okay, Kazuma saw this conversation was new, but they kept talking for a while. It seems that Saitama is with his discipline, which was the cyborg Genos, running towards a place named the House of Evolution. Annihilation Maker, admin. Oh? The House of Evolution. That sounds interesting, at least better than what I'm doing. A hero for fun, what are you doing? Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm in my mind using a nebula as a couch while meditating by looking at a supermassive black hole. The usual. A hero for fun. Oh, from here, Kazuma's eyes became blank while closing the chat room slowly and saying, okay, enough internet for today. Kazuma left the guild in the strange eyes of everyone. On this day, Kazuma had a new legend for himself in Axel, but he also learned that the other side of the chat room can be very scary. Chapter 123, Konosuba Side Part 8. When Kazuma witnessed the other side of the chat room, the situation in the grass field changed slightly. However, it was less than before as Kaguya almost finished the popcorn in her hands. After defeating his first arc nemesis, Whitebeard didn't stop. He went to the other frogs, attracting the hatred of 9 frogs. The sound of punches kept echoing in the surroundings, ruining the peaceful green fields. Despite that, the battle didn't continue for long. Whitebeard had already finished his goal from today and even exceeded it by defeating a frog, so he was just blowing off some steam while trying to face numerous anti-physical attacks frogs. When Kaguya was wondering if she should get another bag of popcorn, Whitebeard released a soft sigh before raising his leg and kicking in a circular motion. The strength contained in his kick made the air turn into a fierce storm before it hit the frogs. Although the frogs are immune to physical attacks, their resistance didn't affect the wind at all as it carried them like leaves. It didn't last long before all the frogs were thrown like rages across the grass field. Glancing at the frogs retreating after they were thrown away, Whitebeard stood alone in a small whirlpool of dust and wind, like a giant that defeated his other opponents. Coupled with the sun behind him, this made him somehow more heroic. Kaguya looked at this scene as she became more speechless. Her blank and weird expression failed to express her emotions. Why does this look cool and blood boiling? They're just frogs. Don't you dare make me feel epic from some damn frogs. Ignorant of the internal conflict of Kaguya, Whitebeard sat on the ground as he released a stream of air from his nose, blowing away all the dust. This clearly shows how strong his body, even magma can be extinguished with a breath from his mouth. Kaguya saw this as she put the new popcorn bag in her sleeve before she said, "So, did you finish or do you want to spread your wrath to all frogs? Rushing things isn't going to do anything good, especially in training." Whitebeard answered calmly while closing his eyes and thinking about the previous fight. The power, trajectory, and impact of his punches and kicks. All these were taken into consideration to master a way to hurt those frogs. Honestly, despite his first desire to defeat frogs easily, he has to admit that these creatures are the best punching bag for him. Usually, and after he reached his level in his world, he didn't have that much feeling to continue training without a stop. After all, it was rare for others to take a direct from him. Unless they used the devil fruit's power, even a giant won't be able to safely take his punch. How long has it been? This feeling, this desire to advance and push beyond the limits. Whitebeard grinned a little while thinking in his mind. I see, then did you notice anything during this time? Kaguya shook her head to clear the thoughts about the frogs. She had a feeling that she'll never see those Kappa in Gensokyo the same after this trip. Whitebeard shook his head before opening his eyes a little, like a slit before he said, I used the observation haki to scan the area multiple times, but there wasn't anything out of the regular. There wasn't anything during these days for sure. However, the enemy could be lurking around. Kaguya nodded before she said, moreover, how skilled are you in observation haki? Observation haki isn't my strong point. If I were to compare myself to the true masters of it, I'll be just in the middle level. Whitebeard shook his head, admitting his weakness without any change in his expression. We also need to consider the fact that there might be some or even a lot of abilities that can ignore detection. Kaguya frowned. She felt this mission is annoying. To be honest, Kaguya doesn't care a lot about the mission, but if Leo cleared the mission in the Abyss, Type Moon, and they didn't clear Konosuba's mission, she can clearly see the ending. Kaguya can feel that Leo would rub this event for more than thousands of years in their faces as long as they talk about the mission's subject. She can't give him that satisfaction. She refused to give him that. Kaguya was burning with her own fighting spirit, which made Whitebeard raise his eyebrow before he stood up and took his Naginata from space. Whitebeard doesn't have a storage type ability or even an item for that, but how to say, they had someone in the chat room, who actually bothered to check the whole chat and find some interesting things. That person was Kazuma. He didn't find a lot of things to do after he used all his points, so like every great NEET, who got a new game and finished it. He started messing around, maybe he'll find a glitch or something. He didn't find a glitch, but he found something interesting. In the function of sending gifts, the chat member had to select the item they wanted to send and put it in a small space. The small space can only contain one item, however, as long as he doesn't confirm send, he can keep that item there for a long time. Inspired by his great discovery, the rest of the chat room members did the same, except Kaguya with her dimensional sleeve. However, why didn't Kazuma find Satan to get or buy a space storage item? Well, he had all the reasons to think that the benevolent Satan would give him a bracelet with Poochie's face on it that can say Dio-sama. Just that thought was enough to send chills down Kazuma's spine. As for Kaguya, she had some of those items and can even bring some from Gensokyo, but she found this funny, so she's waiting for the climax. Good spirit. I never thought you'd actually get fired from this mission, Whitebeard said with a smile, but his thoughts were slightly wrong and Kaguya didn't bother to correct them. Although my observation haki isn't that strong, I might be able to advance it to the next stage, Whitebeard said while taking the adventurer card from his pants pocket. You can. Kaguya was confused, but then, she saw Whitebeard's card and said, you actually used that card and got Thief class, hey. Kaguya felt this is ironic and fitting because Whitebeard is a pirate. However, she also understood. Using the skills of detection and perception in the Thief class, Whitebeard's trip to master the observation haki will be much smoother than learning it normally. So, how long will it take? Kaguya asked the important question as Whitebeard said, I wasn't far from the advanced level, so it'll not take me a lot. Oh? Then you'll get an ability to foresee the future? I wonder what the limit of haki. Kaguya put her hand on her chin before she said, will it be something like the voice of all things of Roger? The voice of all things? Roger? Gwahahaha. Unfortunately, that's impossible, at least in the regular ways. Whitebeard laughed like he heard a very funny thing. Roger was a dreamer, a man who can see the stars in the bright light of the day, gwahahaha. Whitebeard laughed again as his loud voice made the unconscious frog from earlier wake up before running away. It'd been a while since I heard someone mentioning his name. Whitebeard gazed at the sky before thinking, to think I'll be completely healthy and even travel to such places. This is very interesting. If I think about it, with this, I might be able to say that I explored beyond you, Roger, but if I didn't surpass you in our world, then, Whitebeard grinned like he could see the sea in his world before he said, what pride would I have? Kaguya saw Whitebeard suddenly burning with an intense fighting spirit as she softly sighed before glancing at the chat room. The chat was flickering with light multiple times, which showed that the other members were chatting inside. Taking a look, Kaguya's face quickly became expressionless when she saw the Zyxia level stuff in her face. Neat princess, oi, what are you doing? Annihilation maker, admin chilling in my mind for some time. Neat princess, next to a supermassive black hole. Annihilation maker, admin very, very chill. I didn't move any muscle. Neat princess, any muscle. Annihilation maker, admin yup, I even stopped some unnecessary organs, for example, my heart. Neat princess. You know what? I don't care, but I want to ask something. Annihilation maker, admin Oh ho? Don't tell me, you're facing problems in your mission, isn't it? Kaguya could already feel the incoming sarcasm and even see Leo's annoying smile, which almost made her close the chat. Neat princess, no, of course, not. How could I, the moon's princess, get troubled by a small mission? Annihilation maker, admin Is that so? Neat princess, yes, it's an undoubted truth. Annihilation maker, admin, it seems you're very capable, Kaguya-san, ha 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 ha. Neat princess, oh, you're sweet, Leo-san, you're also very capable, phew 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 phew. Whitebeard and Saitama stared at the chat as they felt a weird atmosphere. They could easily see Leo and Kaguya smiling, but their smile wasn't warm at all. Annihilation maker, admin, so, what did you want to ask? Neat princess, I just wanted to ask what the signs for the hook existence? Or if you can detect it. Annihilation Maker, admin the hook. Who told you that you had one on your side? Neat Princess, what do you mean? Annihilation Maker, admin as far as I know, there's two ways for the multiverse space to breach the world's barrier and the hook is just one of them. Neat Princess, what is the other one? Annihilation Maker, admin I don't know. Neat Princess. Kaguya felt all her motivation was extinguished before she sighed and typed. Neat Princess, then can you detect something with your clairvoyance if I started a stream? Annihilation Maker, admin well. No. Neat Princess, you're technically useless. Leo-san. Annihilation Maker, admin oh really, Kaguya-san? I wonder who is asking me now. Both of them started using the Japanese honorifics as the weird atmosphere appeared again. Annihilation Maker, admin I won't hide it, I'm not in my best conditions now and even if I was, I wouldn't be able to detect anything. Those intruders can resist my clairvoyance. Neat Princess, the abyss wasn't easy, hey. Annihilation Maker, admin of course, it isn't easy. To be honest, if it wasn't for the change in the scenery here, I would be blackout currently. After all, I slept for only 2 hours, 21 minutes, 41 seconds, 34 milliseconds, 2 microseconds, and 13 nanoseconds, probably. I'll black out at any moment, so if you have a question, say it now. Neat Princess, very specific, hey? Won't you come to this mission? Annihilation Maker, admin no, my mind, soul, and body are all against that idea and I won't give any blessings to that world. Neat Princess, blessings? More like curses, Mr. Satan. Annihilation Maker, admin Kaguya, everything in this world has positive and negative sides. Blessings are just curses that you didn't know their consequences, and curses are just blessings that you didn't know their benefits. Neat Princess, here a better question, why are you suddenly wise? Annihilation Maker, admin a beast's perk and staring at this black singularity of death might had an effect too, well, until we meet again. 3, 2 1 Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Sigh. More questions. Kaguya sighed as she closed the chat room, but her eyes flashed. There's another method to invade the worlds, a method that Leo doesn't know about. Kaguya is determined to know it before she'll rub this fact in Leo's face. Whitebeard stared at Kaguya, whose fighting spirit was ignited again, before he shook his head and walked away. For someone older than him, she sure has a completely young and childish mentality. Whitebeard went away as the golden red sunset shone brightly on this fantasy world, leaving the one in wonder for what is going to happen. Chapter 124, Konosuba Side Part 9. After some time, the night arrived quickly as the golden sunset was replaced with a black sky filled with stars. Under the silver light of the moon, the world became quieter, but it never stopped. In the forest far away from Axel's city, a young man was dashing from a tree to another. His speed was beyond what the eye could follow, leaving a shadow in the night. Despite that, his movements didn't cause any sound, like he wasn't there at all. The tree branches only swayed a little, like it was the wind moving them. Once in a while, the shadow's speed will accelerate a lot, turning into a flash before slowing down. In the darkness of the night, Kyle was traveling at his fastest speed in the wild, even accelerating his speed using a shadow steps skill. It has been a full day and night in his journey towards Axel. Although the journey is long because he has to run from another kingdom, his speed is more than enough to cross this long distance in less than 3 days, it would have been less if he didn't have to take breaks. No change in the mission. Glancing at the side mission, Kyle narrowed his eyes while concentrating on jumping with quick speed. However, Kyle couldn't help but think about this mission. Looking at the unchanged progress, a frown appeared on his face. Should he feel happy that the competition is low, or maybe he'll arrive first? No, on the contrary, Kyle has a bad feeling about this side mission, especially after he headed to Axel. Usually, the players will feel happy with having a special mission, but no, for those who understand a little about the horror space, a mission like this means a good reward, yet a big danger. Moreover, this special mission seems much more tolerant than usual. Although death missions are rare in the horror space, having a special mission with no punishment is playing on Kyle's nerves. If Kyle saw at least one of the two devices being planted, he'll not be like this, but no progress, and a place like the main plot location is very suspicious. After all, those who love to get in conflicts will surely go to the protagonist's location and try to fish for benefits. However, he chooses to go into the other kingdom and steal some stuff while waiting for the storm in the plot points to calm down. Yet, nothing happened. For a player, this calm is really abnormal. The more he thought, the more Kyle felt something big was happening behind his back. This feeling is the worst because it reminded him of his first mission where he was almost completely helpless. I have passed the capital, so it shouldn't take me a long time. I need to change my plans. Kyle thought about his situation, but then, his eyes widened. Without any hesitation, he moved his head back at his fastest speed. A black shadow of an arrow passed in front of his eyes. The arrow didn't have any sound, and if it weren't for slight airflow and Kyle's instinct, he'd be headshot now. However, he didn't have any time to slow down before another arrow appeared like a ghost behind him. Ignoring the pain in his neck because of the sudden movement, Kyle took his dagger and blocked the arrow before jumping to another tree. Despite that, the arrows were like ghosts in the night, coming from random directions while aiming at his vitals. Kyle twisted his body in midair, avoiding another arrow before landing on a new tree. Damn it, is it a player or someone else? No, that's not important for now. Quickly scanning the surroundings with his eyes, Kyle didn't have hope of finding anything, even after looking at the chaotic trajectory of the arrows. He can clearly see that the enemy is very professional and didn't leave any clues to their location while gasping Kyle's location precisely despite him using stealth. No, this isn't completely helpless. The arrows aren't that fast, maybe it had something to do with their sneaking ability. Kyle thought of a quick plan before he moved because the arrows appeared again. The enemy changed his location, or maybe this is a trap avoiding an arrow by moving arrows. The numerous trees, Kyle frowned because of this slight pause in attacks. The arrows were a lot, but they were very precise and hidden, which means the enemy is trying to play safe. Kyle waved with his dagger, shattering 2 arrows before activating a speed skill and disappearing. When the buff disappeared, Kyle appeared 10 meters away, but he met with 3 arrows from different directions. Switching his grip on the dagger, 3 flashes appeared before the arrows were cut down, but before Kyle calmed down, his eyes widened. Just behind the arrows, 2 others were hidden, even Kyle couldn't detect them because the airflow of the first 3 disturbed his senses. Gasping my weakness this quickly. Using all his strength, Kyle rolled backward, avoiding his death before trying to stand up. However, the enemy didn't let him go as 5 arrows arrived. These were more visible than the others, but they were faster and blocked his escape route. Not only that, when Kyle tried to stand up, his foot slipped a little because of the mud on the ground. In this situation, this is fatal. Kyle didn't even have the time to curse in his mind as he waved his dagger desperately and blocked 2 arrows. This was definitely a trap. He was guided into this muddy ground as he lost his chance to escape. In his desperate expression, another arrow appeared from a hidden position. It had a slight shade of red color and was treating the air like a missile. However, at this moment, Kyle's desperate expression vanished as he touched the sheath of his dagger. A transparent barrier instantly appeared, blocking all the arrows before Kyle used shadow steps. He vanished from his place like a flash before flying towards the red arrow's direction. 140 meters away, a woman holding a longbow frowned before she used her finger to tape the bowstring. When Kyle passed the red arrow, the arrow shone with a bright light before exploding. An ear-splitting explosion echoed in the night as the forest was ignited on fire. However, the woman didn't care about the result as she wanted to retreat. The last arrow should have exposed her location, but then, she raised her bow. From behind her, a dagger appeared like a mirage before getting blocked by the bow. Then like mist vanishing, Kyle appeared like a ghost behind her. Fuck. It's the wind freak. Kyle cursed when he saw the crazy woman before he stabbed again in a tricky angle. The dagger moved like a snake while aiming at the woman's neck, but she just let go of the bow and rotated to the left, avoiding the hit before grabbing the bow with her other hand. In an instant, she took another arrow and aimed at Kyle in this close distance. Kyle had to retreat while throwing the dagger in his hand. The woman also had to move back a little before she changed the target to the dagger. The arrow deflected the dagger, but the woman didn't relax because Kyle took an Uzi from his storage space, and without another thought, he shot. Kyle saw the wind freak had a barrier expanding from her bow before he closed the distance while using all the bullets of the gun to suppress the woman. His speed was very fast as he was already near her and ready to attack from the gap in the barrier. The woman was slightly blinded by all the bullets on the barrier before Kyle raised the dagger as she opened her mouth and bit some sort of a pill. Bang! The pill did the same effect as a flashbang, which made Kyle miss the attack, but he didn't stop. Despite being blind, he still raised her leg and kicked the woman, sending her flying, but she just used his kick to make a distance. What the fuck is wrong with you, wind freak? This isn't even a killing mission, why are you after me? Kyle cursed while staring at the woman he called wind freak, landing on the ground. Humph. You're just in the way, that's all, the woman answered coldly before she frowned and said, and you dare to insult my way of wind? What a joke. Come back when you have a fucking wind ability, you delusional bitch. Kyle directly mocked the woman like he already had enough of the wind bullshit. You. Clenching her teeth, the woman stared at Kyle with hatred as the pupils started to grow larger, almost covering all the green color in her eyes. Is that the gene lock? A terrible chill engulfed Kyle's mind, but he quickly calmed down. Are you wasting that now? Or do you really have the confidence to catch me now? If you had a good wind ability, that might be possible, Kyle said with a smile, because he knows that there's no way that the women have a high-rank gene lock. Tisk. The woman calmed herself as she stopped the skill activation. She's well aware of how slippery her target is, so she just missed the chance, and now Kyle should have a couple of ways to escape. It's not like she didn't want a wind skill, but in the horror space, you can't always get what you want. A normal wind skill is useless for her at this stage, while the strong one will cost a lot and won't necessarily be the best option to get stronger. Kyle also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gene lock is one of the signature skills that separate them from the world's aborigines. Although it's risky to get and expensive, even at the lowest rank, it can turn a pussy of a man into a killing machine. Then what do you want? The woman asked with a cold voice. She didn't have any good impression of Kyle, especially when he always called her a wind freak while her name is Susan. That was one of the reasons she wanted to kill him. Cooperation. And before you laugh or sneer, tell me, did you feel something wrong in this mission? Also, don't tell me you didn't notice that the chest's drop became almost non-existent in this world. Kyle's words made Susan frown, like recalling some of those accidents. The chest drop is like loot. Killing people or creatures from the world will lead to a chance for a chest to drop. The drop chance and rarity are related to the strength and luck of the player, but in this world, it became almost non-existent, which made Susan and Kyle feel something off. The monsters chasing after her, almost falling from a cliff, and some other accidents that made her doubt her luck. Susan didn't understand why, but that didn't stop her from grinning and saying, cooperation? On what basis? Stabbing each other in the back. Of course, what else would the cooperation be? Kyle lifted his eyebrow as Susan lowered her bow slowly before she said, then, what do you suggest? If the cooperation between them was something else, both of them will not accept it. They know that only benefits were the reason for them to be here, so a small cooperation while guarding against each other is the best for now. Of course, if this was a killing mission where you can get a player chest, it'll be a different story. I assume you're going to Axel, right? Let's take a step back and try to gather information from the nearest towns before advancing any further, Kyle said as Susan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Although her style is to sneak and kill from afar, she had to admit that the situation is so weird. I see, then happy cooperation. Kyle jumped from the tree and got closer to Susan to handshake, but she made some distance calmly while walking forward before saying, "From you look, you should know this world better than me. Sigh, I spend 3 mission in movies world. I forget anime's world exist." He might be trying to act nicely, like a sign of goodwill, but Susan knew he's just trying to close the distance because close combat isn't her strong point. Kyle waved his hand like he didn't care at all. He didn't bother answering Susan because her words are basically trying to get information for free. However, this conversation raised some doubt in Kyle's mind. I have only been to movies world, this has to be the first anime one. Why did I forget about this? Suddenly, Kyle frowned, but he hid it from Susan as they sprinted to the next town. However, how could he forget that the horror space mainly consists of movies theme worlds? Only because he was a part of a big guild, he knew about Konosuba's secret information. But if this was the case, then why didn't his guild master tell him about this? Kyle kept those doubts in his mind, but he already changed his plan. At the first sign of things going out of control, he'll immediately abandon the mission because at that moment, the danger will surpass the benefits. Probably, Susan is thinking the same. After all, their lives are more important. Meanwhile, at Axel's town, 2 shadows were jumping from one building to another. However, no one could spot them, like they didn't exist. These thief skills are really convenient and effective. Leon couldn't help but to be amazed, even if she had them for a couple of days. Unlike the normal assassins, who need to take years of training, just having a card and some skills allow a complete novice to perform some very difficult skills, even some abilities that match Tygus. At first, this made Leon sigh for how lucky this world's people are. "Leon-san, why are following me?" Again Chris, who was wearing a mask, said with helplessness while looking at Leon. She sighed when remembering how Leon actually spotted her at night, trying to steal from the same noble. That situation was really awkward as Chris didn't find a way to explain herself. Why can't I follow you? You've to admit that we make a good team to steal from the rich." Leon landed on top of a building as Chris held her forehead and said, "No, I'm not stealing, I'm just..." "What? Then taking those expressive and rare artifacts isn't stealing, hey?" Interesting. Leon's look made Chris blush because she really can't explain it. "Also, I'm disappointed." Leon's words made Chris tilt her head in confusion. "I thought you're professional." "We, true thieves, never steal, we only borrow." Leon made Chris stare at her with a blank expression before she said, "Borrow?" "Yes. We only borrow, just permanently." Leon saying those words with full confidence made Chris sigh again before jumping away. "Wait for me," Leon said before following Chris. They are both going to the same noble mansion anyway. However, Leon had another goal aside from making some money. The noble they're robbing have good connections to the guild and the capital because his son works in that branch. She wants to borrow some papers and documents from his office, nothing more. After all, what the guild announced for adventurers isn't fake news or lies, but they don't always say the full story. Leon felt like she's working a lot these days, but this is worth it because she had her plans in mind. With those thoughts, Leon increased her speed, turning into an unnoticeable black spot with Chris. Chapter 125, Konosuba Side Part 10. Thud. With the sound of a heavy stack of papers being slammed on the table, Leon stared at everyone in the room before she said, "I finally found something while all of you are being lazy." In Kazuma's mansion, everyone gathered here while staring at Leon and her heavy stack of papers. Kagaya was calmly sipping some tea, Kazuma was yawning, Whitebeard was cleaning his naginata, Misaka was staring at the Thunderstone intensely, Megumin was laying her head on the table after she used all her mana, and Aqua was drinking in the morning, but Kazuma was too lazy to care about her. After joining Chris yesterday, Leone entered the noble office in a friendly manner and borrowed some papers. Actually, she just saw the word report from the capital and took all the papers away. So, she took them out before continuing her adventure in the night, until she came back and found everyone here. "Nah, Kmin, where do you see me lazy?" Kaguya calmly slipped some tea without opening her eyes. She was almost melting on the chair with a blissful expression on her face. She has to admit that having a special chef for herself is one of the best things that happened to her, which says a lot for someone who lived a long life. We're very productive people, always on the move. Calling us lazy is like saying that the sky isn't blue. Kazuma nodded seriously while grabbing a piece of cake from the table. Actually, the sky is purple. It's blue just because our eyes are more sensitive to the blue color of scattered sunlight. Also, the sun emits a higher concentration of blue light. Misaka added from the side with a reflex, but Kazuma cut her off. "Let's keep it civil and don't jump into science, thank you." Misaka glanced at Kazuma before noticing that everyone else in the room was confused by her words, so she puffed her cheeks before staring at the Thunderstone. "But we're really not lazy. Look, even Kazuma volunteered to become a bait if things didn't work out," Kaguya said calmly while looking at the heavy stack of papers. Yes. Kazuma subconsciously nodded his head before he snapped and said, "Oi! I never said such a thing." "No, wait. You're the reason for my bad feelings these days. I can't possibly understand what you are saying." Kaguya just looked to the side, completely denying Kazuma while taking a note of his sharp feelings for trouble. "Enough with your nonsense. Can your information locate the problem here?" Whitebeard said while looking at the papers, "But actually, there's no way he'll read them. Just their numbers are enough to give him a headache, so he just wants to know where to go and punch." "Does this have a relation with the enemies, who are worse than the Demon King's army?" Megumin raised her head before falling down again. "Yeah, they're pretty much hidden very well." Kazuma rubbed his head like he's having a headache. He never saw a day of peace from the day he arrived in this world, and especially after this mission started. "Can I ask why you know about them while the kingdom is completely ignorant?" Megumin looked at Kazuma, who just sighed, and said, "Do you want to keep using explosion magic every day?" Megumin lowered her head again, like she was chanting a curse under her hat. "Sip anyway, the clues are leading to the capital, right?" Kaguya took another sip before asking Leone, who almost had enough and was just about to explode from anger. "It's the largest forest in the capital's south. Some adventurers' groups got attacked by the so-called monster that used arrows. The shape or type of monster is completely unclear because the victims didn't see it, yet, they only called it a monster because of these people's habits." Leone's words were clear. "People in this world won't assume the killer is a human because humanity is really united here. Although there's selfishness and fight for benefits, but how could Leone put it nicely, they are too dumb for deep schemes. So, their thinking will always go for monsters and especially the Demon King's army. Although we can't deny the fact that it might be a new monster, we can't ignore the possibility." Leone finished what she had to say before she sat down and took a piece of cake for herself. Kaguya frowned because of Leone's words. Looking at the papers, the murder actually killed some adventurer parties, which means, she can rule out the cheat holders. After all, they are too happy-go-lucky and dumb for this. Next is the Demon King's army, which is more likely the source, but Kaguya didn't remember any plot in Konosuba for this event. Maybe it just didn't appear in the original, but it also raises the doubt. Sigh, there's no helping it. Stopping her train of thoughts, Kaguya sighed helplessly before making up her mind. Did you figure it out?" Kazuma asked, but Kaguya just shook her head and said no. "But what do you mean?" Kazuma had a bad feeling about this. "I didn't want to use this, but it's the time to affect the world." Kaguya smiled mysteriously, but Kazuma widened his eyes at the keywords he just heard. "Bibakana, impossible." Kazuma stood up in a hurry, but Kaguya calmly lowered her cup and said, "Now, Witness the power that'll change all what you know about the world. When the cup of tea touched the table, a wave appeared from Kaguya as a center. The wave made a weird noise while changing the colors of the surrounding, then everything stopped. People, animals, the wind, everyone in the room, and everything else was paused in its place, leaving the world in complete silence. Time has stopped moving. Kaguya stood up slowly before her seat before grabbing a paper from the stack. This paper had the story and names of the party that survived and reported the murderer. Walking away from the table, Kaguya suddenly stopped and stared at Kazuma. Thinking for a moment, she walked towards him and took the sword at his waist. Kaguya can easily choose if a target is affected by her ability as she releases the sword. It's time to do God's work. She raised the sword as it reflected the light before a faint whisper was heard, WWRRRYYY. Without stopping, Kaguya flew out from the window at a very fast speed. Her spirit power made her like a meteor in the sky before she landed near a particular store. Entering it quickly, Kaguya spotted a beautiful woman with brown eyes and long brown hair. She wore a long purple dress while standing behind the desk. Kaguya walked quickly and removed the time stop from the woman and said, "Wiz, wake up, I need your help and fast." Kaguya-san? How did you come here and What is happening? Wiz was surprised because Kaguya suddenly appeared, but then, she noticed the frozen world. Wiz is a lich and the owner of the magic items shop in Axel. She's one of the Demon King's generals and a very strong archmage. In Kaguya's opinion, she's actually a very good person in the middle of this retarded world. In this period, Kaguya visited almost all the important places in Axel and one of them was Wiz's shop, so she knew her very well. "No time to talk or explain, I need you to teleport me into the capital." "Here, take this." Kaguya waved her sleeve as a bar of gold flew out and stopped in mid-air. What? Wiz didn't understand anything, but Kaguya wasn't going to stop. "There's no time. The whole world is in danger, Wiz. Look. Even a goddess was dispatched because of the situation." Kaguya stopped the time on Wiz before she went back and dragged the drunk Aqua here, which was all done instantly in Wiz's eyes. She doesn't want to do this, but she didn't have a choice. Although she has her own teleportation magic, Kaguya doesn't have a mark on the capital. Wiz started to feel dizzy. She clearly saw that Aqua is a goddess, but what is happening now? The world has stopped. Kaguya is telling her that something big happens. She doesn't know what is going on. Wiz didn't understand anything as Kaguya kept pressuring her again and again before she just gave up and said teleportation. Kaguya made sure her ability doesn't affect the teleportation before a colorful magic circle appeared under her feet. The light gathered around it before it flashed and Kaguya disappeared from her place. What is going on? Wiz was still able to move in the stopped time as she looked at Aqua, smiling weirdly while floating in the air. Kaguya opened her eyes to see herself arriving at the capital. This was a hidden place where Wiz has a mark for her teleportation magic. She quickly flew away and scanned the capital from above. Spotted the guild building, she just landed down before storming inside. Her eyes looked at everyone, who were frozen, before locking a guild's receptionist and walked toward him. Removing the time effect on the man, Kaguya looked at his shocked expression before she said in a heavy voice, "Where is she, he, or maybe it? WRRYYYYY." Dio's sword added a more threatening aura as the man was panicking. What is happening? The man was shocked by everything and everyone froze around him before Kaguya waved her sleeve and smacked him on the forehead. Slap! Her sleeve did the same effect of a slap, which made the man retreat a little, but there was a weird talisman on his forehead. His eyes lost focus before Kaguya said, "Tell me, what do you know?" The man started telling Kaguya everything about the murder case because of her hypnotizing talisman. Using his talisman, the weak target will tell Kaguya all that she wants while deleting the memories of their meeting. When Kaguya got what she wanted, she just took the talisman back before applying the time effect again. As I expect, the "where is she" interrogation method is only effective for the Og Edgelord Batman. Kaguya shook her head before checking her gains from this raid. I have a location and some information, but just to make sure. Kaguya whispered before entering deep into the guild. After a while, Kaguya came out with a frown. She just asked all the big figures in the guild, but she didn't get anything useful, so she left and flew to the sky towards the market. A team of adventurers were frozen when they were chatting before Kaguya landed from the sky and raised her sleeve. The team leader, who survived Susan's arrows, got the same treatment as the guild's receptionist before revealing more information. Out the capital, in the South Forest. Near the Griffin's hunting ground, Kaguya got a more precise location before she flew in the sky. Her speed was like a missile in the sky, breaking the sound barrier before reaching the location. It was a burned ground filled with ash and dust, like a large fire ignited here. Tisk, there's nothing at all. Kaguya covered her mouth with a sleeve before flying away. She took this place as a center and started checking for any clue. After almost an hour of flying around, Kaguya only found a broken arrow, which didn't have anything on it, even a string of energy or aura wasn't present in the arrow. Humph! We really lack some proper investigation methods. No, we need some mystical ways to find something from this side. Trying to find a very small number of people in a large world is very hard, especially if you didn't have any good clues, as Kaguya felt helpless. Grabbing another talisman, Kaguya put it on the broken arrow before hiding it inside of her sleeve. Maybe it could provide a good clue and assistant in the future. But at least, I know there's a high possibility for it to be the target. From all the different sides of the story and clues that Kaguya heard in the capital, the attacker should not be from the Demon King's army, because the strongest generals are all known for Kaguya and only them can do something like this. It's very unlikely for the humans to target each other, not to mention killing, so this had to be our target, but they have completely vanished during these days. Kaguya floated before looking around one last time. Teleportation. Finishing her business, Kaguya used the teleportation magic as a colorful magic circle appeared under her. However, if their goal is to kill adventurers, they can't hide for long. As long as the slightest message arrives about a murderous archer, Kaguya will stop the time immediately and check. With a flash, Kaguya disappeared from her place and appeared inside Kazuma's mansion. Sigh, this was tiring. Complaining, Kaguya walked slowly and returned the sword to Kazuma. Sitting down on her seat, Kaguya raised the cup of tea before saying, "The time resumes. What happened to you?" Leon asked Kazuma, who stood up with a panicked expression. Kazuma checked his surrounding and belonging before he patted his chest and said, "I'm safe everyone, I just checked and we finally know one of our targets. But they are nowhere to be found, yet. We didn't come out empty-handed." Kaguya sipped some tea, which was still hot, as everyone was staring at her. What just happened? Everyone had the same question inside of their heads, but only Kazuma said, "Damn time manipulators." With that, Kaguya just shrugged her shoulders before starting a long conversation about the capital and the murderous archer. However, they all forgot about Aqua, who was lying down inside the shop while Wiz didn't know what to do. Chapter 126, Konosuba Side Part 11. After the great time movement by Kaguya, everything went back to the usual routine. Despite knowing the result of the investigation, which is a player using arrows, the group didn't know where or how to find him, her, or it. Honestly, the group started to get annoyed by this mission. How the hell are they supposed to find someone in a vast world? Both conditions and means are bad, leaving them empty-handed. Whitebeard saw that things had ended as he left the mansion immediately. He just said that he's leaving for a while before heading out of the city towards the mountains. Maybe he took a quest or he's just walking around, the group didn't know. Leon didn't have more means. Although she's used to gather information, her work zone was never this huge. Sighing, she also felt a little frustrated, but this isn't enough to put her down. She also left while dragging Misaka away. Misaka said that she's going to check the market, which coincidentally, was Leon's goal. So, she just dragged her with her. Kazuma just chose to not think about the mission and focus on other things. Although he doesn't know how big this planet is compared to Earth, he was already over it and classified the objective of finding something as borderline impossible. Anyway, he has more important things to take care of, like the kind woman who was assaulted by Aqua in the morning. It was direct death threats and an attempt to murder as Kazuma had to hold Aqua. The kind lady, Wiz, actually delivered Aqua to them, after she fell asleep in her shop. Apparently, Wiz is a strong mage. She was using magic to make Aqua float while delivering her to them. Despite all his desires to say keep her, Kazuma just sighed and thanked Wiz. He just talked with her for some time, but Kazuma can already see that Wiz might be one of the nicest people he saw in his life. He couldn't throw a curse, Aqua, at her, he still has principles, god damn it. However, at that moment, Aqua rose from her sleep like a zombie and attacked Wiz, telling Kazuma that Wiz is a lich. If this was a lich, then what does this make you, Miss Goddess? Staring at Aqua, who was struggling like a madman, and the worried, yet concerned Wiz, Kazuma felt his world's view was broken again before he just stopped Aqua and bid farewell to Wiz. Despite being angry, Aqua shut up immediately after taking a hit to the head and receiving a threat to make all her missions involve frogs from today. After solving this problem, Kazuma faced his second challenge. The city finally couldn't handle the brilliant ball of flames and ashes every morning, especially after the apocalypse that day. The guild directly told Kazuma, as the leader of his party, to stop Megumin's explosions or choose a far place from the city if she wanted to train her magic. Kazuma agreed with a blank face. To be honest, he felt slightly sorry for the citizens in this city. They actually tolerate those explosions until now, even asking them politely to stop. They are very nice people. Megumin complained that these people didn't understand the charm of explosions before quickly crumbling and apologizing under the eyes of the guild's staff. Meanwhile, in a place near the forest outside of Axel, two tigers-like monsters were walking and trying to find prey. Suddenly, their ears raised up, and stared to the side. The sound of leaves and twigs getting broken alerted the two monsters, but then, they saw three humanoid figures. Spotting the prey, the tigers wanted to lurk around, however, the sharp voice of wind was heard before their heads were pierced by small objects as the blood bloomed like a flower. The bullet is a bullet, and the gun is a gun. I still have no idea why people say they are a bullet or a gun. Do they want to shoot themselves? Kazuma lowered the sniper rifle in his hands when he confirmed the death of the monsters. With a quick turn, the rifle magically transformed into a pistol before Kazuma turned around and said with annoyance, "How far is this place? You shitty neat, how did you find a way to cheat?" Ignoring Kazuma's question, Aqua directly pointed at the pistol. "Shut up, useless goddess, you send a lot of heroes all these years. Do you think it's impossible to find one or two cheat items?" Kazuma retorted directly while giving Aqua a "are you dumb" look. "Really? But I don't remember giving something like that." Aqua frowned while trying hard to remember. "Do you recall what did you eat yesterday?" Kazuma shook his head as Aqua was directly confused because she didn't even remember that. Megumin watched Aqua and Kazuma's exchange before she said, "Let's move, the faster we are. The faster we finish this nonsense." Kazuma was still going on at it with Aqua before he reacted instantly when he heard Megumin. "No. The faster I can use my explosion magic." Megumin corrected Kazuma, but he and Aqua just said, "Isn't that the same thing?" "No, it's not." Megumin waved with her staff while her eyes glowed red, like she won't accept this humiliation against explosion magic. After getting the notice from the guild, Megumin decided to change her usual place of training, which made her fall into some trouble. When using her magic, she'll lose all the power to stand up, which means she needs a helper. Everyone left in the morning, leaving only Kazuma and Aqua as they were forced to go with her. Mainly because Kazuma doesn't trust Megumin's choice of place and he isn't settled by leaving Aqua alone. From his experience, Aqua will surely do something that'll increase his debt if he left her alone after the accident with Wiz. So, they gathered here as Megumin wasn't satisfied with a normal place and started a journey to find the so-called perfect spot, also known as the nuclear testing site for Kazuma. Also, Kazuma is avoiding the crazy night woman in the guild, so he chooses to leave early. Anyway, can you just choose a place? Kazuma lacked any motivation as he looked at the forest around him. He just remembered that day on the ship, when Leo told him about getting his own nuke. He never thought it'll be like this. No, he should have known that Leo was a natural-born devil, even before he became Lucifer. Anything he says has a bad twist in the middle. No, for the explosion magic to show its true might, a good place is required, Megumin said with her eyes glowing as Kazuma started to think if she was looking for a sacrificing place. There isn't anything special on this side of the forest, but it's been a while since I checked. Aqua shrugged before Kazuma said Oya, Oya? Said the goddess that doesn't know the guild place, you shitty neat. Aqua was furious before quarreling with Kazuma, but Megumin stared at Aqua with pity. She heard from Kazuma that Aqua is delusional and thinks she's a true goddess, even Megumin couldn't help but feel sad for her. With this period, the group went further into the forest while trying to find a good place to try the nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, Kaguya felt that this is one of the worst times in her life. At first, it was good to run around Axel, but now, Kaguya started to get fed up. However, what makes it worse is the fact she can't do anything about it. Kaguya began to feel that someone or something is insulting her majesty and IQ during these days. Like she was some sort of a joke to watch. Don't ask her how she felt it, but it was annoying and making her mad. However, what is it? A higher being, multiverse space, or the world? The more she thought about it, the worse her mood became. Kaguya already started to feel that the world is trying to make fun of them, especially if she thought about it. Konosuba is a comedy world. Don't tell me that the world is trying to make a big joke using them. With just that idea, Kaguya's mood hit the rock bottom. Why does she feel this is correct? Ignorant of Kaguya's conspiracy theory, Misaka and Leon were walking around in the market. Axel's market wasn't that big, instead, it was slightly small. It mostly contains the daily necessity of citizens and some equipment and items for adventurers. Despite that, the market was crowded with people, old and young, buying or selling their goods. So, why are you dragging me around? Misaka said with a frown while looking at Leon, who was checking some stores. Oh, come in. Don't be like that. We're both coming here, so why don't we stroll together? Also, what do you want to buy? Leon waved her hand and said with a smile. She didn't seem to be concerned about Misaka's frown at all. Misaka clenched her fist as she calmed herself a little. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that Leon is laughing at her actions, like it's very amusing. I'm looking for a holder for the Thunder Stone. I can't keep it in my hand all the time. Misaka shook her head before walking again. Although she can put the stone inside the chat room, she can't use that during the battle. Even if she wasn't all that professional in fighting, Misaka knows that she can't use the chat room during a fight, so she wants something to quickly access the Thunderstone's power, like a necklace or a bracelet. However, if this was the Academy City, Misaka is sure to get what she wants on the spot, but in Konosuba's world, she can't be sure how they'll make something that can fit the Thunderstone. During these days, she found the Thunderstone is like a battery. It can generate and attract the electromagnetic fields easily, allowing Misaka's power to grow and reduce consumption greatly. So, you want a necklace or a bracelet to hold the stone, right? Seeing Misaka nodding, Leon thought for a moment before saying, "Got it, follow me." Leon smiled before walking forward. Misaka hesitated a little before going after her. They walked on Axel's roads as Misaka saw a lot of new interesting sights. She noticed that this was a new place in the city where she never came before. Well, Misaka always went around the guild's location and the mansion, which made her never check the whole city. Suddenly, she noticed that people in this place know Leon. A lot of them greeted her, especially some children who went toward her with excitement. Leone played a little with the children before she grinned and pointed at Misaka. Misaka had a bad feeling before those children surrounded her. They kept asking her if she was also an adventurer, about magic, and a lot of other questions. This made her in a dilemma, but then, she noticed that Leone was laughing at her situation. Okay, everyone, leave that big sister alone, we still have things to do. Leone clapped as the children showed a reluctant expression before she said, don't worry, I'll come later. With a big cheer, the children waved as Misaka and Leone left the place. You're sure popular, especially with those children. Misaka was liberated before saying with some curiosity. She noticed that Leone seemed more local in this place than some citizens. Me? Well, I have my way with children. Leone shrugged her shoulders before looking forward and saying, oh, we have arrived. Misaka looked to see an old shop with some weapons hanging outside and the smell of the burned wood coming from inside. Oi, Al, are you there? With Leone's shout, a middle-aged man walked from inside while rubbing his hand with a cloth. It's you, Leone, how has it been? The man named Al said with a smile before Leone started a conversation with him. After a while, Leone mentioned Misaka before Al said sure, no problem. Looking at you as Leone's friend, I'll give you a discount. You're okay with iron as a material? Al said before Misaka, who was still figuring the situation, nodded and said yeah, it's okay. It's settled then, let me measure the gem. Al said before Misaka gave him the thunderstone. He was surprised when he looked at the stone, but then, he just measured it before giving it back. When it's ready, I'll tell Leone. She's always hanging around here anyway. Al took the material before waving goodbye to the two girls and entered his shop. Well, that's it. Let's go. Leone called Misaka back to her senses before they walked away. During the journey, Misaka looked at Leone for a while, which made the latter notice that and said him. Is there something? You blend very well with this place. Misaka thought from a moment before saying what was in her mind, which made Leone chuckle and say, of course, as an assassin, you need to learn how to blend with your surroundings. Also, I grew up in places like this, so it's like returning home. Places like this? Misaka asked before Leone looked at her oddly before tapping her forehead while saying, this world, or at least this city condition, isn't all that bad. It even made the slums look quite good. This is the slums. Misaka lifted her eyebrow before looking around. Even if it didn't look that different, it was truly in a slightly more bad condition than the main area of the city. Yeah, this is the slums. Sigh, although this place is quite unbelievable to me to be so. Leone sighed while looking at people walking around. To your world, right? Looking at Leone, Misaka couldn't help but blur out, when she recalled the information that she learned about Akame ga Kill's world before recognizing what she just and apologizing to Leone. Don't worry about. How much do you know about my world? Leone looked at Misaka, who said not that much, except basic understanding. That's good. I thought you're like those three. Leone scratched the back of her head before she winked at Misaka and said that was just the past, let's not think a lot about it, okay? Can I ask about what happened after we left? Misaka asked before Leone said, sigh, you're still asking. Well, it isn't that important, but do you know how much trouble you caused? Leone just waved her hand before becoming serious, which shocked Misaka. What? After you blew up the empire, the whole pressure on the revolutionary army increased by tenfolds. Luckily, I got the Taiga back, or else. Leone started to complain about the situation she had in the past days in her worlds as some sweat appeared on Misaka's forehead. She first talked about the citizens that Pakia teleported from the empire. Honestly, that was a big pain in the ass according to Leone. They had to sit in camps, build houses, and try to provide shelter and safety to those people. At first, it was a very tiring job, but then, with the power of Taigas, especially Susanoo, who built houses like the greatest builder in the world, the pressure lowered a lot. This also worked out because the army always thought of going to battle in a far place, so there's a lot of tents and materials to make camps, especially danger beasts to hunt for food. Susanoo? A god. Misaka recovered from the embarrassment before she asked when she heard the name of a god from Japanese mythology. What? No, he's a taigu. Anyway, let me continue then. Leon began to talk about the war that almost started. With the message of the empire vanishing and the taigu gone missing, all the other countries saw the empire's land as a big pie, ready to be split and eaten. However, after getting the taigu, the revolutionary army quickly found people, who were compatible with the wide damage taigu, and sent them to battle. Getting some losses against the taigu's users and knowing that those weapons still exist with a huge army, the other countries stopped temporarily. I am sorry. Misaka bowed as her face was very red. All the things were caused because of the chat room members, as Misaka didn't know what to say except apologizing. Nah, don't be. Even if the situation was bad, it was far better than the estimated situation after the war with the Empire. Also, you guys didn't have a reason to help us nor care about our condition. Leon shrugged like she didn't care a lot, but looking at Misaka's face, she sighed before saying, but count it as selfishness. I want to thank you. In Misaka's surprised eyes, Leon said, I had a feeling, but after joining this chat room, I was completely sure about the end of my team and friends. Although you guys' solution wasn't the best, but for me, it was quite satisfactory, so this extra work is worth it. Leon smiled brightly, leaving Misaka in a sigh as she didn't know what to say. As they walked, the two of them already left the slums before Leon said seriously, now, we're in a pretty much stable situation, but another problem appeared from the north. As Death and her army learned about the Empire situation. According to Boss, As Death won't run from a battle, even if her life is on the stack, especially without her taigu. She'll surely take her army to fight us. So, it's time to kill that general and remove the last bit of that cursed empire, Leon said with some hatred as her killing intent followed out, giving chills to everyone in the street before she returned to normal. I see. Although I don't think I can do much, if you need me, I'll help, Misaka said seriously, but she only got a laugh from Leon, which made her blush and scream, what's funny? Nothing, nothing, you're really cute. Leon's laughter made Misaka grit her teeth. Don't think about it too much. We, the night raid, can manage. Also, I don't think you're really helping in those bloody situations, little girl. Leon's words made Misaka silent because, deep in herself, she knew that's true. However, I still wonder how my team will handle the period of peace after everything gets settled. After all, we have a lot of special guys with us. Leon sighed again before shaking her head, but even if she was smiling, her eyes still had some worry. Because the unknown third party, chat room, destroyed the Empire, the Revolutionary Army doesn't have any problem with taking its place. They were even considered heroes by citizens. So, the night raid became one of the strongest forces of the army, without the need of getting dispatched. However, Leon isn't sure how the particular members of her team will deal with the situation after the period of peace comes. I see, maybe we can make them help us? After all, we are after some enemies in other worlds, but I don't know if the chat room will accept or even have this option. Misaka talked seriously to the surprised Leon before she remembered something and said, also, according to our rules in the chat room, the day raid rules and night raid sucks. PFFF. What the heck are those rules? Ha 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 ha. Leon couldn't help it as she started laughing before she looked at Misaka and said, I change my mind, you're absolutely cute. Come and give big sister a hug. What? Misaka wanted to run, but Leon was quick as she hugged Misaka and started to mess her hair. However, and unfortunately, Leon didn't seem to be capable of reading the invisible sign around Misaka that only a few can perceive, which said warning. High voltage. The electricity suddenly appeared and shocked everyone in the street before a scream filled the surrounding. Chapter 127, Konosuba Side Part 12. In the castle above the cliff next to the forest, a gloomy aura was radiating slowly into the air. The old castle that was abandoned for years became more creepy, even the animals and insects didn't dare to get closer. Inside of the castle, several corpses and skeletons can be seen walking around or just standing in their place. However, even if they were still, they would immediately move away, when a particular undead in a mage robe arrived. In the middle of the castle's hallways, Lich was walking slowly while thinking about his plans. After the first accident, he has to admit that these days are quite peaceful, almost like death. Anyway, Lich found this peace to be weird and even stressful. He knew that these feelings are because of his usual habits as a player. After all, they basically don't have the luxury to relax a lot during missions, but this mission is weird. How it can be weird? Well, even if Lich rejected his humanity like he heard from a certain player, the species change in the horror space are somehow special. Unless you completely desire to change, you'll never truly become a part of the said species in the horror space's eyes. This came from a rare message that appears to certain players. Do you really want to change? Yes? Or no? The message was short, and for Lich, it's funny. Is the overbearing horror space actually asking for consent? Except for the first invitation, messages like this were rare, and even slightly unheard of. However, even if the message still didn't appear in front of him, Lich can't see a real serious change in those who accepted, except they were slightly stronger obviously. Or maybe he doesn't know many details. Regardless, Lich remembered this information by talking with Beldia, an undead with a lot of feelings, he must say. For all the reasons, why does this mission sound all this friendly? It's so friendly, it gives the dead Lich chills, of course, not as much as the Axis order. Now, I think about it. Didn't the idiots Zhang brothers chose to go to Axel? Lich remembered a certain 3 players, who supposedly went to Axel, as his expression twisted a little. Let's say, his relationship with those 3 players wasn't friendly. This was confirmed again when this mission started. When he first arrived in this world, he bumped into Zhang's brothers. 3 dumbass swearing in a Jo hoodie didn't think twice before attacking him while declaring a robbery. However, when Lich summoned his army and tried to catch them, they used some sort of a stun skill. All the undead around them were paralyzed, letting the 3 brothers run away, but he wished it ended like this. The 3 brothers gave him a middle finger while screaming from afar that he was a coward, cursing him multiple times, and saying he can't catch them. Lich obviously used his army again, but those players were too slippery, just running and jumping around. This didn't end until Lich summoned the bone dragon, which made the 3 brothers curse one last time before stunning the dragon with a strong skill and running away without looking back. Lich swears if he saw them again, he'll sacrifice their souls in the most painful way he knows. Hold on, if they went to Axel. Why the hell this mission is still incomplete? Suddenly, Lich finally realized the critical problem. How could 3 top players, even if they were annoying, not finish a simple mission in a newbie town? The Zhang brothers are kinda special. Their strength is only top level when they fight together, but they also aren't weak individually and use the most disgusting, yet effective abilities in fights. They all have the 8th, 9th, 10th rank in the arena of the first floor in the horror space. Lich himself is ranked 5th in the arena, so he got harassed for some time by these 3 brothers because they couldn't defeat their next opponent, so they used the free chance to pick on him as a spellcaster. Anyway, Zhang's brothers are masters of running and crowd control with their stunt, silence, bleeding, and other debuff skills. Even if there was something in Axel, they could easily run around it. Unless they couldn't run around it this time. More and more thoughts filled Lich's head, making him look gloomy. But then, the whole castle trembled and a red gleam shone on everything. What is going on? However, without even giving him a chance to notice the violent mana reaction, Lich was blasted away by a wrathful crimson explosion. Like taking a hit from a meteor, the whole castle started cracking as a flower of flames blasted towards the sky, bringing a cloud of smoke and dust. Luckily, the explosion hit the castle directly, so the undead weren't affected much. Some of them were blown to pieces, but those were skeletons, who immediately started to look for their bones around. At a corner in the broken hallway, a wrinkled hand appeared from under the rubble before Lich stood up and looked at the flames burning around him. The sun was clearly shining from the large hole, which brought him some discomfort, but he didn't care about that. What? They fuck. Staring at the cracked castle, those were the only words Lich could say to express his faint emotions. Meanwhile, on the road where people can see the castle, Megumin fell on her face while Kazuma and Aqua were staring at the ball of flames as their clothes and hair were moving with the wind. That was the best, Megumin whispered softly while kissing the ground with her face. Her tone was like she did one of the biggest achievements in her life. However, her two partners didn't share the same feelings as her. Blowing this castle won't cost me money, right? It's an abandoned property, right? There's no way its owner would pop up someday, right? Please, someone, tell me I'm right. Kazuma hung his head low while praying for a bright future. Why should a goddess like me waste her precious time here? Moreover, when is lunch? Aqua didn't care that much while looking at Kazuma, picking Megumin up. Let's go, Kazuma said before walking forward with a grim look about his future. Sure, Aqua agreed before leaving with Kazuma while thinking about lunch. When the three left the place, Lich rushed to Beldia's room to talk about this situation. However, when he arrived, he saw Beldia sitting on his throne with a dreadful aura. So, they finally came. Adventurers. With a deep and grim voice, Beldia's red eyes shone with an ominous gleam before he said, Rookie, it's time to start. What? Lich would blink from confusion if he had eyes. Foolish humans. Always running to the danger like moths in flames. Now, with humans knowing our place, they'll gather their warriors, mages, and come to fight us. And when that happens, we'll get everything we want. Beldia stood up from his throne as his aura of death was blowing around. Beldia-sama, why don't we chase after them now? Lich didn't understand what was happening anymore. Someone came and nuked your house, but you are still hanging around. No need. During my life, I understood adventurers clearly. They'll always come and raid any place with a lot of monsters. They'll directly fall into my trap, where I, Beldia, will capture them easily. Beldia's eyes shone with a red light, but in Lich's eyes, he looked like one of those scammers that say, trust me, I got this, or there's nothing to worry about, I'm a professional. Enough with that. Suddenly, Beldia walked forward and past Lich before he said, come with me, we're going to track them. The flames in Lich's eyes burned brightly. No, we're going to something more important. Beldia waved his hand as his cape was flaying before he said, we'll help the undead to fix the castle. Excuse me. Lich tilted his head like he had trouble hearing. We'll go and fix the castle to show those adventurers what is waiting for them, Beldia said with a deep voice, but then his voice became mild and said also, our look is very important. We can't keep it like this. Lich had many questions as a lot of complicated thoughts flashed in his brain before he said, we're undead, why do you care about looks? Despite his internal conflicts, Lich sighed as he joined the construction team made from the dead. There's still time for the mission and he can take things slowly. However, he also needs to take it carefully after remembering Zhang's brother, even if he saw the castle bombing in the information he brought, which shows that the plot is at least still moving normally. Chapter 128, Konosuba Side Part 13. After bombing the castle, Kazuma and his party walked towards Axel. It didn't take them long to reach the city, especially while using a gun. They didn't stop at the gates as they walked towards the guild because Kazuma wants to see how much he can get for the monsters. However, when Kazuma opened the guild's door, he was comforted with a scene that urged him to close the door. Please, let me join your party. Darkness stood up as soon as Kazuma arrived, like she was waiting the whole morning here. Darkness was standing heroically with the attitude of a knight while looking at Kazuma. The perseverance and firmness were clearly shown in her voice, but her sparkling eyes made Kazuma almost raise his pistol and shot a paralyzing bullet. Sadly, Kazuma has more than one feeling that Darkness will like that instead. He let out a sigh of helplessness, but then, he noticed her eyes were on Megumin on his back. Megumin collapsed on Kazuma's back because she wasted all her mana. Kazuma didn't feel anything except a pain in his back because of this lowly, but seeing Megumin completely vulnerable, thousands of unspeakable fantasies were unfolding in Darkness's eyes. Oi! Why are you looking at me like some sort of a criminal? And why do you seem jealous? Noticing the watery eyes of Darkness, Kazuma had a chill all over his body. This woman seriously has a problem. Ignorant of Kazuma's dilemma, Megumin raised her head slowly before she said, "You still won't accept her, Kazuma?" "Right, Kazuma. She's a crusader, with her, we'll have 3 advanced classes. There's no reason to refuse." Aqua tilted her head while looking at the Kazuma, sighing. Kazuma knows that it'll go this way if his 2 good-for-nothing teammates knew about this, so he was just sighing. However, at this moment, he felt something weird as his eyes looked behind Darkness. Kaguya was sitting on a seat at an empty table at the corner of the guild. Her eyes and smile were clearly saying that she was watching a good show. Just that look was enough to make Kazuma clench his fist, and with a furious expression, he said, "You bastard." However, at the line of sight, his target was misunderstood by Darkness as she twisted her body back before trying to resist, but still, she released a slight moan. Kazuma took a step back at this reaction. Honestly, he started to feel scared from this level of masochism. However, Darkness didn't care about his reaction as she recovered a little and said, "Barely knowing me, and even when I talked to you politely, you called me a bastard. My eyes didn't mislead me." Kazuma solidified in his place before he looked at Kaguya, only to see her smile getting wider. He instantly knew that he fell into a trap. No, it was more like Kaguya giving him a shovel to dig his own trap before falling into it. "Sai, let's just sit down and talk slowly. You are also here, hey." Sighing helplessly, Kazuma walked forward before he noticed Chris at the side. He would have noticed her faster if it wasn't for this female night outbreak. Regardless, Kazuma took the group to the table of Kaguya before he glared at her, but then, he chose to solve the problem at hand first. There's no point in focusing on a losing battle against a time manipulator. Dropping Megumin on a seat, Kazuma and Aqua sat down next to Kaguya while facing Chris and Darkness. Even if he knows it's hopeless, Kazuma tried to be logical. He explained his goal of defeating the Demon King while saying it's one of the strongest beings in the world. Then, he said the possible consequences of the failure in such a quest. However, and to his helplessness, Megumin stood up with a grand declaration before she fell down on the table because she still didn't completely recover. A female knight is always looking forward to being caught by the Demon King, then being subjected to all the ill treatment. Darkness's response rendered the whole group speechless. "Hey, Kazuma. After listening to what you said, I think we also should back out. The Demon King is really dangerous for us," Aqua whispered to the annoyed Kazuma as he covered his face and said, You of all people should be the most motivated PFF. Hearing the strange sound, Kazuma looked to the side to see Kaguya holding her laughter back. "You know? Everything you're doing is basically useless," Kazuma, Kaguya said with a bright smile. "What do you know?" Kazuma snapped as he stood up, but Kaguya just covered her mouth and said, "A lot of things, especially about here." Despite the confusion of the others, Kazuma knew what Kaguya was talking about. She was talking about the plot of his world. "Darn it, I swear that I'll never try to act cool again." Kazuma started to regret not asking for his plot, and he knows that Leo and Kaguya won't say it. No, there's still a chance. As long as new members who know my show entered the chat room, I'll be able to scam. I mean, ask them nicely. Kazuma started from now to prepare to trick the new members in the chat room. Suddenly, when Kazuma was thinking and Kaguya asked Megumin about the castle bombing, a loud sound echoed all across the city, like an emergency warning. Hearing the voice, Kazuma figured that it was Luna, the receptionist of the guild, calling all the adventurers because of an emergency. Without any delay, the whole city was in an uproar. Citizens were running away, fleeing to their homes before closing the doors and windows. The adventurers in the guild also moved quickly, grabbing their weapons, and storming outside the guild. Crap, what's happening? A monster invasion of some kind. Kazuma exclaimed before he jumped from his seat to check the situation outside. Darkness, Aqua, and Chris also ran immediately while following behind him. Megumin, who couldn't muster any strength, was left as she said, "Hey, wait for me." However, she could only move a little and she needs more time to recover, but even so, she won't be able to launch the explosion magic a second time today. Kaguya watched Megumin with amusement before she grabbed a talisman from her sleeve and said, "Don't worry, I got you with a swift movement." The talisman was put on Megumin's hand before a link was established between her and Kaguya. Using the link, Kaguya moved a little of her energy into Megumin. Without any warning, Megumin jumped from the table as her eyes were glowing with an intense red light before she trembled and said, This, how?" Megumin felt her body was filled with mana and recovered rapidly, then she looked at Kaguya with stars in her eyes and said, "You did it, right? Can you do it again?" Megumin was excited. If Kaguya can use this power again, even for one time a day, she'll be able to use explosion magic more than once a day. Kaguya just smiled at Megumin's question before she said, "They already left." Megumin felt like she had been splashed with cold water as the glow in her eyes dimmed before she ran out of guild while screaming, "Wait for me." When everyone left, the guild became quiet. Kaguya tapped the table with her finger before she grinned and said, "All according to the plan." As a woman of culture, how could Kaguya not know about the flying cabbages horde? And more importantly, darkness performance during it. However, what is important now is Dojima, who has a gun. Unlike taking missions and hunting monsters alone, Dojima will really show his might in front of everyone, and it'll be much better if he used his arsenal cube. There's no way this event won't spread and attract some attention, especially the attention of people that know about guns. Also, Kaguya was to film this glorious scene of darkness and Kazuma's reaction as a trophy from this world. With the sight of a new collection at hand, Kaguya's mood became better after she felt the world is playing tricks on her before she said, "I honestly don't understand why people want to keep the plot intact, unless they get benefits from it, but most of the time, they don't." Well, Megumin already started bombing the castle of Dulahan and the flying cabbage arrived. Kaguya stood up from the seat before she sighed and said, "Sigh, I also wanted to see that scene. I really wonder how much different it'd be from the original with the addition of Dio, Zuma." Suddenly, Kaguya, who wanted to cover her mouth with her sleeve, stopped her hand in midair, even her expression froze. Dojima. The sword. The gun. The more she spoke, the weirder Kaguya's expression and quieter her voice became before it turned into whispers. "The cabbage and the castle. But shouldn't the cabbage be first?" "No, it shouldn't be because the timeline is wrong." Wait. Kaguya snapped before she said, No, this can't be." At that moment, Kaguya froze in her place as her expression was gloomy before she said, "Wrong. Everything is wrong." Without any warning, a wave of power rushed from Kaguya before everything was frozen. The time has stopped. In the absolute silence of the time stop, Kaguya stood there quietly. Her expression kept changing. Sometimes like she was in deep thoughts before frowning. However, Kaguya suddenly looked at her hand before her expression sank immediately and even became slightly pale. "No, I need to see it myself." Kaguya's eyes flashed before she rushed outside the guild before flying. Crossing the distance quickly, Kaguya arrived at the gate as she saw the adventurers and Kazuma's party here. They were holding weapons and staring at the front, like waiting for something. Flying above the gate, Kaguya landed on top of the wall before she applied a simple illusion on herself. She immediately removed the time stop and watched the group underneath. "Is this really a monster invasion?" Kazuma questioned, but he still took his gun and sword while looking at the front. "Here they come," one adventurer said before a green cloud appeared from afar. "What is that?" Kazuma was shocked as he saw a huge horde of flying cabbage. Prepare yourself. Suddenly, Megumin rushed to the front and did a pose in front of all the adventurers. As everyone was cheering, explosion. When everyone was in a commotion because of the flying cabbage, Kaguya was observing the scene as her expression became gloomier with every second passing. She saw Aqua explaining the situation and the guild staff announcing the cabbage's price, then darkness rushed forward to protect some adventurers, but she ended up taking all the hits while everyone praised her heroic deeds, which left Kazuma speechless. If this was any other time, Kaguya would be laughing at Kazuma, but now, she only felt a terrible chill. When she saw Megumin's using explosion magic, her expression sank completely as her face became paler, even her body shivered a little. However, Kaguya quickly recovered before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. After a moment, she opened them and continued to observe the situation. The fight continued normally until the adventurers defeated most of the cabbage and started collecting their loot. Aqua helped to keep the goods fresh while Kazuma was using baskets to collect the cabbage. Suddenly, Misaka and Leone arrived at the scene. It seems they were late because of a certain accident, however, Kaguya only clicked her tongue when she saw this. Anyway, the battle against the cabbage finished successfully as the adventurers carried their goods to sell them to the guild. Kazuma and others weren't an exception, even Misaka and Leone helped them. Time passed quickly when someone is focused on something as the dinner time arrived when everything was completed. The adventurers gathered at the guild to have dinner, which was mainly dishes cooked with the cabbage. It was a very popular ingredient. Kazuma's party with Leone and Misaka gathered at the table and had dinner. They can't believe that some cabbage can taste this good, which made them wonder if they gave it to the octopus chef. Good sir, I look forward to working with you. Darkness smiled brightly while extending her hand for a handshake. Kazuma was completely helpless as he just accepted it. During this dinner, Darkness finally joined Kazuma's party, even if Kazuma was completely annoyed. Actually, he isn't against Darkness joining if she was slightly normal. After all, she's very beautiful, but she's also a complete masochist, a masochist of the higher levels. This made Kazuma wonder if he'll ever have a normal teammate at this rate. Did anyone see Kaguya? Misaka noticed someone missing as she asked, but Kazuma just waved her hand and said, probably spreading pain to the world. Don't worry, although the explanation is far-fetched, everyone knows that Kaguya will be okay. After all, her eternity manipulation isn't to be scoffed at. Meanwhile, Kaguya was on top of the guild's building, staring at the moon in the sky. Her long hair and dress were moving with the wind, which made her look more beautiful under the moonlight, but her expression was completely gloomy. To think it'll be like this. This is really ridiculous. Kaguya glanced at the guild under her before she sighed and looked at the moon. Her mood was very heavy now. Every single thing that happened during this period was wrong in Kaguya's eyes. If any other person witnessed these events, he might not notice something, but Kaguya, who watched Konosuba and joined the chat from the start, knows how wrong this situation is. She closed her eyes and remembered all the plot of Konosuba and all that happened during this period. First, they came to this world via the chat room. Meeting with Kazuma was simple as he introduced Aqua to them before they got the adventurer cards. Everything was pretty normal. In the following days, they went to hunt the frogs. However, Kaguya focused on a certain scene. It was on the last day they were hunting frogs. The day when Aqua said her encouraging words to Kazuma before falling in a puddle of water because of Mudcup. After that, Kazuma and Aqua met Megumin for the first time. Only when everyone from the chat was far away from them. Then, Megumin joined Kazuma's party after she and Aqua got eaten by the frogs. More and more memories kept racing in her head. Kazuma refuses darkness, then learns the steel skill from Chris, and Misaka tells Kaguya about what Kazuma did to Chris. Today, Megumin used an explosion on Beldia's castle while the flying cabbage arrived and darkness joined at the dinner. However, nothing of this should happen because Konosuba's plot was destroyed from the first days. How? Well, Kazuma in the original show had to work with Aqua for some weeks to buy equipment, but at this time, that didn't happen because Leo gave him Dio's sword. From that point, coupled with the marvelous butterfly effect, everything should be changed, or at least be much different than the original, and it did, well, until this mission started at least. Even if the chat's members interfered, the events would still maneuver around their actions and made the perfect adjustment to move according to the original plot. Like Kagaya's explosion made Megumin's attack the castle early, and because of Kazuma's change, the cabbage's arrival was delayed until he talked with darkness. Kagaya looked at the moon as she remembered a certain line in the original and in this timeline. A phrase was said by Megumin at the first meeting. That we would meet is a fate chosen by the world itself. Kagaya smiled helplessly before she said, what kind of bright, yet shady foreshadowing is this? Foreshadowception. Of course, if the correction was simple while slightly looking like the plot, Kagaya won't be like this. What made her really shocked and even slightly scared was a simple, trivial thing that happened earlier. If I didn't give Megumin the talisman of mana, she wouldn't be able to use an explosion against the cabbage. Kagaya looked at her hand as she was in deep thoughts. If Kagaya didn't interfere, the plot would have been changed, but unintentionally, she helped in the correction of the plot. This was enough to send chills down her spine. The whole world was moving toward the plot, like it being guided by something. However, the correction was so perfect that it even made Kagaya feel okay. Because even if she did notice this, she'd help Megumin to recover to join the battle on her own. And his party behind the scene is without a doubt, the world's will of Konosuba. There's no other explanation. But why? Why is the world's will doing this? Recovering the plot in a way that it even made them help without knowing. What is the goal of this? Why does it want to keep the plot in its original form, or at least very close to it? Does it want to confuse the players or something else? I don't know. Kagaya felt she was at the end of her wits. The information is too little and she doesn't know anything deep about this mission. However, now Kagaya is in front of a difficult situation. Will she tell the others about this or not? This crossroad has both advantages and disadvantages, but Kagaya didn't take long to decide. There's nothing about it, I'll tell them. Sigh, this is really getting out of hand. Kagaya sighed before staring at the moon in the sky to calm down. In the chat room, there are some unwritten rules that anyone slightly smarter can guess easily. In the subject of telling the other members about their futures, she, Leo, and Kazuma look at the situation first. They won't say anything if one of these conditions were fulfilled. Is it funny, like with Kazuma? Do they want to know, like with Saitama and Whitebeard? Is it appropriate to say, like with Misaka? Misaka's world, Toaru, is the top level of danger. No, it's the extreme level of danger. If they told Misaka about her future and she went to destroy the level 6 shift program now, she'll affect the Upside Down Man, Alistair, plans. If something happened to his plan, Alistair won't hesitate to flip every stone in the Academy City to know what happened. No, he'll even check atoms if necessary. And now, it's one of those situations where she needs to talk about this because things went out of control, or she should say, they are strictly under control. Chapter 129, Konosuba Side Part 14. After a long day of cabbage hunting, the city recovered its calm and the night arrived. The night passed calmly and peacefully on Axel City, like the morning uproar and warning alarms didn't happen at all. Kazuma, who went to sleep early, kept wondering why did the city and the guild exaggerate their reaction to some flying cabbage? Again, Kazuma failed to understand his world's logic. This day was tiring for adventurers because of the battle against cabbage, but they also got a good amount of money from it. Kazuma was particularly satisfied by his gains during this battle. Using a shotgun to shoot freezing bullets at the cabbage, Kazuma managed to gather quite a lot. Apparently, his luck played a role and he got some good cabbages from that battle, which sold for quite a sum, letting Kazuma see some light of hope to clear his debts. It seems he's really kind of fitting to be a merchant according to the guild lady. However, Aqua kept staring at him with blank eyes. Kazuma could feel like she was looking at some sort of a cheater, which in fact, made him feel great. Like he's using a hack or cheating in front of the GM, but the GM can't do shit about it. Although Kazuma doesn't count Aqua as the GM, even if she was responsible to send the reincarnators from Japan, that feeling was great nonetheless. Honestly, Kazuma felt that his mental stress during all these days has been cleared by a lot, even the world seemed brighter. However, that feeling only lasted for one night. The next day, in the mansion, on the breakfast table, Kazuma clapped his hands, took a very deep breath, and said, "Can you repeat that?" Slowly Kagaya sighed helplessly while looking at everyone's astonished reaction before repeating her words. On the table, everyone gathered to have breakfast, but currently, only the chat members were capable of moving because Kagaya stopped time. Megaman, Aqua, and Darkness didn't need to hear the next things, nor Kagaya planned to involve them in these complicated things. Using time stop to have meetings, probably only a few like Kagaya could have this luxury. After preparing the place, Kagaya started telling everyone about her discovery as she watched their expressions becoming odd, solidifying, then turning into pure shock. Just the look of their mouths opening and closing a couple of times made Kagaya feel funny, but she didn't have the mood to laugh. "So, this is what I noticed after these days. You might think I'm overthinking it, believe me, I also want to believe that, but I really can't ignore it like this." Kagaya took a deep breath after telling everyone everything she knew. The biggest and heaviest responsibility that someone can have is the responsibility of others' lives, especially if they were your close ones. Although Kagaya lived for a long time, witnessed a lot of things, and these things almost lost their meaning for her, she still didn't lose all her compassion. Living for a long time can turn even a dumb and pure person into someone who can see through people easily, which drastically lowers the number of people who you can call friends. So, Kagaya really cherished those who trusted her, especially to leave their backs for her. She doesn't want her hiding for information, especially this important piece of intel, to be the reason for anyone in this room to get hurt. Clearing her thoughts, Kagaya observed the people in the room. Leone covered her face with her hand as she smiled wryly. For something like this to pop up in the morning, she really felt a great need for a beer right now. Misaka was still opening her mouth and closing it, like she wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Her mind is currently chaotic. She wants to say this is unscientific, but after all that she witnessed here, the clarification of science became very pale and almost completely meaningless. "I see." Kazuma, who was affected by the modern era's information, was the first to recover before he crossed his arms, leaned his back on the chair, and said, "So, what to do now? If it's like what you're saying now, then what's the point of doing anything? After all, it seems like all fate is controlled by a great god," Kazuma said with annoyance. "Nobody likes to be controlled like a puppet, and he's no exception to this. Putting like that, I see this situation took a very weird turn." Leone shook her head, but from her facial expression, Kagaya can see that she's also uncomfortable by this. "Then, does this plot correction work as a mental control against us?" Misaka closed her eyes for a moment before asking Kagaya directly. Her eyes mean no joke, and that question made Leone and Kazuma stare at Kagaya because this is really a very, very important question that'll determine a lot of things for the future. Although I can't say that I know a lot, but I can assure you that we're not mind-controlled. It's just, if my theory is correct, this world's will is too sly and good at manipulating the situation by using different events and actions. Kagaya shook her head while calming the chat members' suspicions. Also, this world's will know us. Kagaya's words made Kazuma frown and ask, "What do you mean?" "It knows us very well. It can guess our choices and prepare to use them to correct its plot without making us feel anything wrong. Also, if this chat room wanted to control us like that, it'll not invite any member who knows the world's future." Kagaya talked slowly as she stopped and let everyone comprehend the current information. Indeed, if the world's wills wanted some puppets they could control using the plot, they would never send an invitation to someone like Leo, Kazuma, and Kagaya. Also, From what they have seen these days, the world's wills, even if they are still mostly mysterious, seem to be sincere in making this chat room. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a mental control, the situation can still be salvaged. So, in the meantime, what will do? No, here a better question: if the world's will is correcting its plot, what is the reason for doing that? Tricking the players or preparing a stage? Although he asked, Kazuma didn't expect an answer as he leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Preparing a stage, hey? Like chess pieces being placed in the correct time and place. Misaka said as she was trying to find a good reason, but the electric sparks on her forehead showed that she isn't calm. I see the latter is most likely. After all, a commander will always want to make use of his troops to the maximum, Leon said with a smirk, but apparently, she wants the most casual about this. As an assassin, she is used to taking missions and being ordered by the higher UPS. Seeing the conversation become more and more intense, Kaguya tapped on the table before she said, let's calm down for a moment and not antagonize one of our bosses casually without any proper evidence. It still didn't cause any unfavorable situation for us to be this wary. Kaguya's words calmed down the heated discussion as the chat members sighed. To be honest, this situation is really nerve-wracking. I see, then let me ask again, what we'll do in the meantime? Kazuma opened his eyes and asked Kaguya. Misaka and Leon also stopped and waited for Kaguya to answer. Kaguya sighed helplessly because it seemed that the temporary position of the leader went to her. The chat room doesn't have a clear leader and probably will never have. This is an unwritten rule agreed upon by all the current members. Everyone here has their own goals, morals, principles, dreams, way of thinking, and pride. Putting a leader on different people from all over the worlds will produce more negative effects than positives. Not to mention who might join in the future. After all, the multiverse is very vast. So, everyone completely agreed to help and listen to each other without any clear leader as long as it doesn't affect their principles. Even Leo, who is the admin, completely agreed on this. The only time a temporary leader is being nominated is when the situation needs someone to organize it. So, everyone will listen to that person to guide them while putting their trust in him/her. In other words, the leader is someone who works overtime in this chat room during the said mission, which is why Kaguya was sighing, but who made her seem the most reliable during these times. Just as I said, let's not antagonize our boss and think about our future moves. And for this, we have two ways: keep playing along while checking the situation, or we'll actively wreck the plot, leaving no chance for it to recover. Kaguya waited for everyone to digest the current information before she continued. However, the two plans have a very critical condition. Which one? Misaka asked before Kaguya answered directly. Will I tell you about this world's future or not? Kaguya's words made everyone silent as they looked at Kazuma, whose subject is mostly about him. Feeling everyone's eyes, Kazuma took a deep breath before he said, although I really want to know my plot, especially from you two assholes, but let's hear the benefits of the two ways. Everyone continued to look at Kazuma as Kaguya smiled and said, there's not a big effect, at least for us, but if we use the fist way, we can always switch to the second one at any time, and if we wreck the plot, the first way will be completely inaccessible, which is probably wrecking all the world's will's secret goals or preparations. So, will we put our trust in the world's will? Kazuma said as he closed his eyes and started thinking. After a moment, he sighed and said helplessly, well, fuck me, this is still my world, so let me give it a chance. I really feel that this will haunt me in the future. Despite his completely annoyed and helpless face, everyone was able to see Kazuma in a new light as Leon tapped his back. Oi! What was that for? Kazuma questioned this out of nowhere act, but Leon just smiled before sitting down. So, it's settled. We'll continue in our lives, but I need you to report to me what happened with you at the end of the day. Although I don't dare to say I'm completely correct, I can see a little of why the world's will is doing this. Kaguya grinned while standing up. Oh yeah? What happened, to be honest? Kazuma looked with a blank face at Kaguya. You're making me work overtime, so deal with it, Kagaya said as Kazuma and Leon looked at the side, like they didn't want to admit it as Misaka blinked at this situation. Oh, right, how do you plan on telling the old man? Leon suddenly asked because Whitebeard left and still didn't come back. Use the chat room and ask for his opinion, Misaka said as Leon tapped her forehead and said, ah, right. I completely forgot about it, it's really an easy way of communication, not gonna lie, Kazuma answered before he clasped his hands and looked at Kagaya seriously. This change made everyone look at him. Kagaya, before everything begins, I still have one thing I want to confirm, Kazuma asked as Kagaya signaled to continue before he said, my plot. Isn't that bad, right? Nothing bad will happen, right? Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. You'll even benefit from it. Kagaya looked at the confused Kazuma before she said, you'll become rich. Kazuma solidified in his place as his eyes became more serious than ever. Even Leon and Misaka felt the heavy aura around him before he asked in a deep voice, how much? You'll be able to give Aqua an allowance. When Kagaya finished her words, Kazuma moved immediately. *BOM. He slammed the table, but nothing happened to it because of the time stop as he stood up. I see, my worlds will seems to be very good. With a deep voice, Kazuma left the table before moving towards the door. Opening his arms wide, like holding the whole world, Kazuma said, come at me, plot. Ha 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 ha. With a very loud laughter, Kazuma left the room as the rest looked at the door and heard his voice become smaller and smaller until it vanished. Leon was still smiling and Misaka had a blank expression. The new light they saw was smashed by Kazuma in an instant. But you'll probably suffer from some mental traumas. Suddenly, Kagaya spoke as everyone stared at her. What? It isn't my fault. He didn't wait. Kagaya blinked like she was stating the obvious, which made everyone speechless. With this, Kagaya removed the time stop before resuming their lives and mission after they explained briefly why Kazuma suddenly vanished for Aqua and the rest. When everyone left, Kagaya looked out of the window to see Axel's city before she muttered, if my guess is correct, then in a week at maximum, we'll be able to see a result, or we'll have to use the second plan. Looking at the clouds moving slowly, Kagaya finally started to feel that this mission began moving in front of her eyes, even if it was a very weird and surprising progress. Chapter 130, Konosuba Side Part 15. When everything was settled, the chat members went back to their usual lives, but they couldn't take it slow and easy like the last time. Although they choose to be ignorant about the plot temporarily, the group kept their eyes on all what is happening around them. Even Kazuma, who was feeling mentally tired these days, decided to focus on the bullshit that's happening around him. Kazuma's party kinda felt something different, but they shrugged it off as Kazuma continued his accompanying surveillance to Megumin and Aqua, just so they wouldn't cause something big. With everything happening, the last thing Kazuma wants is another debt on his head. If not for the cabbage, he'll be using stealth skill to be hidden from the store owners. Not only do they taste heavenly, but they're also a gift from heaven. These were Kazuma's thoughts when he was eating the cabbage cooked by the octopus chef as some tears slipped from his cheeks. Misaka suddenly became completely serious after the meeting. She started to get used to a certain usage of her ability, which is literally a radar. Using her ability of electromagnetism, Misaka, as a center, can release electromagnetic waves to see images of the surroundings without using her sight, giving her no blind spots. Even living beings can't escape her detection easily because they have bioelectricity inside of them. However, this ability strains her brain far more than regular calculations. The electromagnetic energy echoes a lot of information each time, even more, when Misaka holds the Thunderstone. For this, Leon chose to go with her as Misaka wanted to increase the detection range slowly. At this rate, time passed quickly until the second day, when Whitebeard came back. Apparently, he found nothing important was happening, so he wanted to roam this kingdom's interesting places. However, after reading the message in the chat room, he only responded with "I'm coming back" and closed the chat. When he came back, Whitebeard went directly to Kagaya to understand the situation, but one thing was for sure, he was angry. Kazuma has to admit that he felt his legs weak when Whitebeard passed him that day. The aura around him made Kazuma lose all desire to fight, even Misaka was slightly pale. Whistle, the old can be really scary when he's angry, right? Leone asked Kazuma with some sweat on her forehead, but Kazuma couldn't really answer her because this is the first time he saw Whitebeard like this. Facing Whitebeard, Kagaya could guess that he was angry because someone was playing tricks behind his back. Although Whitebeard doesn't understand, nor does he want to understand the way the worlds will think, he will not allow someone to try and decide his actions. He is Whitebeard. He prefers death than becoming someone else's puppet. He'll never fall down before giving his all. Kagaya sighed again as she really confirmed that the chat room really can't have any leader at all before she raised one finger to Whitebeard and said 1 week after a period of silence. Whitebeard released a deep breath from his nose before standing up and leaving. Despite his emotions, he didn't lose his rationality and had to admit that Kagaya's plan is the best for now, so he agreed to wait. But he really needs to cool down, so he went to Axel's fields. On that day, Kazuma sipped tea calmly as he watched some frogs flying in the sky from the window. It was a glorious sight that made him sigh and say, "Luckily, there's no PETA here." However, this didn't stop Kazuma from admiring the animal Abu, the fantastic fight between the frogs and Whitebeard. After that day's events, the time passed quickly as the darkness of night was replaced by the bright sunlight. Waking up early, Kazuma went with Megumin and Aqua to do another round of bombing on the poor castle. Darkness wanted to come with them, but she had to go to church with Chris, which made Aqua's expression darken when she heard the name of Eris Church. "I can't believe this. How could she choose Eris over the great me, Aqua?" Aqua was complaining because Darkness said that she doesn't have any desire to change her beliefs. Kazuma and Megumin were walking with a blank expression. They listened to Aqua whining all the way to the castle. Even Megumin stopped casting a sympathetic look at Aqua. "She's beyond saving," Megumin thought before looking at the castle at top of the hill while preparing to cast magic. "Well, I don't know why. Maybe, just maybe because it's a better goddess than you." Kazuma finally exploded as Aqua froze in her place. Her expression was quickly replaced by horror while pointing at Kazuma before she said, "Kazuma, don't tell me that a demonic presence has affected your mind. What nonsense are you talking?" Kazuma suddenly saw Aqua jumping towards him and holding his hands. "Oh, poor soul, the demonic clutches are very horrible, but fear not. The great Aqua-sama is here. Now, say with me and strengthen your belief." Eris, pat her chest. Aqua was shining with a holy aura while holding Kazuma's hands, which was like casting a blessing. "Oi! Let go of me! Why the hell is your strength so high as a priest?" Kazuma was struggling to escape Aqua, but her strength was too strong. "Hey! Pay attention you two!" Megumin pointed with her staff to Kazuma and Aqua, who ignored her. They wanted to continue ignoring her, but to be honest, having that staff pointed at you was far scarier than a rocket launcher for them. Humph! Darkness blacker than black and darker than dark. Megumin quickly chanted as the mana was going high wire around her before she screamed explosion. A red gleam descended on the castle far away before a huge explosion fell on it, making the air vibrate and wind raging a little. "And we're done. Let's go back," Kazuma said while releasing Aqua's cheeks that he was squeezing. When Kagaya walked to pick up Megumin, he noticed something from the forest to the left. Even Aqua, who was massaging her cheeks, snapped and turned to look. With heavy steps, several skeletons and zombies appeared from the forest as they slowly surrounded Kazuma's party. Zombies, skeletons, classic undead. Kazuma lifted his eyebrow while looking at the classic monsters. Looking at how the monsters were slowly surrounding them, Kazuma grabbed a cube from the chat room before he turned it into a shotgun. However, despite the current situation, he was excited. "Kazuma, what are?" Megumin wanted to stand up, but Kazuma stopped her and said, "Don't worry, I got this. All those hours in LEFT4DEAD prepared me well. Finally, they will show a result. Kazuma raised his shotgun to aim, but suddenly, he noticed a change. The undead, who were surrounding them, walked past Kazuma and Megaman and headed quickly towards Aqua in the back. Feeling the divine and holy aura in Aqua, the dead souls, who desired to go to the afterlife, rushed directly to where they'd most likely get purified. Turn undead. Despite being shocked, Aqua quickly cast purification spells and obliterated all the undead in the vicinity. Kazuma had to close his eyes because of the dazzling light before looking at Aqua standing in the middle of rags and bones. Humph! How could undead actually appear here? Is this an evil plan from that lich? Aqua recovered from the shock as she stood proudly. What wrong? Did this goddess dazzling light fascinated you, Kazuma? Don't worry, as long as you join the Axis Order, you can observe the god. Wait. Don't point that thing at me. Aqua had a smug look before noticing that Kazuma was pointing a pistol with a paralyzing bullet at her. Kazuma sighed and held his head like he received a headache before picking Megaman and deciding to return. He already had enough, especially after he wasn't able to test his gamer's skills. Aqua quickly followed them while looking around if another group of undead will appear. However, during their return journey, Kazuma thought about it before activating the chat and wrote a small report for Kagaya. He didn't know if the current undead were a part of the plot, but he felt that this change was worthy of a report. Meanwhile, at Kazuma's mansion, Kagaya was looking from the window before she noticed a message from Kazuma. Undead. Now. Kagaya frowned while reading Kazuma's report. This is a weird and a clear change in the plot. If the world's will is correcting the plot, then why did this happen? Because it was too small of a change, or, Kagaya started to think about the situation as she got a few ideas. First, a random situation because of the change in the plot can be ruled out because the world's will shouldn't let this happen. Second, this could just be Aqua's fault. Because of the holy aura, Aqua can literally work as a magnet to the undead, who seek the afterlife. Maybe the undead with Baldi felt Aqua's powers and went on their own. After all, Aqua didn't go with Kazuma and Megaman in the original. Third, this also could be Kagaya's fault. The event on the Apocalypse Day still lingers in the people's minds, so she wouldn't feel surprised if the Demon King's army started an investigation. Lastly, an irregular change, which has no relation to the original plot. Now, what to do about this? Kagaya started to think about the best form of action for now. Do they let this situation slide and keep walking with the plot while treating it as a weird coincidence, or check the situation? No, let's just check it out without affecting anything. After all, a little check won't hurt anyone, but just to be sure, let's see how it'll go first. Kagaya made up her mind before she noticed a notification in the chat room. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm back. I have to say that the sleeping experience as an angel sucks, coupled with this morning, I prefer to never sleep again. Annihilation Maker, admin. Well, you guys are still in the mission. Interesting. Looking at the asshole angel making his comeback, Kagaya blinked her eyes before they flashed. She wanted to ask about the situation they are currently facing. After all, Leo, the eldritch-looking angel, is a higher dimensional being. Unlike them, even Kagaya who lived for so long, he should be more aware of things like fate and destiny. However, before Kagaya started to type the first word, another notification appeared. And unlike the message one, this notification was big and all the members heard it. GOOOOSE has joined the chat room. The literate or verbal laws are unable to convey what I want to say now, so no comment. Annihilation Maker, admin, Annihilation Maker, admin, Annihilation Maker, admin, Annihilation Maker, admin. Kagaya continued to look at Leo's messages of silence filling the screen as she lifted her eyebrow. However, before she focused on the new member, another notification came from the chat room. With the addition of the member, GOOOOSE, a new channel, Chaldea, was created in the chat room. Member Goodako was automatically selected as the secondary admin on Chaldea's channel. Eggplant Cowherhay has joined the chat room, Chaldea's channel. Sword Mom has joined the chat room, Chaldea's channel. Kagaya stood there in disbelief. Another channel? New members? This was really something out of nowhere, but then, messages filled the screen. Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have the authority to permanently ban Goodako. Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have the authority to permanently ban Goodako. Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have the authority to ban Goodako for 100 billion years. Kagaya then witnessed hundreds of messages flashing across the screen with a blank face. The period of ban that Leo was putting, quickly decreased. From billions into millions, until they became a small 0.01 second, but still, he didn't have the authority to ban Goodako. Goodako, Chaldea's admin. Hello? I can use my thoughts. Annihilation Maker, admin number Kagaya saw a very long message appear, but it was all hashtags as she didn't know if Leo broke a key. However, the next message made her beyond speechless. System notice: the following message has been censored because the angelic text, which is a higher dimension language, is bad for some members' mental health, and sometimes, physical health. System notice: we ask Annihilation Maker, admin, to refrain from using these types of languages, especially when he curses, and use a language that the human's brain can comprehend. Thank you Annihilation Maker, admin. Nice save, but still, fuck you. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell is going on? Annihilation Maker, admin. Oh, nothing. Just run away and don't look back. Goodbye. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline, so the higher dimensional beings can really kill using a keyboard normally. Kagaya shook her head at this ridiculous situation. However, she glanced at the chat room again. Eggplant Cowherhay, senpai. Can you see this as well? Archer can see it too. Is this Chaldea's emergency protocol? Sword Mom, what's the meaning of this? And what island? Meaning of this nickname. Kagaya quickly noticed a second channel appeared in the chat room as everyone logged in quickly, but then, she frowned. Hold on, Sword Mom, Eggplant, Chaldea. Goodako. No way. The blood was drained from Kagaya's face as she shivered. Then she held her forehead, like experiencing a huge headache. Looks like a huge problem is coming from this chat room and Kagaya doesn't feel good about it. Maybe she should take the advice and run away too.